All right, listen up, guys. Today's episode is brought to you by GEICO. They're our official sponsor this week, and we are so glad to have them. GEICO has been a big part of what we're doing here on Something to Wrestle. They've supported us for a long, long time now, and we're asking you to support them. If you're a homeowner or if you're a renter and you've got auto insurance, you need to look into bundling it and do it today. You're going to save some cash, so why wouldn't you do this? Go to geico.com, get a quick quote, and see how much you could save. It's GEICO easy. So if you enjoy Something to Wrestle, please visit geico.com today. That's geico.com. Ted DiBiase here is going to introduce the world to something that they weren't really ready for. I don't think anybody was. Nobody knew what to expect here. And this is our opportunity to talk about it in long form. So we're going to do it. He introduces, brought to the ring by his manager, Brother Love, Kane the Undertaker. So give us the backstory about how you signed Mark Calloway away from WCW and get him to the big show, to the WWF.
I'd always been a fan of Mark Calloway from when he first broke in Dallas, Texas. And he walked the ropes. He had a very unique style, but it was reminiscent of a gentleman by the name of Don Jardine, who was the original spoiler back in the day. A big man who could move like a cat and great worker. And I actually thought that Jardine had trained Mark. He didn't, but Mark was a big fan of Jardine's and stole a lot of his style. So I had my eye on him in Texas. He went to WCW, very young. He worked down there as Mean Mark Callis, and he was one of the Twin Towers with Dan Spivey and Sid. And it just so happened one day I get a phone call from Paul Heyman, who was managing Mark in WCW, and asked me if there was any interest. That his contract was coming up in WCW and wanted to know if there was any interest in New York. And I went to Vince, and Vince kind of looked at him and didn't see a whole lot in him. And I asked him, can we please meet him? There's something special about this guy from the way, and I didn't know him from Adam. I spoke to him on the phone a couple times, and it was one of those things that you just saw something in somebody that he had it. Begged him to meet with Vince, and they were set to, Mark was set to come to New York, meet with Vince the day after a WCW pay-per-view. And Mark had worked with Lex Luger. And Taker had dislocated his hip, but he worked the match because he knew that Vince was watching and wanted to have a great match. The match sucked. I'm not going to say it was, all Lex's fault, but also, Taker had a dislocated hip. Vince called me. I was in the pool in Randy Savage's house. And Vince told me he wasn't interested in meeting with him. So he's just another big red-headed basketball player.
Now let's run through this. The match you're talking about is Great American Bash 1990. Is that right?
Could be.
It was in Baltimore. It was July of 1990. Is when that match you're talking about.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So he was supposed to meet with you guys shortly thereafter.
He was supposed to meet with Vince the day after.
July 8th, 1990. Okay.
So I was in Florida, and like I said, I was in the pool, and took the call. And I had to call Mark at the Ramada Inn or whatever the hell it was, Hojo's, the Ramada Inn there in Atlanta where everybody stayed, and told him we were going to have to postpone the meeting. I did not tell him that, we were canceling the meeting. I said we're going to postpone it. And when I got back,
how did he
talked to Vince. Okay, he understood.
Yeah.
I just told him, Vince was busy and we're going to have to postpone it, not going to be able to do it. And I got back and begged, and they being WCW had an event at the Meadowlands, I think, in the Northeast, and said, look, he's going to be up here anyway. We're not buying him a ticket. Just meet him. And we got Taker and Vince together, and Vince fell in love with him, just personality wise. So it was just timing, and they met, and I had an idea that I wanted to manage someone. I wanted to manage him particularly. I wanted specifically him. And the idea was I wanted him to be the complete opposite of Brother Love. Well, Brother Love was full of love and peace, love and harmony, all white. I wanted him to be all dark and just the complete opposite. And came up with the name Cain. Is kind of a biblical name, first man to ever commit murder. Cain murdered his brother Abel. And
so let me run through this. I don't mean to interrupt, but you're designing this character specifically for him once he's signed.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not just, we want a big bastard that Brother Love can manage and we want to call him Cain and blah, blah, blah. It's, you meet him, you see him, and you say, hey, here's what we should do with him.
I want him.
Okay. And so he gives us notice to WCW August 27th. His final match is September 7th. And then he signs with you guys in October of 1990. So this is happening kind of quickly because we're at November 22nd. So from October of 90, we'll say the 1st, who knows when, to now November 22nd, we're only like 6 or 7 weeks tops to develop this character. Now get back to your story. I'll stop interrupting. Sorry.
Well, he came up, he met with Vince, he met with Pat, and he talked to him, so on and so forth, and kind of shared the idea I had and asked me, what do you see for him? And Vince had described him to the creative services art department folks, and they drew up some different looks for him. And one of the looks they drew up was that Undertaker look. And Vince looked at him and says, "God, he looks like an old timey Undertaker." And so we came up with the name Cain the Undertaker. And so I came up with Cain, Vince came up with the Undertaker, and guess who won that one? But, the idea was I would manage him and be his mouthpiece because we weren't sure whether or not he could talk. And so I would be the mouthpiece and do all of his promos and just be the loudmouth manager on the outside.
So when, you don't remember when the Bad News Allen thing happens, but when do you guys decide we're going to put him in the Survivor Series and we're going to get him over in a big way?
Probably right about the time that we signed him, thinking what better way to debut him than at Survivor Series.
Because he could run through a few guys.
What's that?
Because he could run through a few guys.
I don't even know if that was even considered at that point. It was just like, how do we debut him in the biggest way? And no one would know who the hell the Undertaker is anyway. So if you advertised him, it, wouldn't have mattered. So normally we would do vignettes and build a guy up over time, but this was an opportunity to slide him in, get him over strong, and debut a new character on a pay-per-view. It was just a different way of doing it. So the idea was, to bring him in and have that be his debut and have him be impressive.
What do you think is the situation with the locker room at the time? Does he come in with, knowing a lot of the guys, or is this just, a foreign deal for him?
No, he knew a lot of the guys. He knew a lot of the guys from WCW. For example, he had known Dusty. He knew Hawk and Animal. As a matter of fact, I'll never forget when Vince was looking at Sid way back when and was bringing Sid in for meetings, and Hawk told Vince, "You got the wrong skyscraper." And he had actually suggested Mark. at that time to bring in. So, Taker knew a few of the guys. So it wasn't like, a whole newcomer outsider, he knew guys. Everybody kind of knew each other. But it was, he was a big bastard, great look. And I think you'd be hard pressed to find anybody that doesn't like The Undertaker or Mark Calloway. They're one and the same.
Percy Pringle signs with the company in December. So the very next month, when he's brought in, supposedly the talk is this might be somebody who could manage or recruit or something like that, since they had worked together. But Rude's not even on this pay-per-view. Had all of that changed? Did you guys sign him knowing he had this mortician background and this is what we're going to make him, or how did that work?
No, Percy had been in contact, for a long time, just wanting to come in and wanting to do something. And they didn't know anything about Percy. And when he came in, as Vince always does, when he interviews guys, he asks them what they've done in their civilian life, if you will, before they got into the business, what their hobbies are, what their, what they do, what their family's like, and so on and so forth. And when Percy said that he was a licensed mortician, I was like, oh my God. But I was already there, by God. So it wasn't until Vince gave me the choice 2 months later to either go on the road with Undertaker full time, because he was a very special attraction. And if I was going to be a part of that attraction, I needed to be on the road with him all the time, or stay in the office. And I chose to stay in the office. And we had a guy that was perfect for him in Percy Pringle.
Well, so he's introduced here as Kane the Undertaker. What type of direction do you guys give?
Well, a lot of that, we did give him direction that he wasn't to sell a lot. We really didn't want him off of his feet. And that's tough when you're in there with all top guys. But the sit up and the snap look and all this stuff, a lot of that was Taker's. The sit up was something that I stole from Jeff Van Camp, who was humongous in the Mid-South back in the day. He was also humongous there in Pensacola and Alabama as well. But he used to do that sit up and do the head spin and stuff like that, like Jason in the movies. And I suggested that to Taker. He ran with it, later years, and did that sit up. If he took a bump at first, he would just lay there dead and then do the sit up. But we wanted him to be different, wanted him to register, not sell necessarily, and very distinctive in his moves. We didn't want a whole lot of movement out of him. We wanted him to be a dead man. Don't think we used those words at the time, but it was more Frankensteinish, if anything.
So you said you didn't use those words. You guys didn't really, at this point, have the whole character mapped out as far as he's dead. The concept here is just he's a scary, spooky looking dude who needs a nap.
Exactly. Big, scary, brother loves henchman.
Who comes up with the outfit? I know you mentioned, hey, he looks like an old timey Undertaker, but who comes up with the circles under the eyes and all that?
The creative department.
Okay.
The art department drew the whole thing, and when they drew his face and everything, they drew in the dark circles under his eyes and the hat and all that stuff. The whole trench coat, and then the look once he got in the ring and took the tie and the coat off.
And the goal here was to have you be stark white, him be, completely black. That was kind of what you were looking for from a look standpoint.
Yes.
How far in now, kids, if you're watching at home and you go look for this, you're not going to see it. WWE wants you to forget that he was ever Kane the Undertaker. They've edited all of that to where it just says the Undertaker. They even edit the old school name listing when he comes out, like the old font and all that. It just says the Undertaker now. But once upon a time, take my word for it, he was Kane the Undertaker. How long was he Kane the Undertaker before they just dropped that?
About 2 weeks.
I know they did an update with Lord Alfred Hayes where he referenced Kane the Undertaker, and the Undertaker is in quotes. So at one point, the name was just going to be Kane, obviously, with the nickname being like, Texas Tornado, Kerry Von Erich, or whatever. Whose idea is the Tombstone Pile Driver?
I think it might have been mine.
Well, you're taking a lot of credit for a lot of shit tonight, so put yourself over some more. Anything else you want to say that you invented while we're doing it?
The headlock.
Okay, good. Well, that's really caught on. They're still doing that today. Talk me through the Undertaker when he's wrestling here. Does he wrestle any sort of dark matches or any house shows, or is this legitimately his first WWF match?
As legitimately his first WWF match.
So the first time he does any of these mannerisms is maybe just in a walkthrough before the show with you guys, and then he's doing it out here live for the first time.
No walkthrough. First time you're seeing it.
So back then there wasn't a walkthrough at all like there is now.
Oh my God, no.
Okay. So he just
Not at all.
And so
we walked through the last thing that you're going to want to talk about. That's about the only thing we walked through.
Okay. Well, let's run through it. Everybody gets busy in a hurry. The Undertaker pinfall win with the tombstone over Coco Beware in short order, 1:39. Jim Neidhart wins with a power slam, or not wins. He eliminates the Honky Tonk Man with a power slam about 4 minutes in. Ted DiBiase gets some outside assistance from Virgil to take out Jim Neidhart. The Undertaker eliminates Dusty Rhodes after a double axe handle off the top rope. And then you start putting the boots, you his brother Love, start putting the boots to Dusty on the outside. Roddy Piper on commentary calls you Blubber Love, which I find hilarious because you're kicking a man who's much larger than you. And then I guess Dusty starts to make some sort of a comeback on you, and then the Undertaker gives chase. Am I remembering that right?
You are correct, sir.
So the Undertaker is counted out here, but not after he kind of dominates the majority of the match and everybody is putting him over, Dusty Rhodes included. Anything in particular stick out to you about this moment?
Well, it was a huge moment for me. I'm in there working with Dusty, which I always loved working with Dusty, and being out with DiBiase and all that. It was just a lot of fun. But I remember getting back, Coco was upset. Coco was pretty pissed off and approached Taker when he came back. Felt Taker dropped him on his head. And, I watched it again, and it was a little snug, but it wasn't on purpose. And I think it was just simply a case of the nerves. And Taker's out there first time. He was kind of close to the ropes. And, it ain't ballet. So Taker apologized. Coco kept, persisting. And I just had to pull Mark away because he wasn't going to win that one and just move on next. Well, yeah, Coco was a little upset, and Coco felt that he was a little too snug and took liberties.
In the rest of the match, or just with that particular finish?
Just with that particular finish, just on him. Yeah.
It's worth mentioning that we've heard this before. I'm sure we'll talk about it at some point, but Survivor Series the next year is when the decision is made to put the belt on the Undertaker, and he tombstones Hulk Hogan onto a chair that slid into the ring by Ric Flair. And Hogan would go on to tell people that his neck was legitimately injured and that he had a broken neck and that he was put in a gurney after and sent to the hospital. And Undertaker, supposedly, he hasn't told me this personally, says that he never really forgave Hogan for that because it became clear when you look at the tape, it was a foot away. He took the best possible care of Hogan. And that match happened in a place where Undertaker could fly and his whole family to see it. And it was his first time winning the WWF World title. And he's working a pay-per-view main event against Hulk Hogan. And that was all kind of robbed from him. And then he got a lot of heat, supposedly, with the office, and they took the belt off of him quickly, and he wasn't in that spot again for a long time. So when Hogan would return years later to the WWF with the NWO and all that, and now the Undertaker is kind of the big dog on the yard, he was not nearly as receptive to Hulkamania as he could have been, because he still remembered that particular situation where it was an injury from a tombstone, but it really wasn't. Do you have any sort of recollection of any of that I just ran through?
Well, all of it is hearsay. I wasn't there. So, but you described it pretty accurately. But there was never a time, when they put the title on him. The Tuesday in Texas was all had been laid out and was experimental deal,
Right.
the whole controversy and all that stuff. So that wasn't oh my God, on Thursday night, we need to take the title off of him and have a pay-per-view on Tuesday. The town was booked. It came across that way urgently on television because it was written that way. But it was, that's, pretty accurate as far as what I've heard.
But Coco Beware had a more legitimate beef here than
did.
Hulk Hogan did.
Yeah. And Coco was up, in his face when he got back too. Well, kind of,
I know what you mean. He was up in his chest for sure. He was fired up.
at least his belly button.
Let's finish the rest of that match. Greg Valentine is eliminated by Bret Hart. A figure 4 leg lock from Valentine is turned into a small package. And then in the last pinfall of the match, Ted DiBiase reverses a flying body press from Bret Hart to eliminate Bret. Hey, did you go to geico.com yet? Well, let's talk about who she did kiss. Let's talk about Shawn Michaels. We're going to get here eventually. Might as well, huh? What do you think?
Go ahead.
She wrote in her book that Shawn wasn't the rude guy that we may have heard about. At least he wasn't with her. He was very nice. And she claims she had a crush on him since she was a kid. But ironically, I don't know that you've even seen this. She wrote into a wrestling magazine in 1986 about her obsession with Marty Jannetty. Did you know that?
No.
Back when she was a fan, she actually wrote, it's in the back pages of one of those wrestling magazines, just like the fan letters. And the title is, Wants to Marry Marty Jannetty. First of all, I would like to compliment you on your magazine. It is one of the best. I've been a WWF fan for about 4 years. One Saturday morning, I decided to watch the AWA on TV. I'd never been interested in the AWA until I saw Marty Jannetty. I think he is the most gorgeous guy in the world. The problem is I cannot find any centerfolds, articles, or color posters of him in any wrestling magazine. Please tell me if he is married. I hope he isn't, because I want him. Tammy Sitch, Old Bridge, New Jersey.
I know you want me. Oh, what?
You
That's all. That's all I know.
Okay.
I know you want me.
Anyway, there's a skit on TV planned where Shawn was going to act like he was going to kiss her and then diss her, quote unquote, right as they left the air. But once they were off the air with her prior consent, he kissed her for real, and they basically made out in the middle of the ring with him laying on top of her in a scene that Meltzer described in his newsletter as Shawn, quote unquote, basically having sex with her. Afterwards, here's what she writes in her book. I had a pretty good idea where this was going and what his intentions were, and I was right. Later that evening, he pulled me into an empty locker room and kissed me and felt me and groped me. And then, like a high school kid, he fucked me. Yep, he banged me right there in the locker room. It was so dirty and so not allowed within the crew, and that made it even better. Oh my God, it was mind-blowing sex, and that was the beginning of the love affair that would lead to my broken heart. We were all over each other. We had sex everywhere and anywhere, for every show, in empty locker rooms, vacant bathrooms, broom closets, electrical closets, production trucks, and even in Vince's personal private locker room. The only people who knew were the members of the clique and eventually Vince. Surprisingly, Vince actually approved. He had a strict rule back then about members of the crew not getting involved romantically, but he approved of us. That became apparent to me at one particular TV taping when Vince was behind Shawn and I in line for catering. He leaned in and asked, "So how are we doing?" with a clear emphasis on the we. Okay, Vinnie Mac, you caught us red-handed. It wasn't uncommon for Shawn and me to go at it 4 times in one day at a TV taping and a couple more times at night in our hotel. Members of the clique were designated to quote-unquote watch the door for whatever the locker room we decided to occupy. Usually it was Sean Waltman, the 1-2-3 kid. I was still on the road with Chris Candido, keeping up the charade, so no one knew about Sean and me, especially Chris. Even though we were just cohabitating, I didn't see any reason to upset him. This feels really, really weird to read in print in her book, but I want your kind of take on what she wrote there.
Well, obviously, I never saw them having sex. There were rumor and innuendo all over the place about her relationship with Shawn.
Where do you first hear it?
Oh, God, I don't know. But, I mean, everybody was talking about it. It wasn't like they were hiding it. I mean, she probably thinks they were hiding it well. It's like the guy that goes out and sneaks that 12-pack in the middle of the day and thinks nobody could smell the beer on him and knows that he's been out drinking. Everybody suspected it, and there were a lot of rumor and innuendo about it, and they didn't hide their affection in public. It was very obvious. And the general sentiment of the locker room and everybody else was more of not, oh my God, they're over there fucking, was poor Chris.
Right.
Because it just put Chris in a bad light. Put him in a horrible, awkward position.
Yeah.
If he bows up, he's bowling up, with Shawn and everybody. And Shawn was the man.
He's out of a job.
That's his fear. He's out of a job. And he's got, and in his mind, he's got to fight everybody, I guess. And on the other side of it, it's it's embarrassing and demoralizing as a man that your girlfriend that you're living with is, running around with another man, denying it to your face, and everybody else knows and is seeing it, and she's denying it to your face. So he was in a really tough quandary there. He definitely suspected it, and definitely heard the rumors, and definitely was internally battling it constantly on a daily basis.
Feel bad for him.
Oh, felt horrible. Jesus Christ, being there, you felt horrible for him.
Well,
because you wanted, you want to shake him.
But he's in a bad spot, like you said. What can he do?
Well, he could have walked away from her.
Sure.
He could have walked away from the situation.
But as far as, most dudes listening to this will be like, I'm going to
go kick his ass.
Can't do that.
You want to confront the guy.
Yeah.
And you're in a bad situation. It's at work. It's the star of the show, and the star of the show's letting everybody know, don't fuck with me. So he's just in a lose-lose situation. The only thing that he could have done, in my opinion, was walk away from her and say, hey, you know what, man, go be happy next and move on. He was so in love with her. Just head over heels in love with her that she could have, she probably could have,
She actually wrote about that. She says, you're probably wondering if Chris ever knew about the affair I had with Shawn. I can honestly say I don't know. He never once brought it up to me, never once even questioned it. He never once asked me where I was for hours at night in a hotel while he waited on me up in our room. He never once questioned who I went to Jamaica with. He never once accused me of anything. Do I think he knew? Yes.
He knew. He definitely knew. And it ate him up.
Did any of the guys talk to him about it?
Yes.
Paul Bear in a shoot interview says he never got along with Sonny, and this was the primary reason. He felt bad for Chris and would try to talk him into handling things differently. Do you remember anybody else kind of taking him aside and having a talk like that?
Well, my poor brother, had to live it because he was teaming with Chris at the time. So he was the one having to deal with Chris's emotions on the other side.
Right.
And so he dealt with it quite a bit. And it was, what's the thing? Oh, it's one of those deals where, just poor Chris, man. He was in between a rock and a hard place. And again, the fact that he did nothing is people got to the point where they stopped feeling sorry for him and were kind of like, okay, dumbass, if you're not going to do anything, you're going to let this little girl run all over you and do this shit in your face, then you don't deserve anybody to feel bad for you because you're letting it happen and you're not doing anything about it. You're not either kicking her to the curb or confronting him or just something, anything. But nothing basically made the situation worse.
Right.
For him and the way that guys looked at him. And then it became the viewpoint of Sonny and Shawn, kind of like, well, the boyfriend doesn't care. Why should we care?
Yeah. No, I get it. In her book, she details a big vacation they took together where she claims Shawn had Vince give her the time off to take a vacation with him to Jamaica. But what I want to discuss here is what comes from her being there for him and taking care of him. Not necessarily the vacation after, but what led up to her taking care of him. He was beat up. This is going to Syracuse, October of 95. This is now an internet legendary story where he had an issue with some Marines in a bar. Can you clear up what happened to the best of your knowledge with that incident?
What, the Marines in the bar?
Yeah.
There are a lot of different stories from that night, and the general consensus is Shawn got his ass kicked by allegedly 4 to 6 Marines in a bar outside of Syracuse.
That's right.
Okay. And, they beat the shit out of him. They did a hell of a number on him. He ended up in the hospital. He was in the hospital for a few days, and that was the situation that led to him vacating the Intercontinental title due to the concussion and
to Dean Douglas,
right? And yeah, Shawn was in a bad way, but he had been out with, I think, Bulldog and 1, 2, 3 Kids.
That's right.
And everybody was messed up, and Shawn got beat up pretty bad. It was a messed up deal.
So supposedly Bulldog comes and gets her from her hotel room where she's sleeping, obviously with Chris, and says, hey, Shawn's hurt. He's been beat up. She spends a bunch of time at the hospital right by his side taking care of him. And so then he offers to take her on vacation. She gets the time off from Vince, or Shawn actually arranges that. And she goes into ridiculous detail about this. This is almost embarrassing. I know that I'm just a horrible person for sharing this, but she wrote it. So I'm going to ask about what you think about her sharing this. By the 3rd day, we were both so sore that we had to take a break. We were having sex 10 times a day, all day, every day. Up until then and ever since then, Shawn is the best partner I ever had. He just knew what to do, and he was so sensual while he did it. We made love like champs. He did have this one small, strange fetish, though. He liked to bend me over the bathroom counter and watch me as he did me from behind while I was applying ruby red lipstick over and over, just applying thick coats until I looked like Joker from Batman. I never really understood what he got out of it, but it turned him on something fierce and got him rock hard. Can you believe somebody would write this?
Yeah, I have no comment on that.
This is a fucking married guy of many, many years.
Yeah.
And she wrote all this.
Yeah, I don't, yeah.
Can you defend this? This feels like,
I can't.
I go from feeling kind of sad about, man, look at what happened to, and then I read this and it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I just don't think there's any need for that stuff.
I feel bad even saying that, but I can't believe this is a thing, man.
Well, the only thing I can say to that is that was Shawn Michaels of then,
listen,
but again, because he does have kids, and I empathize with that. And I empathize with the man that he is now, and the man that he is now and the man that he was then, or in my opinion, are
No, there's
two different
nothing wrong
people.
with what he's doing here. I'm not judging. man.
No, I'm not either. I'm just saying the fact that she wrote it and put it out there for the world, and I just kind of like, God
That's some
damn,
super
why?
private. What are you doing? Like,
Right, and
this is not for.
and those are moments that you just what you said were private that you hope would remain private.
Wow. So let's follow up with something wrestling related for a minute.
But also to that fact, on the aftermath of that, when they came back, she walked around the dressing rooms with pictures of them in Jamaica.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was another one of those. Okay, hey Chris, where did you think she was all this time? And she's showing everybody pictures.
Mm.
So it wasn't like, well, there's a question. It wasn't rumored innuendo. There wasn't suggestions. It was she was showing pictures of everyone.
I found this to be a little off-putting too. She somewhat blames this vacation on her struggles with alcohol in the book. She writes, one night when Shawn was ordering his regular Dewar's and soda, I told him I'd have one too. He looked at me confused, but you don't drink, are you sure? I told him yes, and that one drink wouldn't kill me. After all, we were on vacation, and this was vacation of a lifetime. So I had my first drink ever at 23 years old, a Dewar's and soda. It was Shawn's drink. It was the Click's drink. It was Vince's drink. Just one drink, then two, then three. I don't know how many I had, but I had a really good buzz going, and I wasn't falling over myself drunk. The next morning, I felt fine, no hangover at all. And I figured that since I didn't get crazy drunk and I didn't get sick afterwards, that I might as well have more fun on the trip and keep drinking. What harm could it do, right? Wrong. These few casual drinks on a vacation at 23 years old were the beginning of the end for me, as you'll read later. So she's kind of half-ass blaming. It's just weird to me. I became an alcoholic because I drank the drink that Vince McMahon drinks.
Well,
and
that's-
it's the Click's drink.
Vince didn't drink soda with this guy.
No,
He drank double Dewar's on the rocks.
still just interesting to me.
It's a cop-out.
Super weird. She writes how she helped Shawn decorate and design the house he was building in Texas and that he asked her to move in. She didn't move in, so he broke up with her at the television convention in Las Vegas. And shortly thereafter, she writes that he met the woman who would become his wife, got married, and had kids. And she openly wonders and wishes if this could have been her life in her book. It seems really, really weird to me to share all that personal information and then say, I wonder if I could have had his kids. And this dude's been married for well over a decade. What are you doing?
Yeah, well, I think we can all agree that she has had a challenged life.
Psst. Hey, go to GEICO.com. Pass it on. We talked earlier about Bret Hart being frustrated sort of coming in to this show, and there's a lot to cover here. So let's just start from the beginning, and we use Bret's book here. On May 24th, I was summoned to a secret photo shoot in Halifax to do promotional shots for the SummerSlam 1993. Hogan and I posed doing a mock tug-of-war with the world title belt, standing chin to forehead, sneering and gritting our teeth. It's important to remember that meeting in Halifax is where they announce that Linda is now the president. Bret would continue, if I faced Hogan at SummerSlam, win or lose, I knew he'd be booed and I'd be the underdog. What didn't occur to me was that Hogan knew it too. On May 29th, Vince called me at home to tell me the big news that I was getting the belt back. What I didn't expect to hear was that he was getting ready to call Hogan and hated the thought of telling him that he was too old and tired for a company whose marketing strategy was now based around a new generation concept. Vince wanted to make Hogan into the Babe Ruth of the WWF and use him more as a special attraction. He asked me not to say anything until he had spoken to Hogan. 10 days later, Vince called again. He warned me that he was about to tell me something that would make me really angry. Hogan was flat out refusing to put me over, saying I wasn't in his league. Vince had decided that Yoko would be getting the belt instead, and I couldn't believe that Hogan would do this to me. I remember him shaking my hand at WrestleMania 9 and telling me he'd be happy to return the favor. Vince said he'd have one more meeting with Hogan and try to sell him on it, but if he didn't go for it, I'd work with Lawler at SummerSlam instead. Hogan didn't go for it, and I wanted to believe that Vince hadn't told me the whole story, and I made my mind to confront Hogan as soon as he dropped the belt to Yoko. I'd wait until then because it doesn't seem right for me to change Yoko's destiny. So, Bret's version of events up to this point, do you remember the photo shoot in Halifax for SummerSlam 93 with the mock tug of war with the belt?
We did do that. We did that, and the Halifax was a TV taping, and it was for something that we were doing, not only for the magazine, but it was something that in our head way back then, that's where we wanted to go, was Hulk and Bret at SummerSlam.
Do you remember there being a conversation within the office about, God damn it, Hogan won't put Bret over?
I remember, it didn't exactly happen like that from our vantage point, at least from what we were told by Vince, was that Hogan wanted to do it to Yoko, and Hulk wanted Yoko to take the title. And I think that he felt there was more money there than Bret. Now, how Vince presented that to Bret and how Bret took it, I can see Bret taking it exactly that way. Hulk didn't want to put him over, and Hulk didn't want to drop the title to him. You know, Hulk wanted to drop it to a monster. Hulk felt that there was more money in the rematch with Yoko versus a match with Bret being a, quote, babyface match. And that was how, it was presented to us from Hulk's point of view. God, man, you put me in a babyface versus babyface position again, like with Warrior. And they, now they've got to pick and choose, and they've got to decide. And you should have, put me against a traditional heel like the Big Monster, and let the Big Monster, the Evil Menace, take it off of me. And that's how it was presented to us. But I can see Vince saying all that shit to Bret.
Just to stir it up?
Vince was probably pissed. Vince probably, went from one phone call to the next. And Vince was probably pissed and frustrated over not getting the SummerSlam match that he wanted.
So this is directly from Bret's book. Once Hogan got back to his dressing room and knocked on the door and stepped in, Jimmy Hart, Dave Hebner, and Beefcake were with him. I said, Terry, I want to speak with you. And we stared at each other. Quote, you told me at WrestleMania 9 you'd be happy to return the favor. And as I understood it, now you don't even want to work with me. You won't put me over, and I'm not in your league. Hogan stood there speechless, so I carried on. Well, you're right. You're not in my league. On behalf of myself, my family, and most of the boys in the dressing room, you can go fuck yourself. He stuttered, brother, you don't know the whole story. And Bret says, I got the story directly from Vince. Terry, you haven't said 10 words to me since you got back almost 4 months ago. If you want to level with me, then go ahead. I'm right here. And Hogan said, I can't. Why not? Because you just told me to go fuck myself. That's right. And I'll tell you again, go fuck yourself. And I turned and walked out, heading straight for the ring to wrestle Bam Bam for the main event of the tournament. Did you see or hear this confrontation or hear about it? What can you tell us about this meeting in the locker room?
I heard about it after the fact from Bret. But I don't even think I heard about it that night. I don't think I heard about it until, the TVs after that Bret was, still pissed off and had confronted Hulk and said, hey, I heard you wouldn't put me over. And, the way I remembered it back then was that Hulk didn't say anything. And Bret was like, well, fuck you, and left. But Bret went in and confronted him after the fact. And basically said, hey, man, I heard you don't want to put me over. You don't want to put me over, then fuck you.
Let me spell it for you. GEICO.com. That's GEICO.com. Bret has ran down America so hard with some really great lines about if you had to give the United States an enemy, you'd stick the hose in this town.
Pittsburgh.
Just phenomenal stuff. So south of the border, he is a heel, but north of the border, he is cheered like the second coming.
Yes.
Was this always the design?
No.
It just happened.
It's organic. It just happened. And vice versa are baby faces in the States. And it kind of it was all the way up and down the card.
Yeah.
The Americans were
heels
in Canada.
Yeah.
It was a really interesting dynamic. I mean, you cross you cross an imaginary line. You're in another country, but you step over that line, you're a different person.
So let's run through that now. Around this time, you guys had to start having conversations with Dale Wilkes, who you worked with back in Global as the Patriot. So when this sort of America versus Canada situation starts to really boil, who says, hey, what about Dale Wilkes?
Well, it wasn't about the America-Canada thing. Dale Wilkes was just a talent that was out there and available. I'd worked with Dale in Dallas with the GWF, Global Wrestling Federation, there in the Global Dome, Dallas, Texas, formerly known as the Sportatorium, Sacred Ground, not there anymore. But
the ground still is.
It is. But Dell was available, and I always liked Dell, and we brought him in, and it happened to be, his gimmick as the Patriot. Great timing.
Why do you think he never got a shot in the WWF before then? He'd been around a long time, and he had a good look. His work wasn't bad. I mean,
well, I think he had a great deal in Japan.
Okay.
And Dell, I don't know if he was that interested in working the schedule that the WWF had.
I see.
So, but it was also one of those deals where it just didn't happen.
Yeah. So right time, right place. Dell's there now. So we're in the fall now of 1997, and some fun stuff is still happening. Now, August, I guess we should cover this. Undertaker versus Bret Hart. Shawn Michaels is the referee. There's some tension between all three parties, but specifically between Bret and Shawn. At some point in the match, Shawn is involved. There's a chair there. Bret spits at Shawn. Shawn cranks back with the chair, smashes the Undertaker. Accidentally now, Bret Hart is the champion for what would be the final time. But it still starts to sow the seeds of Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart. Did you know at SummerSlam that was going to be the plan for Survivor Series?
Yes.
So the original plan was we sow these seeds right here, right then.
That was the whole reason for it.
Okay, so that sets up Survivor Series. What was the plan for Royal Rumble and WrestleMania as far as 14 goes?
Wow. I'm pretty sure that's what we did. The only thing that happened.
The plan was for Shawn to beat Bret at Survivor Series, and then what happens at the Rumble, and then Austin beats Shawn at WrestleMania.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if it was necessarily at Survivor Series. Bret sped that up, with the leaving.
So it could have been the Rumble.
Could have been the Rumble, but the idea was always to have. There were a lot of things that were discussed, frankly, but it was.
Give me another alternative idea.
Bret and Steve.
So another alternative idea would have been Bret just keeps the belt and drops it to Steve at 14.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, it was, again, you had A, B plans.
Sure. Okay.
So the reason it went with Shawn, again, timing and Bret leaving.
So let's run through that.
There was talk, you want to get really crazy when we were talking about Hogan way back when. There was talk of that being Hogan.
It could have been Hogan and Austin.
Yeah.
At 14.
Yeah.
Wow. That would have looked a lot different.
I mean, but again, that's where I say, there were A, B, C, D scenarios of different things that we could do. The Hogan scenario went out that night when.
So this is kind of weird to ask, but at this point, I don't know another way to ask it. Shawn's made it public. Was his addiction situation starting to get out of hand, in your opinion?
Shawn's?
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
So he's just becoming
when you say out of hand, it was, I can't remember a time ever that Shawn was impaired to go in the ring.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and go through September. It's ground zero. Undertaker dives over the ring for the first time. Now it looks like, well, we got to put these guys in a cage. Bad blood happens. It's the first ever Hell in a Cell. Kane makes his debut. Lots of stuff going on right here.
Right.
Now we're in the next pay-per-view, and it's Survivor Series. And there's talk the week of the show, Bret's done. Bret's on his way out. So behind the scenes, what's going on when supposedly Vince McMahon goes to Bret and says, we can't afford you? From your perspective, how do you remember that happening?
Well, he did it in the Garden. I remember that. I don't remember how many weeks
Out it was.
Out it was, but I remember being in the garden. I remember.
Were you in the room when it happened?
No.
Okay.
No, I was not.
Did you know Vince was going to tell him that?
Yes,
that
I
day?
did.
Okay.
I did. And it was Bret showing up late.
So that
Vince had wanted to meet with him earlier in the day.
Mhm.
And of course, Bret showed up late. So when Vince had his meeting, I don't know that Vince was
in the best mood.
In the best of moods because he had to go out and do commentary and what have you. And in typical Vince McMahon fashion,
that was October.
Let's cut to the chase, pal. Here's where we are.
That's October because that's when Cactus Jack came back.
Okay.
Okay.
So it was done, and Vince kind of got right to the point and told him, we can't do this. And I'm be happy to renegotiate, but I'll also go and reopen your talks with WCW. And if there's any way I can help you get more money there, I'll do that.
Are you comfortable saying what you think the contract value was at the time?
No.
Are you comfortable saying whether or not he was the highest paid performer? Was Bret Hart the highest paid performer in the promotion at the time he was asked to take a pay cut?
That's a tricky question. Bret was one of the highest paid performers, yes.
Top 3?
Yes.
Okay. So the other ones may have been Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker? Okay. All right. I got a hand gesture that tells me maybe. Okay. I didn't know this was sort of keeping kayfabe with Bruce Prichard, but I guess.
Well, no, those are personal and those are business,
I didn't
confidential.
ask for a specific number.
Yeah, you did.
Well, I said, are you comfortable with it?
Yeah.
I
said no.
I'm going to guess $500,000. Am I in the ballpark?
I don't know.
Okay. You do know. Maybe we'll put a poll up. Do you want to know the real number next week? I think I'm probably the only person listening who cares about that. Anyway, I am curious. What's the mood when Bret leaves the room as far as you remember? Is this a total shock to him? Is he happy that he maybe can go get more money? He's had problems with Shawn here.
Well, again, I was not in the room. I was not a part of the conversation.
But you were around Bret post meeting. I mean,
I was, and I guess pouty is a word.
Okay.
I don't know that Bret was.
He wasn't happy about it.
He wasn't showing up that day to learn, hey, we can't afford you.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure he had a lot of things running through his head.
So at what point do you become aware he's leaving?
Well, Vince gave him the opportunity and gave him, whatever paperwork he needed to negotiate with WCW and to go out and get his stuff. I want to say we probably knew maybe 10 days out before the pay-per-view in that area, give or take. I don't know exactly when we found out. We found out obviously before the pay-per-view so that we could plan that he was leaving.
So when you find out the week before the pay-per-view, had you guys already started discussing what was going to happen as far as how the belt would be taken off? There's been lots of debate about would it be at Survivor Series, would it be at Raw after? What do you remember about that?
Oh no, it was always we needed to do it at the pay-per-view.
Okay. So that was the internal talk. We're going to do it at the pay-per-view. From your perspective, what comes back to you? Like, does Vince come in and say, he doesn't want to drop the damn belt now?
No, Bret was a part of that decision, and Bret was a part of helping us come up with an idea on how to get the belt off of him and what we do. We explain that, when I say we, it was Vince. I was privy to those conversations as a witness. But it was simply, this is what we have to do.
Right.
You understand what we have to do. And he understood what we had to do and help us get there. And it was like pulling teeth. It was very difficult. Bret never, to my recollection, he didn't like dropping the belt, didn't want to drop the belt in Montreal. But he was willing to do it. He indicated, I'll do it. We just got to figure out how we're going to do it.
So
but trying to figure out how we're going to do it, as Randy Savage used to say, you win them in the ring and you lose them in the ring. It was difficult that's the best way I can describe trying to come up with the scenario.
Give me an example, like
I don't know. It just was
freestyle
different.
suggestion.
You get Hunter involved, and I don't know, and we do something and it backfires, or Owen comes in and it backfires, and then we can do something with Owen and Davey. There were, and again, the specifics, I don't know if that was it, but there were specifics. There were different things, and it was thrown back. Okay, Bret, you don't like that.
What about this?
Give me an idea.
Yeah.
Or give me something.
Sure.
Give me something you do like. And we didn't get a lot of feedback, if any. So it was frustrating in that regard that everything that we threw out was, no, I don't want to do that. But we didn't get anything. How about this? So that was a big frustration.
Okay, Bruce, let's take a pause right here. We're knee deep in Montreal. I want to jump back into it. But first, I want to tell everybody where they can style and profile and support the Prichard Show. Where can they get some sweet swag to support our show?
ProWrestlingTees.com. That's where you go to get all the best wrestling tees. And you know what? We got a t-shirt for Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. So I've got one at ProWrestlingTees.com.
It is the very best podcast going right now. It's an underground sensation. It's getting bigger every week, and you can be ahead of the curve. You can say you were one of the guys who were the early adopters. You remembered us when we were cool, and there's nothing cooler than those awesome shirts over at ProWrestlingTees.com. You've got a reflection shirt that shows all of Bruce's characters throughout his career. You've even got one with one of his favorite sayings, which is,
just because I love you doesn't mean I like.
You can pick that up, and you can even go ahead and get a semi-formal shirt. It says that you're here to do business, but you like to party. But best of all, you can go ahead and pick up the Something to Wrestle With shirt. If you enjoy the show, man, hit the subscribe button, leave us a review, but then go to ProWrestlingTees.com/. Now back to more Something to Wrestle With.
The time that it consumed, this one match, as we're going in, and that one match, frankly, was now going to affect everything we were doing. So it was just difficult, and we had, come up. I don't even remember what the hell they'd come up with, frankly, but it was, talk to Pat Patterson, come up with something. But then, of course, the Wrestling with Shadows documentary bullshit that they did with Bret wearing a wire in, talking with Vince alone, which was, Vince didn't talk to Bret alone through any of that until that one time when he got him, and it was, Vince.
So you said bullshit, and then you said it got him. So you still hold a lot of animosity towards that film or the practices that it took to get that recording?
I don't think that it was, that's not real ethical to send one guy in with a wire and record him while he's having a private business meeting with someone else. I don't like that. I don't think that's necessarily ethical.
We're recording this conversation.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I'm well aware of that.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so carry me through that, I guess. Supposedly, there's a phone call that happens, and Hunter is the one who suggests, quote unquote, fucking him. Is that the way you remember it? Or
there were a lot of people that suggested it.
Okay. Who else suggested it?
I suggested it. Jim Cornette suggested it. Hunter suggested it.
So it wasn't a revolutionary idea. Lots of people were like, if he don't want to drop the belt, we'll make him drop the belt.
Exactly. Been done before.
And supposedly, Shawn asked Briscoe to show him some holds in case he had to defend himself. Is that true or false?
It's true.
Okay. So when would you have known, hey, if he don't want to do it, we're going to do this? What day of the week would that have been? I assume it was week
Well, first of all, that conversation never took place. We went in to that match. When I say we, everyone with the exception of Shawn.
So when everybody suggests, let's just fuck him, Vince always says, as far as you know,
we got to come up with something else. Yeah.
Okay.
We got to come up with another way.
So when do you find out that Shawn asked Briscoe for some?
I didn't find out anything until after the fact.
Okay. So let's fast forward.
So no, I did not know.
You're watching. I assume, is it fair for me to assume you're in Gorilla when this happens? So you're in Gorilla. You're in a headset just like you are right now.
No different. There's only one ear. And
from what I remember, the Hart Foundation, Owen and Davey, are right behind you, about to run
Actually, they were right in front of me.
They're about to run through the curtain to do a schmoz finish, which is what Wrestling with Shadows presented as what the original plan was supposed to be.
Right.
The bell rings. You're watching the monitor. It's not the finish you remember booking or calling or you're looking for.
Correct.
Pick it up from there.
Well, okay, I'll give you guys. Okay, I'll go back and I was going to say I'll give you something that's never been discussed.
No, do it.
Because
Do
it's personal.
Do it.
But no, I'm going to go to your point. When the bell rang, and again, I'm watching the match, but I'm doing other things too. And I'm looking for the spot where Davey Boy Smith and Owen Hart, and I think it was Neidhart,
Do a run in.
do a run in. And we're sitting there and I hear the bell ring and I'm like, what the hell? I'm yelling at the timekeeper, why are you ringing the bell? And I look up on my monitor and Shawn has his leg hooked and Davey Boy and Owen are standing right in front of me. And Owen's like, what happened? What happened? And Bulldog's like, they fucked him. They just fucked Bret. And they screwed him. And like, what do we do? I'm like, I don't know.
So they turned to look at you to ask what to
Well, they
do.
were staring at me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know. I
And
guess
so they assume you know, and you're not playing dumb. You really are dumb to this idea.
I have no clue.
Okay.
No clue whatsoever. I got it once
It happened.
Shawn rolled out to Vince. I got it. But
And Shawn tries to play it off like he's not involved. He grabs the belt and stomps
yeah.
backstage, frustrated, like he had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
You're about to digress and tell a personal story.
well, the personal story is that we used to do Undertaker was not on TV at the time.
Okay.
But he was there.
Okay.
And Taker sat next to me at gorilla position the entire night.
Was that normal
What?
for Taker to sit by you and Gorilla when he wasn't working?
No, I mean, but he had nothing to do and he was watching the show. So
As far as you
Place to
knew,
sit.
but he could have been smartened up and said, hey, baby.
hang on.
Okay.
So you just jump into the conclusions. So we're going to do the entrances, and the entrances were we followed both guys live all the way from the dressing rooms, all the way down the hall through Gorilla out to the ring.
Uh-huh.
Well, I told Taker, I said, hey man, we're going to be shooting through here. So you need to go and move for the entrances. So Taker just walked down and went into Vince's office to watch the show. Never came back. So we have the match. Everything happens. I'm done. And I'm sitting there like a sitting duck. I have no clue what's going on. And I get up and I'm going to go back to Vince's office where all my stuff was and where, we all had our stuff. And as I'm walking back, I see Undertaker standing in the hallway to Vince's office with his arms crossed, kind of looking around. And I'm like, son of a bitch. He knew.
Yeah.
And now he's guarding Vince's office.
Mm-hmm.
And I blow by him. And he's looking at me like I got steaming turds hanging out of my mouth. And we don't say anything to each other.
Well enough you're going to say something.
Yeah, we don't, I'm mad at him because I think he knows. He's mad at me because he thinks I know and he thinks I sent him away. So that he wouldn't be there when it happened. Now, what the hell he could have done about it or anything else, I don't know. But, so we think each other knows. And that was just my personal little thing that we had.
Did y'all talk about it later?
Oh, yeah.
So he did know.
No, he never knew. No, he did not know.
But he thought you knew.
He thought I knew. And I thought he knew.
And nobody knew.
And nobody knew.
Okay.
So we were mad at each other and we were both kind of
on the same boat.
Yes.
So now Vince throws Bret spits on Vince, throws a tantrum ringside, smashes the TVs, paints WCW with his fingers in the air, comes back through the curtain. Are you still in Gorilla at this point, or have you hightailed it out of there?
No, I was in Vince's office.
So you go to Vince's office and you assume that everyone will congregate there, or what happens? Does Vince come in the room next, or what happens?
Yeah, Vince and Shane came in. I want to say that Shane came in first. Then Vince came in, then Jerry Briscoe, and then Jerry Briscoe went out and got JR and brought JR in, and that was it.
So you guys are sitting around the office, and then there's the
Nobody was sitting.
Okay, everybody's standing around the office. What's Shane doing during all of this?
I'm sure that everybody who wasn't there probably has this vision of us, sitting around plotting. It was silence.
Yeah.
It was silence. We sat there, we watched the monitor, Bret destroying everything.
It's kind of like Mourning a Death a little.
Okay. I don't know what that is.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, this is the end. Something traumatic has happened.
We know that and it was far from the end, and we all knew that.
Yeah.
And, Jerry Briscoe went to go and, talk to Bret and pretty much go out and face everybody. And I mean, Briscoe came back and Vince was like, I need to go and I need to face him. I need to face everybody.
What did Briscoe say Bret said? You recall?
Yeah, I don't recall him really saying anything. I don't even know that Jerry spoke to Bret.
So Vince then goes into the locker room where Bret is.
We made that walk and got spat upon by the Hart family all along the way in the hallways. They literally spit on us.
The wrestlers or the family?
The family.
So like his wife and is spitting on
his sisters.
Wow.
Yeah. They weren't happy.
So then you walk into the room. At this point, Hunter and Shawn are probably out of there.
No, they were there.
Okay. So walk into the locker room. What happens?
Well, we walked in. On the way there, we were met by Taker.
What?
And
has the director come up yet? Like the company that's filming, has that been a topic of conversation at this point?
What director?
They're shooting Wrestling with Shadows.
Oh, they were nowhere around. That from the standpoint of what
I'm saying as far as Vince goes, is he thinking, oh shit, I forgot they're here. We need somebody to neutralize.
Oh God, that was the furthest thing from our mind.
Okay.
That was the furthest thing from anybody's mind.
Okay.
It was kind of like a non-issue.
Okay.
But, we got confronted by Undertaker, Davey Boy, and Owen, and Neidhart. And Vince just looked at him and said, guys, what did you expect me to do? I did it for you. So he wasn't willing to do business. I had to do something. I had to do something to protect each and every one of you guys. And said, where's Bret? And he went down, walked down the hall. Undertaker went in and pretty much got everybody that was not directly involved in the match, got him out. And I was there. Tony Gurria was there. Sergeant Slaughter, Jerry Briscoe, Shane, and then the guys that were involved in the match. So anybody else that claims to have been there, Earl Hebner was not there. Earl was gone. They weren't there. Even Ken Shamrock asked if he could stay and was asked to leave. So, and it was pretty simple at this point. Bret was in the shower and Davey went in and told Bret that Vince was here. Bret came out of the shower, still soaking wet, said, I'm going to finish taking a shower. I'm going to get dressed. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to knock you out.
So he goes and takes a shower.
Went in and finished his shower, came out, started to get dressed. And, he and Vince, he cussed at Vince and blah, blah, blah. And Vince just said, Bret, you left me no choice. I had no choice. I had to do what was right for my business. I couldn't allow you to just take the belt and show up at our competitor, and had to do what I had to do. And I would think that you would respect that. And it was heated on Bret's end. Vince was pretty calm through the whole thing. I think both guys' emotions were pretty high. And Bret did exactly what he said he was going to do. Bret got dressed, tied his shoes, picked up his knee brace, threw it in his bag, and got up and punched Vince.
Was it just one punch and he was done? Or
one punch, and everybody was in between them, and Vince went down. But everybody was in between them, and it wasn't going any further than that.
So he smartened up. Vince told all the guys, he deserves a shot. Let him get one.
Yep.
So, it's interesting, when you really dig into what we're talking about here, because you kind of get the impression that a lot of WWE folks, maybe Vince, maybe not, certainly not then, view the world title as a prop. It's not a big deal. But right here, Vince is really defending that belt.
It was a symbol of the company.
Sure.
It's a symbol of the brand and the company that Vince and his father had built. So to have your champion,
I'm saying that
symbol goes somewhere else.
That symbol gets bounced around in pretty ridiculous fashion these days.
I understand that.
So I'm just wanting to clarify that what a different time it was in mindset.
Right.
So let's kind of address the Medusa thing. Was that ever a discussion? I mean, did you guys really believe that Bret was going to show up on Nitro like Medusa did with the belt?
How would you think anything else?
Did he negotiate when he was the Intercontinental Champion to take that belt to WCW to the best?
I have no idea if he did. I have no idea whatsoever.
Bischoff has always maintained that he never asked Bret to bring the belt and knew that Bret
believe that.
and he knew that Bret could, and he says that because he'd already been sued for that.
Right.
So there was, not just because he's a nice guy, but he knew, I'm gonna get sued for that. But he doesn't start on TV for like a month after with WCW. But you guys were still pretty steadfast and, hey, you know what? They'll do it anyway and just take the lawsuit and let him show up a month there.
We didn't know when he was going to show up.
Okay.
We had no idea. But regardless of when he was going to show up, we had to transition that championship to someone else that was going to be here that we could get behind.
So Vince sustains a black eye, I suppose, and some sort of ankle injury in the fall, and then limps out of there, and that's caught on camera in the movie. Your feelings about that being filmed and shown in the movie, or?
I mean, it's real life. I felt that the portrayal, it was not a fair portrayal. And you can say, if everybody says I'm sucking Vince's dick and I'm towing a company line, I don't work for WWE. I probably will never work for them ever again. You never say never, but the way things are, I'll probably never work for them again. I'm quite happy where I am and what I'm doing right now. And no, I don't tow any company line. I have no reason to tow a company line, but I also do not appreciate and will feed into the rumor and innuendo and bullshit. And that documentary was very one-sided.
Yeah.
Their timing was great, but it was strictly one-sided. It wasn't a fair portrayal, but that's what documentaries do. If anybody thinks that reality TV is real and documentaries are just showing you all the facts, no, they're in the interest of whoever's doing the documentary.
So when this fight is over, you guys go back in Vince's office. What happens next? Everybody just goes back to the hotel like a normal night?
We left.
So what conversations are you having when you leave the building? You make a phone call to somebody. You're talking about this. You've got to be, your senses are high. Who are you calling? What are you saying? What's the talk? What's the theme?
Well, Jerry Briscoe's one of my best friends in the whole wide world. And I had a little chat with Gerald.
And he told you that he knew and that he showed Shawn some hooks or something?
He told me what he had done the night before and that they had talked about it the night before.
He went to Shawn's hotel room, or Shawn went to, okay. You don't remember that part?
I don't know. But, that he knew, and I understood his position, talked to Vince, and, he pretty much said the same thing to me, because I did it for you. I did it for everyone, in my company.
So the next day you guys go to Raw, and supposedly a handful of guys don't come or say they're not coming.
Mick Foley didn't show up. One guy.
That was it. Everybody else showed.
Everybody else showed.
But maybe they were a little.
And then Mick called and apologized and was there the next day.
So when you say everybody, Owen, Anvil, Davey, they're all there?
Owen, those guys, no. And Vince asked them not to come.
Okay.
Told them they didn't have to come.
Hawk is there.
Everybody
else,
everybody that was supposed to be there was there.
okay. So is anybody walking around with their ass on their shoulders, so to speak, about Vince screwing one of the boys and they're trying to stand up for the boys, or do people get it?
You know, some got it, some didn't. And
Who didn't get it?
there were a lot of guys that didn't get it. I don't know specifically who, but there were guys that didn't get it. We had a meeting with the guys. I think we didn't have a meeting until the next day because we needed to get business taken care of and move forward.
So Raw, you don't have a meeting.
I don't think we had the meeting in Raw.
But on
I think we had it
Tuesday.
on Tuesday.
Okay.
Got everybody together, and Vince explained, "Hey guys,
So like in an arena, they're all in the seats chilling and
we had it backstage somewhere,
okay.
where catering or something like that."
Okay.
I remember the meeting, but I don't remember.
What's the gist of the message that Vince pushes out?
Same exact message that he always said. I did it for you guys. You know, this is the situation, guys. He left, didn't want to do business on the way out. I did what I had to do. I did it to protect you. I did it so that didn't give our competition another edge over us. I did it so that we would be able to continue to do what we do.
He maintains at that time that Shawn didn't know.
Who?
Vince.
They all stuck with that story for a long time, yeah.
Okay. But you knew by then that Shawn knew.
I didn't know by then, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But there was no, but here's the reason for that. There was no reason to put undue heat on.
Oh no, I totally get it. He had enough.
Shawn had enough heat on his own. There was no reason to put undue heat on Shawn. And I'll tell you something that Vince said to me when we got back, because I was upset about it at the time. I felt that, you just don't do that. But at the same time, I understood why. And late one night when we got back to the office, and I never forget, because I used to like to have my lights off, and I had a lamp on my desk, and I would work by lamplight. And it was later in the evening, and it was dark outside, and Vince comes walking into my office, and I was the only one there. And it's kind of, typical Vince. "How you doing, pal?" So I'm all right. And I was being kind of a dick to him because I get it.
Felt left
I understand. I felt left out. I did. I felt like,
couldn't trust me.
You could have trusted me, and I would have been behind you, and I'm behind you now. But what he said kind of put it all in perspective for me. And I said to him, I said, you could have told me. He says, then you would have known, and that would have dumped on you. And I didn't want you to have to lie to anybody. This way you can look anybody in the eye.
But you didn't know.
I didn't know, and you weren't a part of it. That was to protect you.
It's pretty smart.
And I said, well, okay. I said, I said something with Shawn's name. He says, well, I want you to think about this. Who else do you think would have had the balls to go in and do what Shawn Michaels did? That took a lot of balls. Not to just do it in the ring, but to walk back through that curtain and face all those guys in the locker room.
Yep.
And he did that for you. And he did that for everybody back there. So when you're mulling all this over, and I understand your emotions, keep that in mind.
That's a fair assessment.
And, I thought about it, and I was like, you're right. A lot of guys can say, well, I would have done this. I never would have done that. You weren't put in that situation.
Right. Do you own your home? Go to geico.com. Do you rent your home? Go to geico.com. Do you have a car? Go to geico.com. Want to save some money? Go to geico.com. This is just really awful to talk about. But it kind of is what it is if we're going to tell the story of Rick Rude. He died in Alpharetta, Georgia, which is a suburb of Atlanta. He had moved there, of course, when he started working with WCW, because prior to that, he had spent years and years in Tampa. He had just bought 20 acres in Rome, Georgia, and started construction of a new house. His wife was only 33 years old when he passed away. He had 3 small children as well, and he had been training to do some like mixed martial arts, just trying to kind of test the waters. He wanted to be active and compete and do something. Unfortunately, though, he passes away on April 20th of 1999 of an apparent heart attack. He was rushed to the North Fulton Medical Center And it's just weird to talk about all these guys, man, and you don't really know exactly what happens. But at the time, there were lots of rumor and innuendo that he had died of a possible drug overdose. And those rumors came out because they found empty prescription pill bottles near his bed. The Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, though, could not give a specific cause of death. So it was just viewed as mixed medications. There's no good way to really talk about the business here, because a lot of people are going to blame the business for deaths like these when a guy who's 40 and has 3 small children and is in really good shape and, you know, is building a house and just got himself a new truck and has 3 small children, when he dies, just, you know, and he's in, obviously he looks like he's $1 million. Is the business partly to blame for this, do you think, Bruce?
I hate blaming the business. I don't think that's fair. There's more guys that are living and doing fine, and then there's an unfortunate segment of the business, and especially during, I guess, this time period where guys abused their bodies. They abused different drugs, abused alcohol, and you can look at other professions and say, you know, some people abuse alcohol, some people abuse drugs. It's just unfortunate, and it sucks, especially losing someone with a family, with a young family at such a young age.
Yeah.
There's just no way. There's not a good spin to put on it, but it's not fair to put it on the business.
On the afternoon that he passed away, earlier that day, Rude had taken his 8-year-old son, Rick Jr., to school and then attended that martial arts class and went to hit some golf balls. At around 5 o'clock, his wife, Michelle, returned home from shopping and found him on the floor, barely breathing and with a light pulse. She called 911, and he was barely revived in the ambulance before going into a coma and then suffering cardiac arrest in the hospital. And he left behind his wife, Michelle. They married in 1988, and those 3 kids were Rick, Marissa, and Colton. Colton passed away in September of 2016 in Rome, Georgia, after a motorcycle accident. And there were just lots and lots of rumors at the time about what was involved and what wasn't involved. And for better or worse, people linked steroids to Rick Rude. They said that he had big arguments with WCW officials and doctors about it. He obviously testified in the steroid trial as well. And other wrestlers like Ric Flair have said that, you know, he had lots of prescription issues. But one of the things that was popular at the time, and you never know what is or isn't anymore, but this doesn't seem like it's nearly as big of a deal as maybe it once was. But it's been reported that at that era of WCW, lots of guys were using a drug called GHB. And there may be people who aren't super familiar with what that is, Bruce. Can you kind of catch us up on what GHB is?
GHB is chemical GABA hydroxybutyrate, I believe is how you say it. And it was a bodybuilding supplement that was created in Germany in the 80s. It was very big internationally, especially in Germany. The bodybuilders took it to help cut water weight and cut up their bodies. The intended usage for it was take a scoop at night before you go to bed. It would help relax you. And the benefits were that it would help you
burn calories while you slept.
Well, yeah, burn fat and burn calories and help cut you up while you slept. It gave you a euphoric feeling. I took GHB. I liked GHB. It would give you a euphoric feeling, and if you took it as directed, I dare say that I don't know that it would have caused any harm. I don't know any studies have ever been done. I don't think it did with me, but like everything else, whether it's drugs, alcohol, anything. If you abuse it, food, come on. If you abuse it, it can be dangerous for you. And there's a culture that, hey, if one beer is good, then imagine what 6 beers is going to be like.
Right.
6 beers is really great. Oh my God, I'm going to have 24. And it's the same thing with drugs. It's the same thing with anything that makes you feel, that alters your feeling. So if, one's good, 20 must be great. And guys started to use it and abuse it. By the 90s, they had regulated this drug so much more because people were making the stuff in their bathtubs, and people were using floor cleaner and industrial floor cleaner. Imagine that. Drinking a cap full of floor cleaner to get a high. It got to be that crazy because it had this GABA hydroxide butyrate in it. And there was a lot of abuse and just a lot of usage, not just in wrestling. It was, man, I had a few baseball player friends that said it was absolutely the rage in Major League Baseball amongst the guys because it helped them sleep. It helped,
Right.
It helped them go to sleep. And by God, they could eat all they wanted, eat like shit, and then burn fat at night while they slept. So it wasn't just a wrestling problem. In addition to that, it became the date rape drug, where guys would slip it to girls in bars, and the girl wouldn't have any recollection. They'd black out, not have any recollection of what happened, and that's where the whole date rape thing came in. So not a real good supplement. I think its initial intent was valid and had some merits, but anytime you abuse something, and it can become dangerous.
His friends, when he passed away, had named 2 particular steroids that he used, parabolin and primobolin, that he was heavily into. I probably butchered the pronunciation there. My apologies.
You and I are both big steroid guys.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
There's lots of rumor and innuendo about Rude's passing away. And this feels really weird to talk about, but I got hit with this dozens of times. So I'm going to ask, and you're probably going to say it's ridiculous. Have you heard specifically anything about the Honky Tonk Man and his theory here?
No.
Allegedly, somewhere Honky Tonk Man did an interview or a shoot interview and was asked how Rick Rude died. And Honky said that Rude thought he could cure his erectile dysfunction by injecting Viagra directly into himself, into his penis. And this apparently caused an infection, which resulted in an amputation. And he believed Rude killed himself. And as silly as that sounds, Kurt Hennig wrote a letter to his friend that was made public, and he was adamant Rude did not kill himself. And when there's these empty prescription bottles near him and he dies so young, people start to say, oh, maybe he killed himself. And at one time before he died, there were rumors that Rude had testicular cancer, which Meltzer says was not the case. But he did have a recurring medical problem due to complications in that area from a steroid shot taken in the early 90s while on a WCW tour of England. So there's lots of rumor and innuendo that he had an issue down there, and that is what got some of this suicide talk, percolating.
I think it all sounds extremely silly to me. And from what I know of Rick Rude, he was not the type of guy that would even consider suicide.
Have you ever heard anything as silly as guys injecting Viagra into their penis?
No.
I know that I've never heard of a guy taking a steroid shot down there either.
Can you imagine doing that?
No. But I do know that adult film stars before Viagra was around would give themselves a shot in the Puder. So I'm in the loop on that, and I don't know how to pronounce the thing, but it's like Caverjacked or Caverjacked or something like that. I only know that from an old Ron Jeremy documentary, which is kind of funny if you haven't seen it. But catch me up on this theory. Had you ever heard this before?
No.
This is all brand new information to you?
Yes.
So you're going to chalk this up as bullshit, rumor, and innuendo?
A lot of rumor and innuendo.
Okay.
I mean, I spoke with Rick's wife the day after she found him, and she had indicated the prescription bottles and just the fear that due to injuries, and I guess he had been in an automobile accident recently.
Yeah, a couple weeks before.
That he might have just overdone it and be an accidental overdose. But to think that Rude would have left his kids and left his wife, that just wasn't in his makeup.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Michelle Rude was quoted in The Observer as saying, Vince always treated my husband very well. He goes by talent. Some other promoters didn't go by talent. Rick spoke what he felt. A lot of promoters didn't like that. Vince respected that and understood that. Others didn't and held it against him. So I want to kind of ask you, what do you think Rick's legacy in wrestling is today?
I think his legacy is and will always be, the only guy to be on Raw and Nitro on the same night. And out of everything that he's done, the matches with Jake, the matches with Warrior, for me, he made the Ultimate Warrior.
I agree.
Sting, that his legacy, what people are mainly going to remember is that's the guy that appeared on both Nitro and Raw live in the same night.
Isn't that a shame, though? Because he was capable of so much more and it was taken away from him. It's sort of like people remember Pillman for pulling a gun on Raw.
Right.
And there were much more that happened and that he could have done, and it was all just taken away from us.
Yeah.
It's a sad story. Kurt Hennig's letter is out there, and it's a really, really good letter. Throw it in your Google machine. I don't know that I should read it here, but it's really good. And if you're a fan of Mr. Perfect or Ravishing Rick Rude, and obviously you are if you've been listening to our more recent shows, you should check it out. Anything else we want to kind of touch on this week about Ravishing Rick Rude?
I got one story.
You know what? I know what story you're going to tell. Before you get there, let me ask this about Vince McMahon. Do you think one of the reasons, I'm just freestyling here, do you think one of the reasons he has not been in the Hall of Fame before now is any sort of resentment about the way the Nitro thing happened? Or is it simply he didn't want to put someone who died of an apparent drug overdose in just for the bad people?
None of those, because he has. I mean,
well, but why did it take so long?
I mean, he's put Perfect in, he's put Big Boss Man in. There's a lot of guys that he has. I don't know. I really don't know. Look, you can't. Again, that's a exercise in really trying to apply logic to an illogical situation.
When guys go in,
you win who and how.
Yeah,
just frustrating.
We have lots of requests about wanting to talk about that selection process, but you can't apply any logic to it, so there's nothing to really talk about. Right?
Unfortunately, there's not. It's whatever is in the mind of Vince and Kevin Dunn at the time.
Okay.
And it's crazy, and there isn't a rhyme or reason. I'm sure that in Vince's head there is.
Sure.
But from having, going to a lot of us and getting our suggestions and our input, and then almost you could take the ballot, let's call them ballots, because they would ask certain people, hey, give me a list of 10 people that should be in the Hall of Fame this year. And if you were to calculate that and you were to look at it and read and calculate it, I would dare say each year, and I have no idea how they do it now or what that process is, but back when I used to see everything, that out of the submitted ballots, that maybe 5% made it in.
Oh, wow.
Like in that time frame when they were looking to submit ballots.
Just total.
Some names would go in every single time and just get ignored.
Like Macho Man.
Macho Man, Howard Finkel. There were a lot of Dusty that just, for unknown reasons, you'd ask and not the right time. Not now, then when, when the fuck is the right time? And, Freebirds, just
long
the list goes on and on of, without any real plausible explanation or rhyme or reason as to how that process is done. And it can be frustrating. I can only imagine the fans' frustration. Imagine if they did a fan ballot, kind of like they do. I guess they do with baseball. I don't know how the hell they do that. What if you did a fan ballot?
Yeah.
And allowed the people that actually watch your product week in and week out, subscribe to your network and love the history of the business. What if you allowed them to cast a vote for the Hall of Fame? I think you would have a much different Hall of Fame picture. You know, Bruno forever.
Yeah.
Warrior forever. Savage forever. Honky Tonk Man forever.
What's the hold up? Do you need me to spell it out for you? It's GEICO.com. That's where you save money. GEICO.com. So let's talk about why we're here. It feels like we have been building to this moment as we're over an hour into the show. The match that changed everything. The Undertaker gets a win over Mankind. It officially goes about 16 minutes in this Hell in a Cell match. I don't know. I mean, there's no way for us to really just talk about the match without talking about everything that led up to it and the memories of the match. And I feel like now's one of those times where I'm just going to I'm going to lay out and I'm going to let you talk about this from everything that was happening sort of behind the scenes that week. And then I'll chime in because this is one of those stories that people have been asking about for a long time. I mean, Mick Foley has made this part of his tour all year, the 20 Years of Hell tour. He's been doing comedy clubs across the nation. And I think he's even going to take it to Australia later. And it's all about this match, really. It's maybe the most famous match in company history, certainly in this era. I mean, you could say Andre Hogan was bigger, but that was a little before my time. Here, this is as big as it was. I mean, people are still making references to it in a way they don't talk about any other match. So let's start from the beginning. When did you first hear that they were going to do Hell in a Cell and sort of take us through all of this?
Well, leading up to it, there was a lot of talk about doing, at the time, it was Mankind and Stone Cold for the championship. And this would have been, had we gone with that match, it would have been, I believe, the third time that Steve and Mick Foley would have worked. And I just don't think that,
In a row on pay-per-view.
yeah. And there wasn't I don't want to say there wasn't any confidence in it, but Vince McMahon didn't feel that attraction for a third time was what we needed. And he wanted to do something different. He wanted to shake it up, and he wanted to do unpredictable in something nobody would ever call, which is what they did with Kane. So leading up to that, then you get to the point of, okay, then what the hell do you do with Mick? We've been building Mick with Steve, and then now Undertaker really doesn't have a dancing partner. So I think it was Vince McMahon who was like, why not do, Mankind and Taker one more time, put him in the cage and put him in the confines of this monstrous cage and have that epic fucking match.
Well, it's also mentioned, Foley wrote about this, of course, in his book, that Russo breaks the news to him, quote, "Cactus, we're just concerned the audience won't buy another match with you and Steve." And originally this was supposed to be the blow off with Mankind Austin in the cage. So Mankind sort of assumes, okay, well, I'm out of the cell, and he gets good news from Russo. Oh no, you're still in the cell. They're just going to do it with the Undertaker. But in Mankind's mind, Mick Foley's mind at the time, he's got to be not overjoyed with that either, because he went from working with the tippy top guy who's got a staph infection to now the not as hot guy, but still a major guy, but a guy you've had 6 pay-per-view matches with. And oh, by the way, he can't walk. He's got a jacked up ankle.
Right. And I think that Mick kind of felt, what the hell do I do now? And both got, Taker felt the same way. Taker kind of felt like, what else do we have to do that we haven't already done? And you put him in the cell, and now that raises expectations, as, there had been this Shawn Michaels and Undertaker great cell match that everybody is raving about how do you top that? And that was Mick Foley's mindset, is how in the fuck do I top what Undertaker did with Shawn Michaels? So is legend has it, I believe, and I'd always thought it was a lot of Mick Foley, but it was Mick Foley and Terry Funk going back and just talking about what the hell can we do? What can I do to make this match different? How do we take this to the next level? And the funny thing was Mick, after watching the match, was kind of like, there's nothing we can do. What the fuck? How do you top this match? And as legend has it, was Terry Funk that said to him, start the match on top of the cage.
Which you would think when you hear that, where the fuck do we go from there? You know, if we're starting on top, where do we go from there? Now, if you haven't watched the first Hell in a Cell, you really should go watch that, because Undertaker Shawn Michaels really set a new precedent. I know you hate it, but Meltzer gave it 5 stars, and that match is tremendous. We've covered it in our archive, somethingtowrestle.com. And even Mankind would write in his book that when he watched this match with Terry, that Terry said, Cactus, that's going to be difficult to beat. And so he suggests starting at the top. And I think everybody naturally thinks, well, where do you go from there?
Goddamn kid, just get on the top of the fucking cage. Start it up there. Make that big bastard chase you.
Well, not only where the hell do you go from there, my first question when I'm hearing is, how the fuck do you even get there at the beginning? You got to get there at some point. And when I heard what they had laid out, it's kind of like, okay, then what? You throw him off the cage. He takes this great bump. That should be the end. That's the finish. Where the fuck do you go from there? And when Mick says, we're going to climb back up and go back up to the top, but you just got thrown off through a fucking table. Then what? We're going to go through the cage. Wait a minute. You're starting on top of the cage. You're getting thrown off. Then you're going to climb back on top of the cage. You can completely kill the bump that you just fucking took.
Yep.
And then you're going to go through the fucking cage.
Yep.
To the ring.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't fucking get it. But as they laid it out and you start talking about it, and the way when you tell somebody, like I just told you, it's like, okay, start on top. Bam, we're going to have a fight on top of the cage. I've got a fucking chair. King Cancun, boom, big bump off the fucking top. Boom, go carry him out. You come down off the cage. They think I'm done. I come back, jump up on the fucking top of the cage. We go again. This time, you choke slam me through the fucking cage. It doesn't make sense. However, when you watch how they did it and the time, when Mick Foley took the initial bump, the first bump off the top of the fucking cell, he didn't move. He just laid there like a sack of shit and did not fucking move. Jim Ross's call on that was, oh my God, he's broken in half. Good God, he's broken in half. You believed it. And the way they shot it and got off of it, because it gave you the impression that, oh my God, he's not moving. He could very well be dead. And that was a scary thing. And Mick took it so damn well that no one really knew, other than Terry when he got down there and made sure he was okay. But Mick separated his fucking shoulder on the bump. And he thought that was, well, that's okay. I just separated my shoulder. Then they go through and everybody talks about all that, the bump. Everybody thinks that bump from the top of the cage through the table, what a horrific bump is. The bump, the scary bump, the bad bump was the bump he took off the top of the cage onto that fucking concrete ring that we used to have. And that wasn't supposed to happen that way either. The original idea behind the bump in the ring was when they got back up to the top of the cage, that they fought on top of the cage until Taker picks Mick up and goes to slam him through the cage. And when he choke slams him, a little bit of the cage gives, and you see it give. And Taker looks down, and Mick's there, and he picks Mick back up, takes him back up again, and choke slams him a second time. And more of the cage gives. And the people are watching, and they're seeing the cage start to sink from the top, and Foley's body weight is starting to come down and shit. And Taker reaches over and fucking on that third time, hopefully, and now he crashes through. But it wouldn't have been the bump from the top of the cage. It would have been probably about the equivalent of maybe right about the top rope of the cage by the time for the third time. And the thought was that cage would have broken his fall. Well, everybody saw what happened. First time, the cage was gimmicked, and it didn't break away like they thought it would. It just went. And add on top of that, there's the chair being up on the cage panel that Mick took the bump through and just followed Mick right down and smashed right into his face, knocked his teeth out. It was brutal. And anybody that's taken a bump in those old WWF rings, they were the stiffest things. It was, I'd rather take a bump on the concrete than those old rings. So it was a little snug.
Man.
And Taker's standing up there thinking, oh shit. He ain't moving again. So here comes Terry Funk. Here comes the doctors. Here comes the referee, and everybody's trying to talk to Mick. And Mick is out of it, completely out of it, but he's going on just pure adrenaline at this point, telling everybody, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. And once Taker up on top kind of gets the sign that it's like, okay, he's okay, and Taker jumps down, and you see him, he's favoring that ankle pretty good when he jumps down from the top of the cage. But to give Mick even more time to get his bearings, Terry Funk fed in and got chokeslam right out of his shoes, which, again, thank God for Terry Funk being down there. But a lot of that shit, like Vince coming down to check on Mick, that wasn't part of it. Vince was genuinely concerned. Like, is he okay? I have to know. And wanted to be there. It was some scary shit because we really didn't know. Is he's moving. And I'm talking to people and saying, is Mick okay? And they're going, yeah, he says he's fine. You can't be fine after that. I don't give a fuck who you are or what you are. But, man, they continued on with the match and went another little while, including thumbtacks, which the line of the night for me after the match was Mick Foley coming up to me and apologizing to me for forgetting the thumbtack spot.
Oh,
Said, I'm so sorry, Bruce. I totally forgot the thumbtacks. I'm so sorry. But other than that, was it okay? Now he's got thumbtacks stuck all over him. I said, Mick, you got the thumbtacks in? He says, I did? Like, you got the thumbtacks in, man. He goes, oh, okay, good.
ages.
Probably early in that week. But again, the one bump going off the cage onto the announce table, I guess was as safe as you can make something like that. And the second bump was meant to be something else. And that was something that just went wrong.
It was supposed to be work at it. And then it finally gives, and he is hanging on as it falls, not just breaking
Right.
it through.
Right. Because nobody would have wanted, I mean, no one in their right mind would ever take that bump from the top of the cage like that.
Well, it is something that people still talk about because a lot of people debated, well, you can see the zip ties. Clearly it was supposed to break, but you're saying not like that. It was supposed to break, but in time, not on the very first contact with it.
Correct. It was supposed to gradually give until like about the third choke slam to where he would finally go through, but the cage would be breaking his fall along the way.
You know what's weird is when I watched this match back this week, it's the first time I've watched it in a long time. And I guess I'm just getting older now, and it sort of clicked in my brain. Like, what if he missed that table? It's not like earlier in the day. You know, I know sometimes before a big pay-per-view, if somebody's like, "Oh, I want you to do like a reverse power bomb or something," they do a walkthrough. There's no walking through throwing yourself off the fucking cage. Like, you're just doing it. And it's not, I mean, I know that he had had a lot of experience jumping off the ring apron to the concrete floor. I get it. But the distance you're going, the height you're up, you know, and it's not like you got a spot on the concrete you're really trying to hit. If you get a little bit of a guy or you get all of a guy, it doesn't matter. I mean, this is different. This is much higher and something he's never done before. What if he missed? What if he hit the people, you know, the Spanish announce team? What if he hit the guardrail? What if he hit the concrete? Mick Foley could very easily be dead from that spot, or certainly paralyzed.
Well, and Mick was in complete control of the bump the whole way. So at that point, you have to look at him and have the confidence in him to either do it or not. And he's the one that's taking the risk, and he's the one that has looked at it and feels that he can pull this off. We had the table.
A lot of confidence, and I get when you're saying he's in control. I understand that Undertaker's not throwing him off, but I am saying you're leaving it up to a guy's judgment to hope that he's right on something he's never done before. And if he's wrong, you've just had a death on pay-per-view, like a horrific accident on pay-per-view.
You can say that about any bump, and you can say that about anything. And unfortunately, there have been horrific accidents that have happened on much simpler bumps. So that's every day those guys take that risk.
Let me ask you.
And it was a risk, and I think everybody knew it was a risk.
This is a weird question I ask. If the Owen accident had happened before this, there's no chance this bump happens, right?
I don't think so. No.
It's just weird to think about how so much of everything changes after those two things, you know, this bump, and which is obviously scripted, and then a very real tragedy. But really, a couple of things go differently here, and this could have been totally different. In his book, Foley wrote about this, that Cactus was sort of pitched this idea jokingly by Funk. Maybe you should start on top and just let him throw you off. And he says it jokingly, and Foley sort of jokes back, "Oh, and then I can climb back up and he can throw me off again." And eventually he decides, wait, I think I can really do this. And he spends the next week or two trying to pitch the Undertaker on let's starting up top, and Undertaker shoots it down every time. And then eventually he says to Cactus, "Why are you so intent on killing yourself up there?" And Foley wrote that he answered, "Because I'm afraid the match is going to stink. You can't walk, and let's face it, I don't have any heat. We've got a heck of a legacy to live up to, and I don't want this match to ruin it. If we start out hot enough, we can make the people think we had one hell of a match, even if we didn't." Eventually, the Undertaker comes around to the idea. Did you have a conversation with Undertaker about climbing to the top of the cage with this hurt foot and then throwing a motherfucker off? Because even though we understand wrestling and Foley's really he's gonna do it himself, the perception would certainly be different if this went poorly, and it would affect the Undertaker. And this is somebody he cares about, who he's done a lot of business with, who's doing this. Did you have a conversation before or after the match with Undertaker?
Well, I had a lot of conversations with both Mick and Undertaker before the match, and frankly after the match, just thinking, think about what they were trying to top. They were trying to top Shawn Michaels from the middle of the Hell in a Cell, standing on a crossbeam, taking that bump into the announcer's table, which was absolutely spectacular at the time. And Mick feeling he had to top that so that people wouldn't think the match sucked. And that's the part that always would get me. It's like, then what? Okay, then how do we top that? And we found ourselves in that position, to where when Mick and Hunter were on top of the cage and Mick took the bump again through the top of the cage, but we had the ring gimmick so that he went through it and it was completely safe. And we did practice that, and we did make sure that went as planned beforehand. But it's crazy, man. It was a different business, and guys, a lot of times they look at that, and like you look at Mick Foley's legacy, and that's in so many ways, that's his legacy, that bump, that night. Fact that he kept going and he was out of it. And the fact that, when he comes back, he convinces all of us, no, got my bell rung, but I'm okay. I can go out, my shoulder's out, but the doctor popped it back in. I'm fine. It's an easy spot that I got to go out and do with Steve. I've got it. I'm fine. That wouldn't happen today either.
No, we haven't even gotten to that part. It's just crazy to think about that he came back out. He does sort of freestyle in the book that, quote, I had missed the monitors, which was my biggest concern. Can you imagine if he'd have hit the fucking monitor? It never even crossed my mind until I read that in the book again this week.
Well, the way that the monitors were in there for that, and if the top had been off, that would have been an issue, but that part of it was actually safe because of the way they were positioned. There was no monitor in the middle, and they were on the outside, and they were gimmicked to go. And then later on, guys would get rid of them, which I always thought was silly. Why would you if you're going to put a guy through a table, why are you throwing the monitors out of the way for a smooth, nice, even, flat finish or flat bump? If you want to hurt somebody, leave the monitors there. But actually that part of it was really, to me, the least of the worries. To me, the worry was he hits that table and slid, and just slid right off the damn thing. And as you say, either went into the barricade, went into the people. There were just a lot of things, a lot of what ifs that you knock on wood and you thank God didn't happen. And then the shit that was supposed to happen that did, the other bump is like, fuck me. That's crazy.
Foley is critical of the way he took that choke slam, the one that put him through the cage, because he says it's the only time he didn't go high for an Undertaker choke slam. Understandably, he's hurting here. I mean, he
Thank God.
He had to climb the cage, as you said, with a separated shoulder, which is probably not easy at 300 pounds. And so when he's finally up there, he just can't get up for him. So he winds up just falling into the cage. But he says that if he had went high, he's worried that he would have over-rotated and landed on his head. It's just unbelievable. It's to the point that Foley even wrote in his book, he asked The Undertaker, hey, what'd you think when you looked down from the top of the cage and saw me on the mat? And he says, Undertaker didn't skip a beat and said, I thought you were dead.
I just scared shitless.
And what's weird too is, when The Undertaker finally gets down there, he says, Jack, let's go home. And Foley wrote that he said, no, I'm okay. Which is just amazing.
Right.
He's so out of it. He's even asking the referee, was I already on the stretcher once tonight? Yes. Obviously we don't know back then what we know now about head injuries. This would never happen, but it's just unbelievable. And you even referenced the whole, sorry, I forgot the thumbtacks thing. When he comes to the back, is there like a standing ovation? What's the reaction when he comes through the curtain? This is something like out of a movie.
Yeah. Taker and Vince were right there for him and just hugged him. And it was definitely a standing ovation because it was an unbelievable performance. And people were concerned, first of all, for his well-being, thinking, how in the hell is he walking? How did he get up? When he had the tooth up his nose.
Crazy.
Well, we thought it was snot.
What's funny?
We thought it was a big loogie.
I watched this match this week and my person saw it for the first time, and she said, "Is that his tooth in his nose?" Yes.
Yeah,
did it
we
get
thought
th-
it was snot at first,
How did it get there? The hard way. It's crazy.
right through his lip.
This person's still alive. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's I like to point as much as I love Mick. I like to point to some of the things Mick has done to young guys and say, you don't need to do this. And Mick didn't need to do it. He really didn't.
You know, when he's in the back, and I guess we should talk about him because we have it here. You guys had like a chiropractor that people have asked a lot of questions about over the years, who was help adjusting guys. What's his role here in trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again?
Francois Petit. And Francois Petit he was a hybrid of a chiropractor, a kinesiologist. He did a lot of different crazy things, but a lot of athletes with unique injuries would often go to Francois, and he would put them back together, manipulate their joints and their bones and everything. And, man, I've never been adjusted by anybody like Francois. I mean, he would hurt you. It hurt, but afterwards you felt better. And he we called him Dr. Petit or Francois. He was Sub-Zero in the Mortal Kombat movie franchise, and he was a stunt coordinator, things like that. More than anything, he was pretty much a crazy motherfucker. But he would pop guys back into place. I broke my ankle one time. He set my ankle, wrapped it, and I was done. And I could walk on the damn thing. He was amazing like that. It was hard to explain. There were stories about him doing, okay, now don't laugh, him doing open heart surgery on people and repairing arteries without obviously opening them up, just with his hands. And he would go in and do bypass surgery on people. That's real life.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Those were the legends of Francois Petit. But guys would go and they would spend a couple days at his place in California. And that's how, we came about him, because he was putting people back together. And we thought, well, instead of having guys go to him, let's bring him to us. And those that want to use him can use him as a chiropractor and to help them with their injuries and help them rehab and different things like that. So, but he could pop a shoulder back in. It was always like, let me reduce it. I can reduce it. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Vince Russo was a big fan of old Francois. Russo would go out and spend vacation and weeks out with Francois in California, and tells a great story about Francois racing Warren Beatty on the Sunset Strip somewhere in California. But he was this crazy doctor. The real doctor that we had was Dr. Frank Romascavage, and that was the guy with the long hair at the very end of it. And they point him out. That's Dr. Romascavage. He was the real doctor that was there that actually stitched Mick up. And
14 stitches in the lip he got. And I assume that's also who's pulling the thumbtacks out of his person.
that was Dr. Romascavage and Francois both. Yeah. With pliers, little needle nose pliers, one by one.
That's what we're talking about right here. So there's even footage of McMahon going to congratulate him and thank him for everything he's done for the company. But he says something like, "Promise me I'll never see you do anything like that again." Did you have a conversation with Vince after the match? Or do you remember what the interaction was? I mean, it feels like there's some sort of edict that has to come down. Like, we've let this shit go too far. No more.
Well, not only, yes, there was. And it was also Vince recalling one of the reasons that he didn't want to hire Cactus Jack in the first place was because of the stuff that Cactus used to put his body through, and that Vince felt was unnecessary. So the fact that Vince let him do that, and he's kind of looking at himself in the mirror and says, damn it, we can't, I mean, he took responsibility for it. He goes, I can't let him do that do that to himself anymore. So it was brutal. A lot of soul searching.
And we're not done. As if that's not enough. Kane's out next, and he's taking on Steve Austin in a first blood match. Now, this is interesting because it's a first blood match, and one of the guys is completely covered. Arms, legs, hands, face. It's a first blood match. And the other guy, while he is the hottest star in the business, he's just spent 3 days in the hospital. Pretty crazy to think about. Vince McMahon is watching this from the owner's box with Sable on his arm. And in the middle of the match, the cage starts coming down, and it gives the illusion that McMahon is behind it. And eventually, I guess we should mention here, what is the stipulation? If Kane doesn't win his world title shot here, obviously if Austin loses, Kane becomes world champion. What if Kane loses? What happened?
Bro, we're going to cover him in gasoline and set him on fire. And then he's gone forever. It's good stuff.
You help me understand how Vince McMahon co-signs this.
Well, God damn it, pal. We're not going to actually do it. That's how.
I don't understand.
We're not going to do it. God damn. It's entertainment.
It's unbelievable is what it is. You guys had a set a motherfucker on fire step, which is just crazy. The match gets 3.25 stars. There is some fun stuff to watch here. One of the times when the cage is going up, Kane is laying across it, teeter-tottering, which is kind of fun to see a 7-footer do that. They're brawling everywhere. As we mentioned, Austin's fresh out of the hospital. He's got the elbow wrapped up. He's working with a staph infection here. Eventually, unbelievably, Mankind runs down to interfere with a chair. Eventually, the Undertaker shows up too, and he's limping along, and they're playing dueling chairs, and Mankind ducks a chair shot, which causes the Undertaker to hit Austin, who also had a chair. And then immediately Austin does the gimmick, and he is pouring blood like a major, he hit a vein. And in the middle of all this, the Undertaker goes and gets gasoline. This is real life, folks. The Undertaker gets
my favorite part.
gasoline, and he doesn't pour it on Kane. He says, fuck this. And he poured it on the Hebners. I don't know if maybe he got the Iggy that the Hebners were making fake merchandise or what, but he poured him full of gasoline. And now Austin's bleeding a river. And eventually everybody gets a stunner, and the referee comes to, and you think that Austin's going to win, but he sees Austin pouring blood. It's a first blood match. He calls for the bell. Your winner, new WWE champion, Kane.
Yes. God damn it. Good shit. Yeah, actually, when you watch it back, that was some pretty good shit. When you think about the peril that you put your champion in, having a first blood match with a guy that's covered head to toe with a leather mask, none of his extremities are exposed.
Not one.
He's talking with a voice box to his throat. We could have cut his throat, maybe. And if he bled there, no shit, the thing went up his neck too. Forgot about that.
Process what you just said. We could have cut his throat. You just flippantly just threw that out there.
Well, it could happen. Doop. So you put your champion in such peril that the odds are astronomical to overcome, but they're not going to put the title on this big red monster. So it was kind of must see. It's a must see event because how do you get out of it? And that's how we got out of it.
Serious business. It is something nobody saw coming. Austin is the hottest act there is. And we should remember, and this is sort of funny too, that it all sort of surrounds the Hell in a Cell. Of course, The Hell in a Cell was first put on the map at Bad Blood in October of 97. The match is Undertaker and Shawn Michaels, and Kane interferes. That's where Kane makes his debut. Now, fast forward 8 months, and what do you know? Undertaker's in a Hell in a Cell, but now the Cell's involved, and he interferes in Kane's match, and Kane becomes world champion. It's weird the way it all sort of ties together, and Paul Bearer is in the middle of all of it. And we see a shot of Vince McMahon as the pay-per-view goes off the air. And it's sort of interesting because Meltzer sort of freestyles that giving that shot to Vince McMahon at the end of the show sort of gives him the credit for the title instead of having all that heat on Kane, Paul Bearer, or the Undertaker. Is he overthinking it?
Yeah, he's overthinking it, but that's where the heat was on Vince. And I think that to me, the most amazing thing about this match and this night is I'm sitting there watching it was old timer. You go, how in the hell do you follow the Hell in a Cell match that we just saw? How do you follow that? And not remembering it all. And I'm watching, man, Kane and Austin came out and had that crowd red hot. They were just on fire, no pun intended, for Stone Cold Steve Austin. They were into every single thing they did. There was no air taken out of the building. The crowd was into it from start to finish, and nobody predicted that outcome that night.
No, I mean, I don't think anybody did. I mean, it is a pretty big moment. I mean, Kane's only been in the company a handful of months. He's the world champion. He's beat the hottest guy. Austin's bleeding like a stuck pig. It's something else, man. I don't even know how to describe this match when you think about all the stuff that's going on, the fucking gasoline and everything in between. And as if that wasn't enough, as crazy as it is, Foley came back out.
Yeah. Yeah, and took a stunner.
Unbelievable. Let's get to Twitter. We asked you to ask some questions about King of the Ring 1998. It's one of the most historic shows in history, so we were not at a loss for questions here, Bruce. Are you ready?
Ready.
John wants to know, how far back was the plan for Kane to have a one-day title reign? Did they come up with it that day, or was it always the plan to pop a big rating the next night with Austin winning the title back?
Once they booked the match, the way they booked the match, and that was probably about 2 or 3 weeks out, that was the plan.
Efron wants to know, whose idea was it for the Cell to come back down during the Austin Kane match?
Originally, I think it was Pat Patterson's idea to bring it back down, thinking that you're going to get a second Cell match. What if? And they did it.
Gulage wants to know, how was Steve Austin supposed to draw first blood with Kane since he had a mask and had his entire body covered?
That was the exact question we wanted people to ask. And if anybody could have figured it out, Stone Cold could have.
One of the questions I have, do you own or rent your home? Sure you do. And I bet it can be hard work. You know what's easy? Bundling policies with GEICO. GEICO makes it easy to bundle your homeowners or renters insurance along with your auto policy. It's a good thing too, because you already have so much to do around your home. Go to geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. It's GEICO easy. Visit geico.com today. That's geico.com. Next month, it's fully loaded. The Rock is going to wrestle Triple H in a number one contender strap match. Lord, there's a lot of stipulations here this year. Oh yeah, Russo. The winner is going to go to SummerSlam and get a world title match. Ultimately, it's not The Rock. Triple H beats The Rock to earn a title shot in a strap match, 19 minutes and 21 seconds. It gets 3.25 stars. We should mention that The Rock really steals the show with an interview before the match. And this is the era where we saw in the same time frame, Triple H do the old sit down interviews with JR, I guess about a year prior. And now he is sort of trying to separate himself from some of the DX stuff and some of the silliness and become the main event and become the game. And it's interesting that we've got so many guys sort of leveling up here. Specifically, Hunter and Rock. Maybe Rock beat him there the prior year, but now it feels like it's Hunter's time. Not without a little bit of help. Of course, China's there. And believe it or not, Billy Gunn gets involved. And Rock's going to give Billy Gunn the rock bottom, but that allows Triple H to hit the pedigree. Triple H wins. And now Triple H is on to work in the main event for the world title. And The Rock's going to work with Billy Gunn. Now, Lord knows I'm not disparaging Billy Gunn. Big jacked up dude, great pedigree, great wrestler, etc., etc. But you got to wonder, coming off the heels of the main event of WrestleMania with Steve Austin, and now I'm not in the title picture for SummerSlam. Instead, I've lost at a couple of pay-per-views in a row. And now I'm working with, admittedly, the new king of the ring, Billy Gunn. Does Rock see this as a demotion? Or instead, does he see it as a vote of confidence of, hey, the office really needs me to help get this guy over as a single?
Rock hated it. There's no other way to explain it. I mean, Rock hated it.
Did he see it as a demotion?
He saw it as not a demotion, but okay, I'm the guy that has to get this guy over.
Right.
And not like I'm over, go put me on top. And instead I'm putting the role of trying to get this guy over. I don't know that Rock really had the confidence in Billy. This was a time where we were looking to get a singles run out of Billy and see what the hell he had. You know, it was away from the tag team with Road Dogg, and he's on his own. Let's see what he can do. And as we've discussed previously and talked about the New Age Outlaws and the ups and downs there, this just didn't work. And I don't know if it was from being a tag team guy that there's a different cardio level for tag team guys. And I say that about a guy who is one of the most in shape, amazing athletes, just natural athlete ever in the business, in Billy Gunn. But I don't know that his pacing and his timing and everything was right for a single run. And that sounds weird, but it wasn't. And it wasn't the same being a single as he was much better with a partner.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you look at,
No, there's not. It's a different lot, man.
yeah. I mean, we could go on and make a big list of guys who are like that, but that's the thing. Like we've talked about this before, Billy Gunn his size is deceptive. I don't think people think about him and Hulk Hogan being the same size, but they are. I think Billy might even be taller and just as jacked. Like, it's hard to poke holes in his presentation as a main eventer, but for whatever reason, it just wasn't clicking. And, well, I mean, The Rock kind of buried him a little bit in promos. And I know he did that to everybody in this era, but it felt especially brutal when he did it to Billy Gunn. Like, this isn't even in my notes. I just remember him having the conversation with quote unquote God. It's Billy. That whole thing. I mean, everybody's laughing during the promo, but did you think, well, he's fucking dead?
No, it was really okay. Here's your opportunity. Now come out of it and go out and deliver. But the audience wasn't ready for him, and I don't know that Billy was ready for the push at that time.
I mean, you couldn't really go live. I mean, again, I'm not trying to disparage Billy Gunn. I'm a fan. Nice guy, by the way, too. But I'm just saying, how many people could really go in there and verbally spar back and forth with The Rock? Sure, there's a handful, but that's the end. There's just a handful. So it's not like you could even say, all right, Billy, now you go out there and ether him.
Yeah, I mean that's again a testament to the writing That's a testament to the delivery, and that's a testament to the talent. Rock had the talent to go out and do that. Whatever was written for him, he would make his own. And yeah, it's not even fair. It's kind of taking a slingshot to a gunfight.
So let's talk about SummerSlam 99, where The Rock is going to officially bury Billy Gunn forever. I'm sorry. The Rock wrestles Billy Gunn in a kiss my ass match, or as it was referred to, in some commercials that weren't as liberal as the USA Network, a kiss my backside match. And Billy Gunn comes out with this is directly from the Observer. Billy Gunn comes out with a short, very large woman under a sheet and said when he won, Rock would have to kiss her ass and not his. They brawl some on the outside of the ring. Gunn hits Rock with the ring bell. Gunn counters a rock bottom and uses a neck breaker. Rock winds up with a bloody nose and makes a comeback with a float over DDT. Gunn finally uses his famouser and went to rub Rock's mouth on the woman's ass as she lifted up a fairly short dress and showed these huge panties. And during the match, Lawler and Ross kept speculating what kind of underwear this large, scary woman was wearing. Rock reverses things and shoves Gunn's face in her ass and then hits the rock bottom and the people's elbow for the pin. Quote, reports are that Rock was very upset working with Gunn midway through the match, and this contributed to a somewhat disappointing match. A fact he pretty much made well clear on television the next night, and when he tried to categorize Gunn with Gangrel and even Brooklyn Brawler as wrestlers at the level that he should never be booked with. 2 3/4 stars. My God, what a moment in time. Not only are you not winning, hey, congratulations. You're the king of the ring. So glad we're getting you this big singles push. I know you're a very decorated tag team wrestler, but now you're the man. You're the king of the ring. And we're putting you with a top guy. Hey, look, there's The Rock. And you're the ass man. Well, we're going to get that over. We're going to put you in a kiss my ass match. Oh, by the way, you're losing and we're going to shove your head in this lady's ass. And then tomorrow we're going to compare you to the fucking Brooklyn Brawler.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Help me understand how this happens.
It didn't work. I mean, it just didn't work. And I think that the confidence in Billy's single run quickly diminished. It wasn't, and it wasn't just this match. It was leading up to it as well. And when you look at the two talents, where are you going to invest? And you're going to invest in Rock. And unfortunately for Billy at that point, that's where it lay. I think that was a lot of times a shortcoming of Russo of let's, if you book it, they will come. It just didn't, not everybody, just because you book them in that position, should be in that position. And I think for Billy to succeed, that maybe after King of the Ring, he probably should have worked with someone else and built to that. But being put right in with Rock and being put right into that position of not just top guy, but mega top guy, and not being able to run with him, it's a tough crowd.
Does Vince have his own opinion? I mean, does Vince form the opinion all on his own? I mean, as to who's a top guy and who's not, or does he have guys that are sort of in his cabinet, if you will, and say, oh man, this guy, this, or that guy, that? Can he be influenced? I guess my question is, clearly he saw something in Billy Gunn, or we wouldn't have gotten this far. When Rock comes back through the curtain, is he in Vince's ear say, God damn it, don't fucking make me do this again. The guy bloodied my nose. The match fucking sucked. I shouldn't be working with him.
I don't know if he did or not, but I think that anybody that watched it could have seen that.
Right.
So, Vince is always going to make the final decision. And yes, people are going to give their opinions on it, but a blind man could have seen it.
Well, I'm not arguing that, but I guess,
I'm not putting all the blame on Billy. I think that,
of course not.
a lot of it goes to the booking, and a lot of it goes to the creative from the standpoint of, could we have done this differently? And the answer is yes. And we should have taken Billy and built him and taken our time with it before just saying, all right, Billy's going to be a single. He's going to be Mr. Ass. We're going to give him a push, but by God, let's put him in there with the top guy right away. And now you're automatically comparing him to, number 1A and 1B in the company. I think he had a little bit more growing to do to be put in that position. So it's poor booking on our part.
I guess what I'm fascinated by is, anybody could see that watching the match. Why didn't we think that about The Rock when he had a bad match with The Undertaker? I guess that's my point. The Rock can go have a bad match with The Undertaker, and it's like, oh, well, those guys just don't click. So when
because The Rock and Undertaker had proven themselves previously with a lot of other people.
But Billy Gunn had as a tag wrestler for over a decade.
As a tag wrestler, not as a single. No.
Not over a decade.
Absolutely not.
Time. Okay.
Absolutely not. And even after that proved that, maybe he's better off in a tag.
Oh man, we got to do another show on this sometime soon. By the way, the next night on Raw, Rock does pin Gangrel. And then during the Mankind Triple H title match, he comes out and does commentary, and he's asking, who's booking this crap regarding his recent matches. Triple H winds up hitting The Rock with a chair while Rock is at the commentary table. And then Triple H ends up pinning Mankind to win his first world title. Big deal for Triple H. He's the world champ and The Rock's on commentary. So he's at least in the game. Hey, whether you own or rent, GEICO makes it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Go to geico.com today. Edge's just one day reign. Deborah, of course, is out in a bikini, and Meltzer writes, you're not going to find many women pushing 40 who look like that, or pushing 25 for that matter. Eventually, Deborah distracts Edge to taking off her jacket, and Jarrett knocks Edge into Deborah, who falls on the apron. While all this is going on, Gangrel snaps Edge's neck on the top rope, and Jarrett pins him using the reverse Russian leg sweep. After the match, Austin hits the ring and gives Jarrett a stunner. What do you remember about this match?
I remember Austin, the most memorable thing, the finish, and Austin coming out and stunning Jeff and kind of being out, because it was a lot of talk from Jeff's original interview back and the blasphemous, and would Steve ever work with him or not? And Steve did it. He came out and did this. So that's all you remember. That's all you were meant to remember.
And he did the little mocking of the strut, which is pretty famous.
Yes. And it's funny. I just watched this the other day, and that was, is about as awkward as you can get with Steve doing the strut, and everything was hilarious.
July 26th on Raw, Jeff would pull actor Ben Stiller out of the crowd and attack him. This is to cross promote a movie, I'm sure, but how was Ben to deal with?
Absolutely great. Ben and Drew Carey were two guys that I remember showing up, didn't have a big entourage with them, and sat out with the boys and watched the monitor in the back where everybody kind of gathered around. Wasn't a big star, and was willing to do any and everything that we asked him to do. Great guy.
On August 2nd, European champ D'Lo Brown would get the victory over Jeff to win the Intercontinental title on Raw. Why in the world was D'Lo a double champion here? This seems out of place, Bruce. What say you?
D'Lo was getting over, man. He had the head bob, and D'Lo was getting over. So, man, let's try something. Let's go with him. Why not? Throw a little more steam in the engine.
Let's talk about August 15th on Heat. Meat defeated Jeff Jarrett. What's your favorite Meat match?
Jesus, I'd like to forget every Meat match I ever saw.
Meat's now
the best gimmick for Shawn Stasiak would have been Mr. Paranoid.
Meat's now a chiropractor. So would that make him Dr. Meat?
Dr. Paranoid.
Now, I assume you're talking about Paranoid because he taped all his conversations.
Just really paranoid.
Yeah, give me an
We'll leave it at
example.
that.
No. You brought the shit up and you said it twice, and I let it go the first time. When
He
circled,
just believed that everything was a conspiracy against me, believed everybody was talking about him, believed everyone was conspiring against him to hold him down, and was just out of his friggin' mind.
August 16th, the Observer reports that Steve Austin turned down working with both Jeff Jarrett and Billy Gunn, claiming that neither were over enough to work with him. Here's what Kevin Kelly said once upon a time. I was there when Jeff Jarrett returned and came out and gave his famous little shoot promo thing in the ring where he said he felt Austin 316 was blasphemous, which is what Jeff's true opinion was. But Jeff was instructed by Vince Russo to speak his piece. When Jeff came through the curtain, Austin was pretty much right there, and he said, "You're talking about my merchandise, you're talking about my money, and I don't like it." What Jeff probably should have done was gone to Steve and said, "Hey, listen, this is what they want me to do, and what do you think about it?" Steve Austin harbored a lot of bad feelings towards Jeff Jarrett because of the fact that Steve was starved when he was down in Memphis, and while Jeff was catered to as the Booker's son, Jeff had this huge mansion, or Jerry had this huge mansion in Hendersonville, and both of them lived the good life while Steve was getting around $40 a night. Austin has defended his stance. Here's what he says. He wasn't physical enough. He didn't hit the ropes hard enough. And it wasn't a case of me being able to bring him up, more of a case of him bringing me down because of how hot I was. I'm not out there UFC shoot fighting, but Jesus Christ, lay some stuff in on me, bust my mouth, whatever. That's the way I did it when I was feeding comebacks on DX and all those guys. I mean, those guys walking backstage would be with busted lips and noses, loose teeth. I was throwing sledgehammers in there and people were going crazy. That's just the way it was. He can't hit the ropes hard enough to bust an egg. I had a violent physical work style. I mean, Jesus, you want to work with me? Bring it. And then we get to the Gund Arena and they say, okay, we want you to work a match with Jeff Jarrett. And I said, what? You want me to work with who? And they said, Jeff Jarrett. I said, I think Vince Russo was telling me this. I said, all right, come here. So we walk into McMahon's room and it might've been me, Vince, Jim Ross, and about 5 other people. And I said, fuck this. MSF. These are the best damn cussing jobs. I said, I told you sons of bitches, I never wanted to work with the guy. And now you're going to make me come in here and play the bad guy. Meanwhile, Jeff Jarrett said this. Steve Austin has drawn a ton of money and throws a very phony punch. This business is all about perception. So I don't really understand that one still to this day. There's a lot of things that you can pinpoint or complain about in Jeff Jarrett, but his in-ring work? I've never heard that. This statement about me hitting the ropes confuses me more than him not wanting to work with me. What say you, Bruce? This whole he doesn't hit the ropes hard enough sounds like the fucking dumbest thing I've ever heard, but I can't tweet that to Austin because he blocked me.
Well, that's Steve's opinion, and that's how Steve felt, and Steve was the main man. So if Steve doesn't want to work with you, he ain't going to work with you. And it just boils down to that. He can say whatever he wants. If that's how he felt, that's what he wants to say. That's his prerogative and that's his opinion. I think that Jeff was a damn good worker. I think Steve was a damn good worker. I agree with Steve as far as throwing sledgehammers. Steve threw his shit in. He didn't want to work with Jeff, and that was the bottom line because Stone Cold said so. He wasn't happy about it, wasn't going to do it, and there was no more negotiation beyond that. And Russo would do things a lot of times where he would just write things in thinking that people were going to do it. Steve was one guy that would put his foot down and say no.
In mid-August, Jeff's putting over D'Lo on the house shows, and then we get to SummerSlam, August 22nd, 1999 in Minneapolis. Huge business again, and Jarrett wins both the Intercontinental and the European from D'Lo in about 7.5 minutes. They're teasing a breakup here big time with Double J and Deborah, including Jarrett ordering Deborah to leave, but then, of course, Deborah comes back out with D'Lo. Eventually, of course, Mark Henry's involved. They do the big swerve, and Jarrett gets the pin. So Jarrett, Deborah, and Henry all leave together, 2.25 stars. So at this point, Jeff becomes the first wrestler in WWF history to win the Intercontinental title 6 times. What'd you think of the match and the decision to take the belts off D'Lo here?
Well, actually, I do remember this. I thought it was good, and shout out to Mark Henry, who gave me a call today on my way back from Austin. But I thought it worked. It told a nice story and was able to kind of give new life, a little bit more new life to Jeff. So again, when you have something in the hodgepodge of all the other, stuff going on at times, and you can settle down a little bit, I thought this kind of worked.
All right, let's get to it. The next night, as crazy as this sounds, Jeff just gives the European title to Mark Henry. So there's that. Deborah also gets an assistant in Miss Kitty, Stacy Carter, who is of course the real life wife of Jerry Lawler, becomes Deborah's assistant. Again, we started talking about this show with lots of Tennessee stuff. Why is Stacy in this spot here?
Stacy was looking to work. Stacy was a good looking girl and more TNA, not TNA, but tits and ass.
Jeff starts to attack women at this point, which sort of begins his feud with Chyna. Where did this idea come from? How comfortable was Jeff in doing it? Obviously it's a different time. But I mean, he gets on a roll here with it. On Raw, he defeats Jacqueline on September 6th. On September 9th, he pulls the fabulous Moolah in the ring and smashes her with a guitar. Then he puts Mae Young in the figure 4 while Deborah and Miss Kitty are begging him to stop. Whose idea was it? I mean, this feels sort of Andy Kaufman like, which is
bro.
Yeah, help me understand.
Yeah, bro. Andy Kaufman, very Andy Kaufman like, and I think this was a collaboration of both Russo and Jeff together just to try and make Jeff a modern day Andy Kaufman, and Jeff coming from Memphis and seeing what that did for business there. But the thing was a celebrity, but I think it was more a collaboration of the two and trying to come up with something new and different.
So September 13th, they have a Raw where Luna Vachon is in a match with Jeff Jarrett, and Ivory smashes a guitar over Luna's head. So Luna gets the win by DQ, and then Jeff puts Lillian Garcia in the figure 4 when she announces that Luna was the winner. A few days later on SmackDown, Jeff would attack Hollywood actress Cindy Margolis and put her in the figure 4, and then he would high five women's champion Ivory and then put her in the figure 4 too. I don't know why this tickles me, but it does. Later on, Jarrett would wrestle Test and try to put Stephanie McMahon in the figure 4. September 20th, on Raw, Jeff Jarrett would attack the makeup lady backstage. Put her in. Why does this tickle me so much? Whose idea is for him to just Cindy Margolis, Moolah, Mae Young, the makeup lady, Lillian Garcia? This is so silly.
As much as I hate it, you got to admit it was entertaining shit.
Oh, it's so funny.
I mean, yeah, the makeup and all that stuff. Yeah, it got to be how ridiculous could we make it?
Tess and Stephanie have a tag match against Jeff and Deborah wouldn't tag in, which leads to Stephanie pinning Jeff Jarrett. So there you go. The Intercontinental Champion is losing to the boss's daughter.
So what do? You put the figure 4 on your tag team partner.
September 23rd, Jeff attacked the female stage manager and put her in the figure 4. Later in the show, all the women that Jarrett has attacked show up with Chyna and they all attack him. And this takes us to the Unforgiven pay-per-view. It's September 26, 1999. It's from Charlotte. It's not a sellout, but it's drawing huge business. Over $500,000 at the gate, 93,000 in merch sales. Interesting match here. Jarrett beats Chyna by DQ in 11.5 minutes to retain the Intercontinental title. Harvey Whippleman is the referee, and Jarrett dumps Deborah and told her not to come out, which basically teased the finish, of course. Chyna uses a power bomb on him at some point, tries a Hurricane Rana, but Jarrett blocks it. Lots of stuff going on here. Meltzer would say, Jarrett's overselling here looked silly. Chyna hit Jarrett with a chair and bulldogged him on the Spanish announcer's table, but it didn't break. Chyna tried a pedigree, but Jarrett blocked it and catapulted her into the ref. Miss Kitty went to give Jarrett the guitar, but Moolah and Young hopped the rail and hit the ring and began pounding on Jarrett. This was still pretty campy, so it was entertaining. Although the joke got old by the end of the night, the silliness continues, and Meltzer would call it reasonably entertaining, 2.5 stars. Any memories of this?
Oh, again, it was entertaining, gaga, ha ha. And that's all it was. It was a moment. It was a moment in the show where you had levity and you had your gaga.
After the match here, Prichard comes out and tells Whippleman about the finish, and they show it on the video wall. So Whippleman reverses the decision. And then Chyna beats Prichard up after the match, including delivering a low blow and a pedigree. What'd you think?
Again, is levity. I think that the best point of the whole thing was going back to the video wall.
Yeah.
What I used to love is when guys you'd have a run in and they'd either be looking at the ramp or looking at the video wall, and you see the guy coming down, which is supposed to be surprised.
Yeah.
Or when they would turn the referee to the video wall side,
So he could
and
see
they
it.
would do something behind his back on the other side. I'm like, just look up.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This is
Apply
Chyna's
logic to an illogical situation.
This is Chyna's second pay-per-view match where she's wrestled in 1999. She wrestled Road Dogg at King of the Ring a few months prior to this. And you jokingly mentioned before that Chyna felt like she should be wrestling for the world title.
I'm joking.
How did the idea come about for her to be wrestling as wrestling men? And then what'd you think of her performance?
I thought her performance was fine. I thought her performance was good, but again, it was female versus a male, and I didn't feel that. I didn't like it. I mean, again, I didn't feel that, especially at the time, that there was a place for it. Vince Russo and Vince McMahon obviously felt otherwise, and they did it, and it became levity and it became entertainment for what it was.
Why was Tom Prichard tagged here for this spot? Is this because he knew it wouldn't hurt him and he knew how to handle it? I mean, what's the
Yeah, he didn't care.
Yeah.
It's entertainment.
October 2nd at Rebellion, once again, a UK pay-per-view, Jeff Jarrett defeats D'Lo Brown to retain the title. Chyna would defeat Jeff Jarrett by disqualification. We head towards October 4th. This is Raw now. We've got Moolah and Mae Young defeating Ivory and Miss Kitty. And Miss Kitty is actually forced to take Jeff Jarrett's place. And after Miss Kitty gets pinned, Jeff attacks her, puts her in the figure 4. October 7th, SmackDown. Ivory defeats Miss Kitty in a mud wrestling match that was set up by Jeff. And then Jeff pushed Moolah and Mae Young into the mud. Chyna appeared and then kicks Jarrett into the mud too. When you guys did these silly mud matches, was anybody into this, and who dreaded it the most?
Oh boy. Probably the prop guy dreaded it the most because, see, you have to use a certain kind of mud. Can't just use any kind of mud. You have to use this organic mud.
Working mud.
Yeah. God, I just hated that cliche, the mud matches and the oil matches and all that crap. But that's me.
October 11th, Jeff would attack Chyna, put her in a laundry bin, and push it off a ledge with her inside. Some of this shit's just so silly. Here we go. No Mercy pay-per-view happened.
I didn't book that shit.
October 17th, 1999. We're in Cleveland, Ohio. And the rumor and innuendo is that Jeff's contract expired one day before New Mercy, and he was unhappy with his role in the WWF and he didn't resign. So the day of No Mercy, he literally holds up Vince for what's been called a large sum of money to appear on the show. Not all that different from what the Ultimate Warrior allegedly did at SummerSlam 91. You were here. What really happened? Unfortunately, over the years, Jim Ross has been kind of finger pointed out here and singled out as being, this is his fault. Did JR miss it? Did JR have a verbal from the guy? How did this come to be where he's the champ, figured into a major pay-per-view, and now he has all the leverage?
Well, JR didn't miss it. No, I mean, we all knew, and there were some of us that were louder than others saying, hey, why are we continuing to go on when we don't have a contract extension or a contract or something in place? JR took someone for their word, and he trusted Jerry Jarrett, and that's, I guess he learned his lesson. But I think in the big picture, the people to blame were Vince and Russo for insisting that it go on, and for everybody taking, and again, I go back to Jerry a lot on this, because Jerry's the one that was negotiating a lot of it, and he's the one that didn't keep his word and wasn't truthful. So JR was doing his job. JR was doing what he was told. He did everything in his power to get it done. And he's the fall guy. That's the position. That's the heat position. If shit goes good, Vince is a genius. If it goes bad, you're a dumbass.
So you guys show up to the building that day, and what happens?
Jeff went in and met with Vince, and then met with JR, and they got him a check that day for whatever it was that he wanted. And he went out, he did the match of China, put her over like $1 million, and left. And I remember, Jeff coming up, and by this time, Jeff and I had really gotten over all of our stuff, and we were cool. And I remember him coming up, and he said goodbye to every single person in the building that night. And
Jeff's version, I shouldn't speak for him. The version I've heard is that Jeff just wanted what was owed to him, and that sometimes some pay-per-view residuals and some house show checks and all that would kind of trail. And he was concerned that if he went and showed up on WCW TV, given the circumstance and the Monday Night War and all that some of that money would have been even slower to come, if it ever came at all. So he just wanted whatever he had already earned in one lump sum that night. Is that, to the best of your understanding, the way it went down?
That's the best of my understanding. Yeah. From Jeff's side. Yes. And frankly, I don't disagree with that. You know what I mean? I don't disagree with him wanting that.
I don't disagree with it either. I just think it's funny that the narrative gets pushed out there, that he held Vince up for a bunch of money. He didn't hold him up for a bunch of money. He wanted what he had earned.
But again, at the time, it was he held Vince up, and he wasn't going to go out until he got his money. And at the time, it all got put on JR, and it is not, 100%, man. It's that one can't be put on JR. That one was Vince, trying to salvage something and make it all work.
Hey, y'all, did you go to GEICO.com yet? What's the hold up? You got a house? You got a car? You need to bundle them. You need to save. It's GEICO.com. March 22nd. It's announced that the WWF had purchased WCW. That happens on the Torch website, and the Torch is who I used for all of my research this week. Shout out to my good friend, the Greensboro Jackoff himself, Mr. Bruce Mitchell. PWTorch.com is where you can see more great content like the stuff I'm going over today. The Wall Street Journal covered it the very next day on the 23rd, and supposedly the executives and attorneys worked until the wee hours of that night on Thursday morning to get a short form agreement in place. And the speculation at the time that was reported was that it was somewhere between $10 to $15 million. But in recent years, we've heard those numbers fluctuate, depending on who you ask, from $2 to $4 million. So before we talk about money, and you tell me we're not talking about money, tell me when you first knew for sure, hey, we're really a player in this thing, because it came out in January that you guys had made offers. But tell me about that, what you heard back then, maybe in November, December, January, and then when you knew in March, oh shit, this is a real thing.
Well, I found out it was a real thing probably that Tuesday or Wednesday before it happened.
What did you hear in late 2000, early January about Vince possibly making a bid?
I don't remember hearing anything serious at that time other than there were feelers put out there, but there were ridiculous numbers that were reported at that time.
50 to 80 million.
And yeah, he was not interested in that at all.
Sure. I mean, there's no sense in it.
No. The interest just so it's clear, what we were interested in was if there was a possibility that it could remain on TNT. The time slot was interesting. Being on another network was interesting, and being able to take the brand and expand it on an already established time slot and already established network. So that was attractive at that time. When we found out that was not really going to be a possibility, it changed to the library.
So when did you know, hey, this is really going to happen? You said the Tuesday before.
Well, really, we didn't till it was done on that Wednesday night. And as you said, it did go into the wee hours. And that was Stu Snyder, who was the WWF CEO at the time. And Stu had previously worked for TBS. He worked for Cartoon Network.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And Stu was the CEO, great guy. And during all this negotiation back and forth, the guys at TBS had reached out to Stu, because here we are, the largest wrestling company in the world, whether or not we were interested. Would we like to buy it?
Right.
And also looking to Stu for some advice on what they should do. And the offer came up, and then here we were.
That's kind of interesting. And I take it that they contacted him because if you're trying to unload this thing, who the fuck else even knows what to do with it?
Correct.
I mean, it's really a unique deal. So when do you first, you hear about it, and what does that sound like? What's Vince say?
You know,
Goddamn, pal.
well, okay, but let me rewind this too a little bit, just so you understand where we come from. When Vince bought a casino in Vegas, I'm sitting at home and get a phone call.
Hey, pal, we bought a casino.
What the hell? No one knew. No one even knew Vince was in Vegas. And he went out and bought the damn Debbie Reynolds casino. So there were, a lot of things, at times that
Weren't discussed. It just happened.
weren't discussed and just happened. And you're sitting there going, did you know that? And everybody's going, did you know that? Did you know that? And he would go off on a whim at times. Obviously, in his mind, he knew what he wanted to do and had
And he did it.
vision, and he did it. And that's the way that Vince operates. So to hear early on, well, yeah, we'll throw out a bid at WCW. That you hear those things all the time. When I heard we're going to buy the restaurant there in Times Square, and we're going to have a WWF themed restaurant. Goddamn, pal, it's going to be the WWF restaurant. It'll be bigger than Planet Hollywood, bigger than Hard Rock. You're like, okay, great. Next thing you know, you're doing a grand opening in Times Square, the most expensive property in Manhattan. And so you're shocked constantly, but then you learn how not to be shocked. So it was just kind of another day at the office. Okay, we're going to buy WCW.
How does he tell you? Or, I mean, here's my question. In my head, he goes to a couple of confidants and says, hey, what do you think about this?
He asked what we thought about purchasing, possibly purchasing the brand.
Who is we?
I was a part of it. Stephanie, obviously, Shane, Kevin Dunn, Brian Gewirtz. I believe Michael Hayes was there. I don't know for sure. Don't remember. Paul Heyman was there. And
Wait. This is March. And
Yeah.
Heyman's there.
yes, Heyman,
And he's involved in this meeting.
he was involved in it.
Now, the
Vince
reason
wanted to pick his brain and see what he thought.
The reason that's shocking to me, he had just debuted as an announcer on Monday Night Raw. ECW had not yet even ceased operations and filed bankruptcy. That wouldn't happen until April. And he was in the meeting
He
When
was a
Vi-
part of the creative team at that time.
when Vince said, so he can, wait a minute. He walks in a creative meeting and says, what do y'all think about WCW?
Well, he pulled a few of us out and asked us, yeah.
And am I to guess that this is in the big conference room on the top floor?
No, this was actually at the television studio in the conference room there.
Okay. And so you guys are around a big table and Vince is at the head and he goes around the room and says, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
Pretty much.
So carry me through. What does Shane and Stephanie think?
They were for it and thought it would be a good idea. Again, it all depended upon what the conditions were, what the price was,
Sure.
what we got for the price. And
at that point, you don't really know.
We had no clue.
Yeah.
We didn't have any clue other than,
you know,
library was attractive.
Right.
The lure of having
the name, the brand, the logo.
The brand. It was like, okay, they've kicked our ass before. Maybe we can reposition the brand and build it to be viable again. So
you guys all have those type of discussions. Maybe we could make a show.
Sure.
Okay. So it's just a free form roundtable. What if?
Yeah. And I'm sure Vince has in his head what he wants to do.
But he just wants to hear.
He's the kind of, he'll take an idea from anybody. Carlos the janitor, doesn't matter.
What about Pat Patterson? What did he think?
Pat wasn't there.
Okay. What did Heyman think?
Well, sir, WCW is a dead brand. It's dead.
And, he just, I don't know. He just kind of,
So he shit on the idea everybody else is pro.
Paul did kind of, yeah. Paul buried it. And
why?
I think in Paul's burial, I think that, and this is Bruce saying, this is not what Paul said, nor have I had any conversation with Paul. My interpretation of Paul's burial was that I think Paul felt that Vince should have done that with ECW.
WCW is a dead brand.
But ECW was a dead brand.
To what with ECW? Invest millions of dollars.
Whatever money he was going to pay for WCW, take that same money, give it to keeping ECW alive. And that's my interpretation. That's my conjecture of what I kind of think that the underlying
I'm a huge ECW mark, as you know, but the number of eyeballs that saw and recognized WCW compared to ECW is two totally different animals.
True, but you had the owner of ECW sitting at the table.
Sure.
And Paul.
So Vince hears this and just knows to take it with a grain of salt.
But again, he wanted to listen. He was interested in Paul's opinion.
The most popular idea, though, kind of the common idea at the table is let's give WCW a show and create our own competition with it. Try to redo something.
Yes.
So then the show, or the deal is made in the wee hours of the night. Is this something that we would have, there's the famous McDivitt. Would he have been involved in this, or is this not the group of attorneys that Vince would lean on for that?
No, this was more the in-house attorneys. Jerry might have been involved in it. I don't know, but it was mainly Stu and I believe Frank Serpy. I know Frank Serpy was involved in it. Frank Serpy was the head of the finance. I think he was the head at that time. Might have been Augie, might have been Frank, but I know Frank was involved in the transition.
Was there any gamesmanship to hiring a guy who used to work for Turner to be your CEO for WWF?
Stu?
Yeah.
He worked for Cartoon Network. I mean, it wasn't like he was in WCW or anything like that, but he was a bright guy.
But he's familiar with the inner workings of Turner Broadcasting.
Yeah, but that didn't matter at that point.
Well, I just didn't know.
He was
because he's not a wrestling guy.
No, he had a hell of a resume
for television.
Hell of a resume, yes, without a doubt.
I'm gonna ask because real time. The number that comes out at the time is 10 to 15 million, depending on who you ask. More recently, it's 2 to 4 million. Just nod up or down.
It sure as hell wasn't 10 to 15. How you like that? See, I just talk numbers with you.
Was it less than 4?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it more than 2?
I'm telling you.
Okay. So it's less than 4.
It wasn't nearly as much as everybody thought.
When you hear the number, who do you hear it from?
Well, we didn't hear a number. You know what? I did not hear a number till after the fact, and was shocked. I was shocked because you'd been hearing all these huge numbers. You've been hearing about what Fusion, like I said, the $60 million, $80 million.
That's what I'm saying.
And you're thinking, oh my God, how much did we pay for this thing?
Right.
And then when you hear what the actual number was, and you go, wow, okay, cool, roll tide. I didn't say Roll Tide. That would be a misspoke, but that's what I would have said had I known you at that time. And
Did you partly think, well, goddamn, pal, for that, I would have bought it.
sure.
I mean, that would not have been difficult to pull that kind of money together for a deal like that, I don't think.
No, not at all.
I mean, that's crazy. I mean, especially when you look at how much money went into the development of the network that we enjoy now for only $9.99 a month. This is a bargain.
Sure.
When do you know what all you're getting?
We didn't. And we knew that we were getting the library, but the due diligence hadn't taken place. We hadn't had discovery. We didn't really know what was there.
Let's run through it just, like a third grader. They rent office.
Well, hang on. I'm sorry. I'm going to answer your question a little bit differently. We knew that we were not going to assume any of their debt, and we knew that we were not going to assume any talent contracts. That whatever we did with talent, we would redo under the WWF name. We would not, because we had no idea what they were.
So instead of buying the company, what you really bought were physical assets,
Correct.
the logo,
Right.
and the library.
Right.
We
brought a bunch of different
but when you
IPs
buy the company, though, you inherit the debt. And so to just, kind of do a fire sale here.
Correct.
So let's run through this. Turner owns all the real estate. So WCW doesn't own any land or buildings. But they did own, silly shit like rings.
No, that's not silly for a wrestling company to own wrestling rings.
No, but I was forgetting when you're talking about, millions of dollars.
Yeah, they own wrestling rings. I mean, we got the rings, we got
belts and, entrance sets and.
I don't think we really even took much of their sets. We did take their trainer boxes that they have, like the big crates that you see on concerts and things. They roll around backstage. They had some nice trainer setups.
Well, where do the rings go?
To the warehouse, and some of them went to talent. I believe Rock got one in Florida. I think Taker got one in Texas. I think Booker T ended up with one.
I'm fascinated.
But Booker T ended up with his, I think, from Mark to Booker.
From the Undertaker?
Yes.
Okay. I'm fascinated by a WWF talent like the Undertaker getting a WCW ring. I don't know why. I mean, I get this is a dumb Mark question, but outside of like taking bumps or something, what could he really do with that? The ropes are different. It's a different size. As a wrestling fan, I get this is a dumbass question. I've always been told WCW rings were smaller, WWF rings were bigger, and that the ropes were totally different. They're cable. So it's not like you could do flippy shit off of it and it translates to the exact way it would be in a WWF ring. And it seems like your timing would be off if the ring was bigger.
Yeah,
smaller.
that's true. And all of that is true, but it was a place to take bumps. And if you're going to be recuperating from an injury, you could go in and wrestle around, take bumps, things like that. Not ideal. Like Undertaker, for example, ended up with the WWE ring. So, like I said, I think Booker ended up getting some of those rings eventually. But it was there. We figured we might be able to use them. And we did use some of them for spot shows where we needed smaller rings, things of that nature.
Well,
use them for developmental, some of the places that had smaller venues.
But I just mean in terms of a lot of like if you bought a construction company, you're getting a bunch of machinery, you're getting heavy equipment, you're getting
We got
stuff.
rings.
You got rings.
We got rings.
Anything else you can remember you guys buying and getting possession of that you remember thinking this is kind of cool or this is kind of silly?
No, not that I can really remember.
Do you, you've always been a title belt guy, like our great sponsor, Leather by Dan. Do you remember any of the belts you guys got and remember thinking this is kind of cool that we have this?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, no, they were.
I mean, that's the only thing I remember being on TV that was really WCW.
Aside from the big gold belt, there weren't really any cool belts.
Yeah.
And
it's neat to see Shawn Michaels with that belt and The Rock with that belt. I mean, that's kind of fun.
Without a doubt, that part's cool, but it was, the rest of them were just belts, they're just props.
Yeah. Hey, did you go to Geico yet? Get a quick quote, see how much you can save for free at geico.com. Do you have any idea what Macho Man was making before he left? Ballpark?
Probably close to $500,000.
So pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, especially considering, you're doing
Plus,
commentary.
he also had the
stuff.
Slim Jim commercial too, so they were paying him good too.
Yeah, I was going to say that had to be pretty decent money. Listen, we can't talk about him leaving without talking about the thing that everybody wants to talk about.
What's that?
Stephanie McMahon.
What about it?
Well, address the rumor. Was it ever addressed in the inner circle, behind the scenes? Was there? I'm sure there was discussion. When did you first hear about it? Who told you? Where do you weigh in on it? True or not true?
Well, this rampant rumor everyone has talked about, it's funny. I didn't even hear this rampant rumor until probably 2006, maybe 2007.
So,
And I heard it from a writer on the writers team.
who wasn't there back then?
Who wasn't there back then?
Who'd you hear from?
Little Jewish kid.
Okay, roll tide. So, you kind of dodged. Do you believe it or no?
Do I believe what?
Do you believe that Randy Savage had sex with Stephanie McMahon, perhaps at underage, and Vince found out about it, and that's the reason he was seemingly whitewashed from ever being discussed or involved in any WWE programming for years to come?
I don't. I really don't. I think I would have heard something about it being right there. If they did, and hid it, man, kudos to them for being able to hide it for all those years. But like I said, I didn't hear that until 10 years after Randy was gone, at least.
Given the fact that they welcomed everyone back. Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Mick Foley after he trashed him, Stone Cold after some rough patches, Bret Hart after he trashed him, The Warrior, Hogan, on down the Piper.
So there's a chance for me still.
Probably not.
Okay.
Nah. What especially not after this podcast. What do you think it was that kept Randy alienated for so long?
I don't know. I really and truly don't know. I don't know if it was simply Randy leaving at a time when Vince, there were a couple guys Vince thought would never leave, and Randy was one of them. Shawn was one of them.
Hogan was one of them.
Hogan was one of them.
And Hogan left and came back.
Yeah, but I don't know if if Hogan was one of those that they looked at and said, he'll never leave. It was more like he'll be back. You know what I mean?
Right.
Randy, I think, was viewed, he'll never leave.
I've talked to some old timers over the years who, maybe weren't as big of a Macho Man fan as seemingly the casual fans are, because they felt like his in-ring work was not totally up to snuff. I always thought he had great matches. A lot of those guys, I shouldn't say a lot, a few of the guys I've talked to over the years classified him as just an average worker. But one of the things that everybody hears a lot of is that he was notorious for scripting everything, page by page by page by page. And Steamboat has talked about how long and how many pages the script was for the famous WrestleMania 3 match. Do you remember there being any ribbing or uneasiness or just talk of Randy's obsession with scripting everything in a match beforehand?
No, because I don't think, with the exception of the Steamboat match at WrestleMania 3, that Randy was that paranoid and that he had to script all of his matches. Like the story I told about Dusty and Randy and us. We had the match laid out, but it wasn't this obsessive script that you had to follow. We had fun with it and went out. Randy liked to know what he was doing. Randy liked to have a good idea and work on things ahead of time. But I don't know that he was nearly as obsessive compulsive as people like to paint him.
I would classify him as a top 10 performer all time. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Would you put him in that same category as just in-ring work? Beyond, I'm not saying interviews and charisma and all that. We're just talking about, shoulder tackle, headlock takedown.
Yeah,
deep
but you
arm
got to
drag.
put it all in there because it was the whole package.
I agree.
Randy's intensity and Randy's look and his intensity and his charisma is what made him.
Well, I don't disagree, and I think he was the catalyst for WrestleMania 5 being what it was.
No doubt.
And that's clear because, as you said, it was probably the second biggest WrestleMania of all time at that point. Business took a big dip from that year forward, and the match people still talk about the most from WrestleMania 7 is his match with Warrior. It's not Slaughter and Hogan. So the legacy of the Macho Man will go on forever. Is there anything you want to kind of leave us with as we talk about when the Mega Powers explode? Did we kind of cover all the major points in what I believe is one of the best angles you guys ever did?
Yeah, I think that it was something that just showed what you could do if you planned ahead and stuck with the plan and you had the right talent in the right places. It told a beautiful story. Everybody got it. They got it along the way, but then when we went back and told them the story again, everybody was invested in it and everybody got it. And everyone involved, Hulk, Elizabeth, Randy, they were made that much bigger throughout that entire year of telling that story. So I thought it was pretty cool. Thought it was one of the best stories that we had ever told.
Well, I don't disagree. I think it's one of the absolute best. And before we get out of here and put a bow on WrestleMania 5, because I don't know when we'll get back to it, that was the WrestleMania debut of a famous character and his interview segment that's probably near and dear to your heart. The Brother Love Show, and Roddy Piper was involved in that. Do you got any quick memories you'd like to go ahead and throw out about WrestleMania 5 and your involvement in that show?
Well, it was my first WrestleMania, and I had the privilege of working it with Roddy Piper, who I'd never worked with before and didn't know, but I had stolen so much from Piper. And
for those of you keeping score at home, after WrestleMania 3, Piper goes to Hollywood, starts making movies, works a retirement angle. So we're 2 WrestleManias after that before we really see him on main programming again. So from WrestleMania 3 to WrestleMania 5, there is a Piper hiatus. You come in after 3, so you guys wouldn't have necessarily crossed paths in New York at that point.
correct. And I'm out doing the Brother Love Show, which was anybody that came in after Roddy Piper, everything was compared to Piper's Pit. And I kind of got the comparisons. They stopped because, well, mine lasted. And it was just such a natural. I stole so much from Roddy. He was so great. And to be able to work with him on the grandest stage of them all was a dream come true. And we got to work with Morton Downey Jr., who was a talk show host at the time. And he was very famous and a celebrity in his own right. But that had to be one of the most fun days ever. The lead up, me having to go out to Denver and meet with Roddy and explain the concept to him was fun as well. And just getting to know Roddy.
It seems like that
Started a long friendship.
It seems like that segment went kind of long. Was that the original way it was supposed to go?
No. Once I left, it went off the tracks. It took a while to get back on.
Because of Downey or because of Piper or both?
Combination of both, yeah.
Live TV, what are they going to do, right?
There you go.
Do you still have the kilt?
I do.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I sure do. One of the very few things that I have of my Brother Love genre stuff.
WrestleMania 5, we've talked about this angle now for quite a while. The Mega Powers explode. Between 4 and 5, were you just working television production or were you involved in the creative writing aspect of the show at that point?
A little bit of both, but mainly television production.
So would you have been in the meeting when this is first kind of pitched and put together about the year-long angle and all the little subtleties?
I was brought into that, in the very beginning because they had to have someone
Heads up
from
on where the shots were going to
production
be.
on to make sure that we get all these things throughout the year.
Was Kevin Dunn in those meetings?
No.
So you would relay that to Kevin Dunn and his crew in the truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you forget yet? Come on, geico.com. Well, let's talk about what did work, and that is the Rock Hulk Hogan match from WrestleMania 18. If you have not seen this or you haven't seen it in a while, I encourage you to go watch this today. It's outstanding. The work is what it is, but man, the reaction, God, what an electric match. The Rock ends up winning after 2 rock bottoms and the people's elbow. Of course, Hogan comes out to a massive ovation, which we have covered. Toronto loves them some Hogan. Very quickly in the match, the fans are cheering for Hogan, who's supposed to be the heel, and booing The Rock, who's supposed to be the babyface. And at different points during the match, they even bust out the old Rocky sucks and die rookie die chants, which we haven't had in a long time. Hogan tries to use several different heel tactics, like whipping him with his belt, the eye pokes, the back rakes. Every time he does this, though, the fans cheer. And it almost feels like they do, you know, a double turn, kind of like Austin and Bret did at WrestleMania 13. And The Rock starts to try to play into this a little bit. But what was the backstage reaction when you guys see, you know, that this isn't necessarily going according to plan, but wow, what a response from the crowd. What's the feeling in Gorilla as this is happening?
I wasn't backstage. I watched the entire thing from the floor of the Sky Dome.
What was that like to be in the crowd for that match?
Electrifying, baby. It was. I watched it with Brian Gewirtz, who was the head writer of Raw, and he looked at me and said, "Do they know that The Rock is the babyface and that Hogan is the heel?"
Right.
And I said, "I think they think otherwise." And that crowd was on their feet the entire match. They loved it. I thought both guys did a great job of kind of switching roles. They tried to get them. They tried to get them into that traditional, what they went into the match story, but both guys adapted and they went with the crowd. Hogan played babyface and Rock played heel. But it's it's a teaching tool for young talent to go and watch how these two guys listen to the audience. They changed the way the match was laid out and went with it and didn't let the audience get to them. They took the audience on a hell of a ride, and that was the main event of that show.
Oh, for sure. No doubt about it. Was there any consideration given, I mean, do you know after the fact if Vince was giving different instructions to the referee?
I don't, because I wasn't there. I was, like I said, I was in the crowd watching it, just sitting there watching it and enjoying it as a fan.
After the match, Hogan is kind of holding his ribs and does the handshake deal with The Rock. And Hulk had said after that he actually broke a rib during his match with Rikishi, but kept it a secret because he didn't want to mess up the WrestleMania match here. Did you hear about that beforehand or after, that he had a broken rib, or is this just Hogan working?
I never heard that.
So they end up attacking Hogan, they being the NWO, and The Rock comes back in, and now Rock and Hogan fight him off. They do the big blow off at the top of the ramp where, you know, Hogan and Rock are now friends, and Rock's putting him over. Huge ovation for Hogan here. Was the plan always to have Hogan attacked by Hall and Nash, or was this on the fly because of the reaction that happened during the match?
Conrad, I'm going to give you the honest answer of I don't remember. I really don't remember, because it was so strong that I want to say that wasn't the plan, because we had to send Hogan home to Tampa on the corporate jet the next day to get his red and yellow stuff, because the reaction was so strong with him as a babyface that we did make the change to have him come out in Montreal and cut that promo and do the 17 minutes of not saying a word, standing there and taking in that ovation. So I don't think that was planned. That might have been something they just called a gorilla.
So they call it a gorilla and obviously tell the ref, and then he communicates to the guys what's going to happen. That happens. And then when do you know, hey, we're going to send him home to get the red and yellow?
That night.
So he goes that night or he goes the next morning?
We went to, I want to say we went to Montreal in the morning, and he then took the plane from Montreal to Tampa and then Tampa back.
How crazy is that?
Yeah.
But just,
We spent the night in Toronto.
it's not like, there's just a Hulk Hogan accessory store right around the corner. You can go get size 18 yellow boots.
Yeah. And it wasn't, and I don't think that Linda was home, and he had to go home and get it all.
It's amazing. The next night on Montreal, as you alluded to, Hogan comes out to the monstrous ovation, and it goes on for what feels like forever. And you could tell
17 minutes, I believe.
You could tell by Hogan's face, he's truly overwhelmed, and he talks for a few minutes before The Rock comes out to a chorus of boos. And then eventually The Rock does what he does. He turns him and the crowd starts chanting for Rocky. And then Rock tells Hogan that he'd be honored to give him a rematch anytime, but he was still wearing NWO colors. So Hogan tears the shirt off and Hall and Nash come out. Nash said that Hogan was the real poison that was killing the NWO. And then The Rock challenged them to a tag match later in the show. So the main event has Hogan and Rock taking on Hall and Nash. And Hogan ends up hitting the leg drop on Hall, but Nash pulls him out of the ring, and they just left, getting counted out. It's been said that because of the reaction that Hogan got this weekend between WrestleMania and the next night on Raw, Vince decides to run with him and make him the undisputed champion, which ended up happening at the next pay-per-view. Was that always the plan, or was this an audible based on WrestleMania?
No, that's not true. The audible to put him in the match took place after the fact, after WrestleMania, but to put the title on him, that didn't come until a little bit later.
So the next SmackDown is March 21st, and Rock beats Nash by DQ. Hall comes to ringside and interferes often, and this brings a big Hogan chant. The Rock ends up hitting the people's elbow, and Scott Hall interferes, causing the DQ. So Hogan comes out and hits the leg drop on Hall, and now X-Pac, wearing an NWO shirt, hits the ring and hits Hogan with a chair. Hogan gets color from the chair shot, and then they spray paint NWO on Hogan. Obviously, Sean Waltman has been friends with Hall and Nash for years, dating back to their first run in the mid-90s in the WWF as part of the clique, so to speak. He was also an NWO member in WCW, but why was he put in the group here? Did you feel like you needed a trio for it to be a gang? Or what's the mentality behind adding another member?
Well, you needed a worker, first of all.
Well, there you go.
You need somebody to go out there and take bumps and have matches. So he had familiarity with the group. He was a former member, so it kind of made sense.
And Goldberg is having to sit and listen to Jericho sort of rattle off his accomplishments, that he didn't have the opportunity to face Goldberg in WCW because he wasn't considered a big enough star. So he comes to the WWE and becomes the biggest star ever, the first ever undisputed champion. And he said he'd been waiting 5 years to go face to face with Goldberg, and he would tattoo his name on Goldberg's ass so he'd never underestimate him again. So he challenges him to a match, and Goldberg charges out to the ring, but Jericho bails, of course. They set up a match for Bad Blood here. Both guys accept, and it looks like this is our next pay-per-view. Seems like a natural progression to sort of move to the Jericho match. At this point, the dirt sheets already knew about the backstage skirmish. Does that play something into the booking here? I mean, since people know about it, might as well go with it, right?
Well, you go with it, but it was also Vince knew that Jericho would make Goldberg look good. He knew that Christian could make Goldberg look good. And that was more of the idea behind it. And then if people wanted to throw in the reality of the backstage shit, that helps too.
How was Goldberg at this point? He's been in a wig. He's had the Barracuda stall out on him. He's had a not so great match with The Rock. He's had a mini feud with Christian. Now he's working with Jericho. Is he pleased with his creative at the time? How is he to deal with?
I think that Bill at this point in this stage was paranoid. He had a lot of people in his ear. He was in new surroundings, and he was unsure of himself. And I think that people played up that paranoia, and that they were getting in his head, and he didn't trust anybody, and he was unhappy. And he let everybody around him know that he was unhappy. So it was Bill pretty much kind of kept to himself, which didn't help with the, hey, hang out with the boys and at least be one of the boys and be out and about. He didn't do that. So that didn't help him out a whole lot either.
The next week on Raw, June 3rd, Goldberg's in the back for an interview, but we see Jericho throwing paint on his car. So Goldberg runs out and gets in the car, which is already running, and gives chase. Bruce, what the fuck? Why so many cars? We've got
Okay, this is part 2 of your story from earlier on. San Diego, California. The idea behind it is Bill's got another car. Okay, he had the Barracuda, and now he's got, this whatever the hell car it was, some kind of old car. And the idea was that if Jericho ruins a car and throws paint all over his prized possession again, and that would help get heat without having to beat Goldberg down and without Goldberg having to beat Jericho down. But for car guys, you fuck with my car. And people knew that, Bill had done stuff on the car network or speed network about his car. So everybody knew that he had these prized possessions. So there were a couple of producers involved in this, and I was in charge of the shot with Jericho and the paint and the car and Bill getting in the car and taking off. So we rehearsed this. I don't know how many times. And when I say we rehearsed it about at least 8 times, we probably did it 10 or 12. And when we rehearsed it, I mean, we went through everything, obviously, except for the paint being thrown. We went through the placement of where the security guard was and where Bill would run up, and that Bill would ask the security guard, which way did he go? The security guard would point which way he went, and Goldberg would get in the car and take off in the direction that the security guard pointed. Again, rehearsed over and over and over and over again. We're live. So we're doing this, and it's still daylight out in California, and Jericho is there. Goldberg's down doing the interview live in one part. So there's one producer down there. I'm up top in the parking area with Jericho. And we do it. Jericho throws the paint. The paint looks great, man. It's perfect. Goldberg comes running up the ramp. He's blown sky high. The security guard is in the exact place that he's supposed to be in. Goldberg shoves the security guard out of the way, jumps in the car, and goes the wrong way. Now, he's rehearsed this all day long, getting in the car and going the correct way. He's rehearsed it all day long, running up and asking the security guard, which way did he go? And the security guard telling him, and then going the correct way. For whatever reason, Bill ran up, shoved the security guard out of his way, didn't ask him which way he went, and then got in his car and drove the wrong way. So the dreaded words across the headsets that nobody in the WWF ever wants to hear. Your name, Bruce. Come to Gorilla. And bring everyone involved in that shoot. So I'm walking down the ramp. The producer down at the bottom of the ramp that was doing Goldberg's interview is walking up the ramp. Like, what happened? And I'm like, geez, I said, man, I don't know. Let's go up and find out. So we get up to the gorilla position, and Vince is sitting at the table, and Vince takes his glasses off first, then takes his headset off and says, "What in the fuck was that?" To which there were 4 of us. It was myself, the stage manager, the cameraman, and the other producer. And almost unanimously, we all said, "I don't know." And he's like, "I've got
4 people standing in front of me responsible for 1 shot. And the only answer I get is, I don't know. God damn it, Bruce. I said, Vince, what? I mean, God damn it, he went the wrong way. I said, Vince, you were there. We rehearsed it 10 times. There was, he didn't do what he was supposed to do. And Vince looks at me and goes, you just smeared shit all over the business. You just single-handedly killed Bill Goldberg's career. And I was just looking at him because I have no response to that. I kind of thought for a minute, wow, okay, that's a hell of an accomplishment that in one night I just killed Bill Goldberg's career. And he goes, there was no security guard there. You didn't have him in position. That fucking bullshit. You didn't have him ready. He wasn't where he was supposed to be. So right about this time, now we're live. So now we're out of commercial break. And on the other side of the commercial, they're showing a replay of Jericho throwing the paint and Goldberg running up. So Vince sees this and we're going, well, let's see what the fuck happened. And he knows that there was no security guard there. He knows that I fucked up. He's like, go ahead. Show me the security guard. Show me where he is. Where is he? And my cameraman, Bubba Dean, points on the screen. And he goes, oh, he's right there, boss. And the security guard is standing in exactly the right position, right next to the door. Then here comes Goldberg, and Goldberg pushes him out of the way. And he drives Ego. And I'm standing there and I'm shrugging my shoulders. I got my hands up. And he just looks at me and goes, fuck you, Bruce. Just get the fuck out of here. So that night, I killed Bill Goldberg's career. I'm responsible. Me. Smeared shit all over the business. Yep.
Well, that's our most requested story. You teased it, I don't know, maybe a year ago, it feels like, about smeared shit all over the business, and you finally got to tell it. Do you feel better getting out of your system? It was like it's got to be like cathartic to go through some of this.
Sometimes. Still, my favorite part of the entire ordeal was Bubba Dean innocently
There he
pointing
is.
out the security guard in the shot.
When he says
Where
that,
is he? Show me.
when he
There
says
he is,
that,
boss.
do you feel like your stomach like go into your throat like, oh, that was the wrong thing to say?
No, I felt vindicated. I was like, because in my head, okay, here's where I'm at in my head. I'm thinking, God damn it, Bubba. Did you not frame the fucking security guy in there?
Right.
And then I'm thinking in my head, fuck, did I have the security guard in the right place? I'm putting all the blame on me. I'm blaming myself. I'm blaming Bubba. I'm like, everybody but the talent. And then when we watch the replay and we're vindicated, and I'm like, yeah, all right. But since then, Vince and I have been able to laugh at that little moment. But that was something that we all shared, and it was everybody's looking at me because there were 4 guys there. We all did give him the I don't know, but everything was directed at me. That was my role, man. That was my shit.
Goldberg and Jericho get into some shit and have to be separated after that April 7th Raw. Allegedly, Goldberg was bad-mouthing Jericho's selling ability to at least one other wrestler while backstage. According to one source, and this is from The Torch, Hurricane overheard the conversation and, after prompting from Kevin Nash, repeated it to Jericho, who got worked up. So Jericho confronts Goldberg about the remark he made, and the situation got physical. Jericho put Goldberg in a front face lock and held him there until the two were separated by wrestlers and agents. And eventually they shook hands before leaving the building. Goldberg had a reputation for having a short temper, but one of Wade's sources said that Goldberg handled it the right way. Quote, I don't think Goldberg was wrong on this. I just think Hurricane got Jericho all worked up, and Jericho was determined to fight Goldberg because he was so worked up. The source also accused Helms of being a shit stirrer and claimed this was not an isolated incident. Goldberg had refused to work a feud with Jericho in WCW, largely convinced by Nash, who told Goldberg that Jericho was, quote, too small. Jericho grew frustrated since he felt he deserved that spot, and that was a major factor in his decision to leave WCW when the contract was up and he signed with the WWF. So before we get to what Jericho wrote in his book, did you see this happen? Did you hear about it? What'd you hear?
I heard about it. I did not see it happen. No, I wasn't in the dressing room when they got into the fight. Definitely heard about it. You know, it's interesting the hearsay and so on and so forth of unnamed sources. You know, I don't think it's right to talk, you know, if he's going to say something about Jericho behind his back, and say it to his face. Somebody told Jericho if it was Hurricane, then it was Hurricane. I don't know. Hurricane probably listening to this will probably tweet us and say, fuck yeah, I said that. But Jericho confronted him. Jericho got in his face and confronted him. So you got something to say to me? Say it to my face. And from all indications, Goldberg tried to say, no, I didn't say anything at first. And then the more Jericho pushed, the more, Goldberg got up and Goldberg grabbed Chris at first, I believe. And again, I wasn't there. I'm getting it all second and third hand too. And shove came. Goldberg charged Jericho, and Jericho took him down with a front face lock. And then they got pulled apart. Kind of much ado about nothing. But after all was said and done, it was Jericho that walked back into him and said, hey, is this going to end here now? Or, do we have to fight again? Well, I'd rather just, move on and let's shake hands and move the hell on. And that's what I remember. And that was the story that I heard.
Going back to the WCW incident, do you think that Kevin Nash just enjoyed keeping it stirred up too?
I think Kevin definitely enjoyed keeping it stirred up and going, oh my God, you're not going to work with that guy. Well, he could have sold that a whole hell of a lot better. So, the guys do. They stick each other, especially if they know that they've got somebody that's going to bite.
And if there's a sore spot, you just pick.
Big time.
Yeah.
Until they just explode.
Yeah. We did that to a guy in our real life recently, you and I.
Who? Us?
Yeah. Who?
Not me.
You can always tell when somebody's full of shit when their voice goes up like a few octaves. Like, who?
What?
What are you talking about? I would never do that.
You're crazy.
There you go. Here's what Jericho wrote. Goldberg was coming to the WWE. The announcement jackhammered through my stomach the moment I heard it. Blah, blah, blah. The problem was, I don't think Goldberg really wanted to come to the WWE, but Rocky lobbied and convinced him until Bill finally relented. I wasn't too keen on him coming in either, since the last time I'd worked with him in WCW was a complete disaster, but I had no choice and decided to make the best of it. But on the first day, he came up behind me and slapped me on the back as hard as he could. Hey, Chris, he said loudly and sarcastically, like he was Biff and I was McFly. I could tell he was still miffed about how things had gone down with us in WCW. I was willing to let the past stay there, but I made a promise to myself I wasn't going to let this guy throw his weight around in the WWE the way he did in WCW. Coincidentally, a few minutes later, Vince asked me for a strange favor. We've got Bill Goldberg coming in, and I want you to welcome him and help him out as much as you can. I don't know if Vince knew about my past with Goldberg. He'd never asked me to help anybody else before, but I told him I'd be happy to do what I could to help him adjust to the new environment, and I intended to do just that. Do you remember Vince sort of having a little birdie put it in his ear that they had a problem, and this being Vince's way of, okay, children, y'all shake hands?
No, I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. And here's why I say that. I can see Vince doing that. Vince did the exact same thing to me and Bill Watts. Bill Watts and I had bad blood between each other. And so Vince was like, Bruce, I want you to take care of Bill. Show Bill the way around and help him out. Give him a ride and do all this stuff. So hearing that for the first time now, I could see somebody going, Jericho and Goldberg, weren't the best of buds in WCW, and Chris might feel a little funny about Goldberg coming in. Great, I'll have him work with Bill and get them together.
So Chris writes, it was Goldfinch's first Raw, and I worked with Triple H versus Shawn and Booker T. And after the match, I was pulled aside and informed that Goldsmith had spent the entire match barking to Nash about how I didn't know how to sell properly and how I hadn't wanted to do business with him in WCW. And that pissed me off because I'd never had a problem selling for him or anybody else for that matter. I've always done business, and it was business I was trying to do when I wanted to put Bill over properly in WCW. But it was obvious to me that he still had a chip on his shoulder when it came to me. It made me mad that he'd only been with the company a little over a week, and he was already up to his old tricks, and it was time to put a stop to it right now. I marched straight into the dressing room, and I saw Nash sitting in the corner like a giant praying mantis, acting like he owned the place, while Billy Boy sat across from him with a self-indulgent smile on his face. Throwing caution to the wind, I stood in front of him and stared directly into his eyes. I heard you were saying some stuff about me during my match. I don't know if you realize it, but things have changed. This isn't WCW. If you have something to say to me, say it to my face. Goldberg gave a shaky laugh and said, I didn't say anything about you. Bullshit, I know you did. Something snapped in the Burgermeister, and he jumped to his feet. Oh, yeah? What about all that stuff you were saying about me on the internet? 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 Are you kidding me? I didn't spend enough time on the internet to check out Club Jenna properly, let alone talk shit about Bill fucking Goldeye. What are you talking about? A vein in his neck popped out like a worm as he shouted back, Mike Tenay told me about the stuff you said about me on the internet. And I looked at him in disbelief and said, listen, Bill, it's simple. I could be your best friend in this company or your worst enemy. We're probably going to be working with each other at some point, and I could either make you look like $1 million or make you look like shit, and you wouldn't know the difference. We're all here to make money and do business together, so just fucking relax. And Goldberg says, you never wanted to do the job for me in WCW. You're a prima donna. You're totally wrong about that. And before I could finish the sentence, Goldfish grunted like a Neanderthal and grabbed me by the throat. Now let me preface the rest of this story by saying I'm not the toughest man, nor would I've ever claimed to be. However, when someone puts their hand on my throat and begins to squeeze, it's time to throw hands. Am I right? Let's take a vote to make sure. Once Goldster made his move, I reacted the only way I knew how. I swatted his hand off my throat and gave him a two-handed push to the chest. He rushed forward with his head down, trying to tackle me like the ex-NFL lineman he was, and I stepped to the side like the world's worst matador and gave him a front face lock. It was the only shoot hold I knew that harkened back to my days bouncing at Malarkey's in Calgary. I think I surprised the shit out of him with my lethal hold and was able to power him down to the ground, applying pressure because I knew if I pushed his throat into his chest long enough, he might pass out. I really hoped that he would go to sleep because I was sure that he was going to fire back up and then kick the shit out of me. I mean, come on. Have you ever seen this guy? He's massive. I continued to hold my own, and I couldn't figure out why he wasn't fighting back. I got a little lazy and released the pressure slightly, and suddenly he rolled on top of me. I was freaking out at this point, convinced he was going to eat me, but I held on to my patented front face lock. He starts bucking around like a mechanical bull, but surprisingly, I was able to use his momentum against him and roll him over again. Yeehaw, Jericho 2, Goldie 0. It was like WCW all over again, except this time it was real. Well, eventually, everybody separates them. This is sort of not what you want to have happen on your second night in. What's Vince McMahon's reaction to this fucking shit going down in the locker room?
Not happy and pissed off. It's, anytime that the children misbehave, he's going to get angry, and he doesn't want guys fighting in the dressing room, screwing up the dressing room. But at the same time, sometimes it's healthy. So, Vince wasn't happy about it. He was glad that they went back and they shook hands and they, pretty much squashed it on their own. But it's silliness and for not good for Bill. No matter what, Bill's new. Jericho has been there. Jericho's proven his weight. And it also boosted the stock of Jericho. Jericho's got coconut balls. And, he may not be the toughest guy in the world, but he's not going to back down from a fight either. And so, you know, I give him credit for having the balls to go get in Goldberg's face.
So, if you're wondering, it was broken up by Arn Anderson, Terry Taylor, Hurricane, Christian, and Booker T. As Jericho writes, Nash Mantis continued to sit in his chair in the corner of the room watching the festivities. And they're sort of pulling Jericho off of him. And he's doing this after he's got his legs crossed around his midsection. And he's still got this front face lock. And they're sort of holding his arms behind him. And he realizes he's in a prone position. He's thinking he's going to punch me in the face. So he starts screaming, let go, let go. Eventually they do. But as they do, instead of punching him, Goldberg starts pulling his hair. What is it with wrestlers in scuffles in the back pulling hair? Bret, Shawn, Goldberg, and Jericho.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, one thing about pulling hair is if you can control the head, you can control the body. So if you get a hold of somebody's hair and you get a good grip on their hair, you control their body. That's just fighting 101, man. That goes back from my, 3-time black belt Hall of Fame. That's what we teach. So Goldberg being a martial arts guy, I would have taught him that.
So once they're sort of separated and Jericho pie faces him as hard as he can, and he stumbles back, and Jericho now has lost a handful of hair. Goldberg's probably been embarrassed. Jericho realizes, I'm done with this fight. And he screams, what the hell is wrong with you, man? You're acting like a goof. And Goldberg replied, your mother's a fucking goof. And Booker T has the line of the day as he's chewing an unlit cigar, and he says, hold up, did you just say his mother's a fucking goof? That's the worst insult I've ever heard, man. What would Terry Funk have said that he should have said instead?
Your mother's a whore.
Be sure to check BrucePrichard.com tomorrow, and I'll have that your mother's a fucking goof shirt up. Eventually they do settle down, and Jericho walks back over to Bill and says, matter of factly, here's the deal. You can shake my hand right now. We can forget about this, or we can come to work and do this every single week. I don't give a shit either way. Goldberg looked him in the eye, shook his hand, and they called the truce. What a fucking story, man. You know, it's not, if this wouldn't have been Goldberg, this is a real question. If this would have been Funaki, is Funaki getting shit canned?
For getting in a fight in the locker room?
On his second weekend?
It would have depended on what the fight was over, yeah. I mean, but it would really have to depend on what the hell was going on or how they resolved it.
Does Vince have these guys have a meeting after the fact? Does he call them together? Does JR? Is there ever any sort of repercussions or fallout, or is it just a phone call? Everybody explains what it is and we move on.
I'm sure that JR probably got both guys together and or separately and just said, are we good here? You know, made sure that we weren't going to have any more of this bullshit. They needed to move on.
Anytime there's a skirmish like this, it's hard to really call it a fight, but when there's a skirmish like this, we all remember back in high school, everybody starts to talk about, oh, who won? And so there's this big vote amongst the witnesses of who won. In your opinion, who was everybody saying won this skirmish?
Jericho.
Did it sour any of the boys on Goldberg? Did it boost Jericho's sort of street cred amongst the boys?
Well, it definitely boosted Jericho, and the, I don't know if the line afterwards, your mother's a fucking goof, that probably hurt more than anything, than getting taken down and everything else. So, I just think that it helped Jericho and didn't help Goldberg at all.
It's very interesting to me because, we kind of get to this Vince NWO storyline pretty quickly. On the January 14th edition of SmackDown, he does this famous promo that most of us remember where he's talking to himself in a mirror, talking about how the WWF had cancer because of Ric Flair and how he had no choice but to do what he has to do. And he wasn't going to talk himself out of it. At one point he starts shaking with his eyes rolling into his head and saying it feels good. And then he says he's not going to let Ric Flair kill what he created because he's going to kill what he created. And he's going to inject the WWF with a lethal dose of poison. He says he's going to kill it. and with him and the NWO, and he swings around in his chair, and it has the NWO letters painted on the back of the chair. Did you produce that segment?
I did.
Where was that shot? Was that shot at TV day of?
Was shot at TV day of. We took a small, like a single dressing room. We had to build a damn platform for the look that we wanted, because the way that the mirrors were, so we had to build a platform that was going to raise Vince's chair up quite a bit. And then, we did the NWO letters backwards on the back of the chair so it would read correctly in the reflection in the mirror. And a lot of lighting effects. Remember, it's really dark and kind of goofy in there. But yeah, that was me and Vince locked in a room for a long time.
The whole segment is broken down and shown throughout SmackDown, and it's a little over 8 minutes long in total, and it was very well done. So kudos to you guys for doing it. But what sticks out to me is that Meltzer would report in the February 4th Observer that they didn't sign their contracts until late January. And this promo is happening on the 14th of January. Is that accurate? And if the guys had not signed...
Oh my God, Dave Meltzer wasn't accurate?
Yeah, Dave Meltzer was not accurate.
Okay, you made the Home Alone face, but this is an audio podcast, so if you're going to do...
Did it again.
If you're going to do silent movie gags, you need to remember that this isn't a video show yet.
Wow.
Okay, let's move along.
Yeah, no, Meltzer was incorrect. They were signed. They were ready. We wouldn't have done it if we didn't have them.
So there's a story going around, and this could just be internet legend at this point, but supposedly the Dudley boys are there, and Scott Hall's trying to be chummy with them and says something along the lines of, "Hey man, I love your finish. What do you call that?" And they tell him, "Oh, it's the Dudley Death Drop. We appreciate that. Thanks, man." And he says, "Yeah, man, it looks great. I can't wait to kick out of it." And that supposedly rubs them the wrong way. Now, I feel like that's just good-natured ribbing, but given the climate at the time where there's been speeches about these guys being like everybody else, nothing's changing and don't worry, it might feel like more than that. Do you remember hearing this story?
I've heard this story, and I take it exactly as you just laid it out, that it was a rib.
Yeah, I mean, that's just good-natured ball busting, and that's
Scott Hall.
Yeah.
He says that kind of shit to everybody. But I think maybe the timing of it, coupled with everything else going on at the time and tensions, it's like, well, what the fuck? This guy's going to kick out of my finish?
Right.
I think that just grew legend unto itself.
We haven't mentioned yet, but this pay-per-view is happening in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's at the Bradley Center. It's February 17th. And they actually start the pay-per-view with the three guys making their debut. And they use their old NWO music. They actually turn the color on the television to black and white as they walk to the ring, and they get a huge pop. And Jim Ross made mention on commentary how they did more to destroy WCW than any other entity. That joke writes itself. Once they got in the ring, Nash was the first to speak. He talked about the amount of heat they had with the boys and that they got frightening stares. And then he talked about the words that have been used to describe them. He says they want a fair chance and a clean slate to prove to you great fans that nobody does it quite like us. Hall's next to speak. Of course, he starts with, "Hey, yo." He says that they're not the bad guys.
Yo.
They're fans, and they just want the opportunity to work with all the great WWF superstars. And they didn't want any trouble because deep down, they're just like you. Then Hogan takes the mic and gets a huge pop before he even speaks, with lots of fans starting the Hogan chants. And then says that Scott and Kevin were right, and they're just like all the fans, just a little richer and a little more famous, but we're not here to kill the WWF. We're here to make it better. And he thanks Vince McMahon for the opportunity and that he wouldn't let him down. He says, "God bless Vince McMahon and God bless all of you." And he closed with, "God bless America and thank you for the chance." So this is obviously written pretty sarcastically here, Bruce, but at the same time, it's done so to maybe create some doubt in the minds of the fans. Are they good guys? Are they bad guys? Later on in the show, during the main event, it's Chris Jericho defending his undisputed championship against Steve Austin. The NWO runs in and attacks Austin, including Hall hitting him with the Stone Cold Stunner and allowing Jericho to defeat him and retain the title. And then they spray paint NWO on Austin's back. What was the reaction to this? Did Austin have any programs or any problems with this program as far as them coming in and getting the heat on him right away? Or would this been something that Austin volunteered for, since this is going to be the new hot angle? I want in on that.
Well, I don't think Steve volunteered for it, but he didn't have necessarily a problem with doing it because it was a way to introduce the NWO and to put the NWO where we wanted them as heels. So you attack, the top baby faces. But he didn't have a problem with it that I can remember.
The next night on Raw, the show opens up with Austin coming out to the ring, and he demands the NWO come down. They end up coming out, but they stay at the top of the ramp. And after a few minutes of going back and forth, they just go back to the dressing room. Austin ends up getting arrested. And after the commercial break, he's in the back of the cop car with the NWO standing there looking at him, and Hall is mocking him. So did you guys know right away, okay, here's our plan. We're going to program Hall with Austin? Because it feels like even in their first night with him doing the stunner and then mocking him the next night, that was the plan right away. It's going to be Hall and Austin.
It was, and because we wanted to have somewhere to go. So we figured people would be looking for that Austin Hulk match. Don't give it to them right away. Let's build to that, and let's get people behind it. Let's get them demanding it, really wanting it. So the idea was to go Hall and Austin, and Rock and Hogan. Felt those are the two best matchups for the first time matchups.
That seems really crazy to me that you guys wouldn't try to book Hogan Austin. I mean, it never happened, but it seems like it would have been awesome. And, obviously I'm not disappointed with what we got, so calm the fuck down. I'm just saying.
Rock and Hulk was just as attractive. You got to do one of them first. If we had done Austin and Hulk, they said, goddamn, why didn't you guys do Rock and Hulk? It was right there. You got to do one of them.
So in your head, Austin is not a notch above Rock. They're 1A and 1B.
At that time they were pretty damn equal.
Okay. Later in the show, the NWO shown outside the building getting ready to leave, but Hogan says they have to attend to some personal business. So to come back and get him in about half an hour. And then later Hogan comes out to a huge pop and there's giant chants of Hogan. Meltzer says he said they'd done it all together, fought the Russians, slammed the 700-pound Andre, and then the fans turned on him, drove him out of the WWF. And he said he's been waiting many years and now he could finally deliver an important message to the fans. Kiss my ass. He said he built pro wrestling and there was no bigger star past or present than him. So The Rock comes out, does the big stare down where they look one direction and the other. And then half the crowd's chanting Rocky, the other half is chanting Hogan, and The Rock challenges him to a match at WrestleMania 18. Hogan took quite a bit of time to answer, but finally agreed and they shook hands. Good luck, Hogan said. You're going to need it. And then The Rock replied, not as much as you, brother, and gives him the rock bottom. So The Rock walks up the ramp and then he's immediately jumped by Hall and Nash. They throw Rock into the ring and Hogan starts whipping him with his leather belt. Hall gives him the razor's edge and Nash hits him with the jackknife powerbomb. Hogan goes outside, gets a hammer, and it hits Rock in the back of the head with it. And then gives him the big leg drop because that's the death blow, not the hammer.
Damn right.
The leg drop.
Hammer's just going to get him down, by God. But once you drop that leg, shiznit's over.
And then Hall with the entire crowd counts the pinfall, and then they spray paint Rock. So, the night before they leave Austin laying and spray paint him. The next night they leave Rock laying and spray paint him. But the thing that everybody really remembers from this is the first time Hogan and Rock are facing off and they just don't do anything and just look to the crowd and everybody's going nuts. Is that something that Are there two better guys that know how to do that than The Rock and Hulk Hogan to just milk the crowd like that?
They were the best. They were great. They knew it. You feel it. That's what's missing today is feeling and emotion. So yeah, they were great, man. They just went out there and felt it and went with it.
I'm curious what the reaction was backstage. Were you in Gorilla when that's going on?
I probably was or close to it.
When you're seeing this happen on the screen, what's Vince's reaction?
Well, the reaction to what? The reaction to the stare down and the reaction
Yes.
of the crowd?
Yes.
Loving it because the audience was into it. It was two of the biggest stars the business had ever seen, old and young. The old stud and the young buck in there, and the crowd was eating it up. They really wanted it.
Who wrote the promo for Hogan? Is this something that at this point we're scripting word for word, or is this bullet points? And who's kind of going over and coaching him up on this? Is this something he's working with Vince on?
Probably Brian Gewirtz and Vince.
Okay.
Brian was a great writer.
Why in kayfabe land is there no one to come help The Rock if there's allegedly here to kill the entire company when they start, smashing the top guys here, Rock and Austin, and back-to-back nights? Where are all the baby faces?
I think that Vince had put out an edict that if anyone comes out and tries to save them, they'd be fired. I think that was, but I'm saying that was like part of the storyline of the show.
Sure. So after the commercial, here's where we start getting to the fun stuff. They load The Rock into an ambulance, and as they tried to leave, the NWO stopped them with a big semi-truck, and then they start beating the hell out of the ambulance with crowbars. They chained up the ambulance so Rock, who was unconscious, could not escape. And then Hogan, wink wink, drove the semi at about 100 miles an hour into the side of the ambulance. And those in the building have said the crowd was like 40%, 50% behind the NWO during this angle. They're cheering on The Rock being attacked inside the ambulance. And Hogan is so excited that he did crotch chops. And the NWO then looks into the back of the ambulance, presumably to see The Rock's remains, and then run off into the night. And Jim Ross famously says tragedy has struck a WWF superstar. What are your memories of doing this? Did y'all shoot this the night before?
No, we shot it the night of.
Wow.
And it was pre-taped. It was very ambitious. It was friggin' cold in Chicago. But that was a Vince McMahon production. We had everybody out there, and we did pre-tape it, make sure everybody was safe. But it got done while the show was taking place inside the arena. And then it aired as if it was live. And I dare say it worked out pretty good. And JR kind of summed it up because tragedy had struck a WWF superstar. And if tragedy has struck anyone in your family, I'd go to rgtaylor4law.com for some good legal advice.
And there was no hype about the heat that Eric Bischoff had, man. He had creative issues with Jericho that caused him to leave, and ultimately we got Y2J, so roll tide on that. And he once threw coffee on Eddie Guerrero. Now, Bischoff would deny that, but Eddie told the same story every time. And he even fired Stone Cold Steve Austin by FedEx because Steve was hurt. I'm sure there were others on the list. Do you remember any conversations with those specific guys about Bischoff coming in, Bruce?
No. Everybody, it was a surprise for everybody as they came in. And like I said, everybody was professional and cordial with him. Again, they're on the winning side now, and he's coming in, he's coming into their house as a talent. He's not their boss. So there's real no reason to be confrontational or be an asshole in any way.
Let's talk about someone who we know didn't like Eric Bischoff coming in, and that's Ric Flair. They had a long, sordid history at WCW, and they're on good terms these days, and Bischoff has since apologized for the way he handled Rick in WCW. At one point, they were both suing each other, and Bischoff was even holding meetings in front of the boys, saying that Flair never drew a dime in the business, and that his new goal was to drive Flair into personal bankruptcy and ruin him. So even when Flair comes back several months later to WCW, These guys are not sending Christmas cards to one another. Do you remember having a conversation or talking to Rick about Bischoff coming back?
No, I didn't specifically at all. And, you know, that may have been something Hunter might have, Stephanie may have, or Vince, but I did not. So I didn't know, you know, again, Rick was professional, as everybody was, and no one outwardly came up to me and specifically said, "Hey, I've got a problem with this guy being here. I don't like him. He screwed me. He did this." I didn't have any of that. So if they did, they might have said it to somebody else, but not me.
Rick wrote in his book that his confidence was shot when he first started back with the company. And he even wrote, "It seemed like I couldn't shake off the specter of Eric Bischoff." He later wrote, "I just started to get a grip on my own talent. And then I saw Eric Bischoff walk through the dressing room at Continental Airlines in New Jersey. My heart sank." He says there was so much on my mind, however, I didn't know if I was ready to go walk through the curtain. He says that he had to have Brock calm him down, and keep in mind, Brock is a 24-year-old rookie who'd been on the road for 4 months, giving advice about how to handle this to the Nature Boy. Rick wrote, "I had 1,000 reasons for never punching out Bischoff in WCW. He was an executive. I had dragged my family through one lawsuit, and I didn't want to get caught up in another, particularly one I would lose. But when I was alone, I think to myself, why didn't you just beat the shit out of him? And I blame myself for never doing it. Now he was in the WWE as a performer, no different than me or anyone else. I finally had my chance." Rick also writes that once Eric called him after 9/11 and tried to have a moment, but it just pissed Rick off even more. And he wrote, "When he finally arrived in the WWE, I was forced to act cordial, and it killed me. Finally, I told myself, I've let him get away for too long. If I want to raise my boys to be men, it's about time I act like one." So on March 17th, 2003, Rick says he saw him in the dressing room talking to someone about Girls Gone Wild on his cell phone. And Rick wrote, "I heard him use his classic cliche, 'It's taking on a life of its own.' And that was it. Rick had had enough. He went to catering, got Arn, and asked him to follow him. Then he told Arn, please just watch the door, and didn't tell Arn anything else. So Rick makes the approach to Eric and says, I need to talk to you. Eric holds up one finger, telling Rick to wait. But Rick wrote, I had already waited too long, so I just slapped him as hard as I could across the face, knocking the cell phone out of his hand. He began backing up. I swung at him 3 times, but it couldn't connect because he was moving so fast. When Bischoff got to the wall, I pushed him onto a couch, climbed on top of him, and pressed my finger against his eye and said, I could take your fucking eye out right now. I backed away so he could rise from the couch and said, let's go, right now. Then Rick kicked Eric in the leg, and suddenly Sergeant Slaughter was between them, and Eric said, I'm not going to fight you. Eventually, of course, Rick had to answer to Vince and explain himself. Vince wanted to know who else was involved and said this couldn't happen as long as he was on company property. It was unprofessional. He asked him if there was anybody else he was planning to attack, and Flair said Hogan. Vince said, please don't do that. Rick also wrote in his book that Eric tried to make peace several times since, saying things like, quote, life is too short. Rick responded by saying, he knows I'll never forgive him. Fuck no. Rick says in the weeks that followed, a number of guys came to him to tell him they wish they'd done the same thing to Eric back in WCW. Now, let's go to Eric Bischoff's book. He has a different account. He writes, of all the guys at WWE when I came over, Arn Anderson and Ric Flair were probably the only ones who were clearly not comfortable with me being there. But even they put it in their back pockets. Within a month, Rick and I were going out together and having a beer. Bruce, you were there. What happened? Because both of these accounts can't be true. Somebody's full of shit.
Well, they were going out in a month and having a beer, and as far as outwardly and between each other, they did put it in their back pockets, and they were cordial, and they did act professional, with the exception of the one incident in St. Louis. So, and I wasn't there for the incident in St. Louis. I was actually in Houston, and I got a phone call from Jerry Briscoe, because I always produced all the stuff with Eric and Rick. And I was in Houston for some medical treatments, and I was going to St. Louis that night, and I knew that I had everything with Eric and Rick that night, and they had shit to produce together. And I got a phone call, and it was, well, your 2 boys are acting bad. What happened? And he says, Well, Eric and Rick got into a fight in the locker room. I don't know what happened. They're in with Vince now. Have fun. See you in a few. And I tried calling Rick. I tried calling Eric and got messages. So I jumped on a plane and got there. And when I arrived, I don't know that I think they had gotten together with Vince and shook hands and everything was fine. But then I was told, well, you need to go get with Eric and Rick and go over the night. You know, nobody's had a chance to do that because of all the bullshit that happened earlier on in the day. I got them both in the dressing room in the back there in St. Louis, and both were as if nothing had happened. And I actually grabbed Rick first. I said, hey, Rick, everything cool? He says, yeah, I'm fine, man. It's over. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. And they walked in, got them together. We did business, and it was as if nothing had happened.
Did you know that this was going to happen at some point?
No, I didn't. I really didn't, because again, like I said, they were fine with each other in public.
Was there any heat on Rick or Arn afterwards?
You know, I think that some people just kind of looked at it as a built up, that pent up emotion, and it was going to explode.
Just needed to get over with.
Needed to get, it's like a pimple, man. It just needed to get out and move on.
Since Rick wrote about it in his book, talk to me about Girls Gone Wild.
Girls Gone Wild was a project. Damn it. The guy that did Girls Gone Wild was a friend of Eric's.
Francis.
Yes. And they were doing a pay-per-view in wherever the hell it was, South Padre. So Eric had come to Vince and said, hey, here's this idea to do something with Girls Gone Wild and do kind of a co-promotion where we do the production and everybody participate in the promotion. Snoop Dogg was involved in it. And this is where, I don't think I've told this story before about Snoop Dogg and Kevin Dunn on the air, have I?
I'm not sure.
Well, we go down and it's essentially a WWE production that is doing the production of this live Girls Gone Wild competition in South Padre Island. And we've got a lot of different stars, probably the biggest one being Snoop Dogg. We have a lot of our production people down there, and Eric and I believe Jason Hervey might have been involved as well. They're also down there on the production side, you know, writing this and being a big part of it. But the funniest story of it all, for those, everybody knows Kevin Dunn is the executive producer for WWE, and Kevin was the executive producer for this. And Snoop Dogg, they were all warned ahead of time that, listen, the cops are going to be out in force. No drugs. When we say no drugs, that means marijuana too. So apparently that's a drug. Apparently it's illegal in Texas. So the cops and the state troopers and all this shit had come in and said, hey, if, you know, we smell one damn joint, anything coming in, we're going to arrest people. And we see any underage people drinking, we're arresting them. This show's going to be done with. So Snoop shows up a couple hours late, rolls up, billows of smoke coming out of the limo and so on and so forth. And as the legend goes, Kevin Dunn is beside himself because Snoop has missed all the rehearsals. He's showing up. They're getting ready to go live, and Kevin is trying to explain to Snoop what he's got to do for that night. And Snoop is just standing there staring off into the distance, puffing on a cigar. And Kevin is getting madder and madder because Snoop won't acknowledge him. And finally, Snoop, without ever looking at him, goes, hey, motherfucker. Just because I ain't looking at you don't mean I ain't hearing you. I got this shit. And fucking just walked off. But it was for the crew, the WWE crew guys that were there and witnessed it. Two of them called me within 30 minutes of that happening because I was at home. I had nothing to do with the damn thing. And we're like, oh my God, the greatest fucking moment ever. And Snoop Dogg just punked out Kevin Dunn. And Eric was there. Eric, you know, would tell the story. But yeah, that was the Girls Gone Wild debacle that I don't know if that made any money or not. Somebody did, not us.
Let's talk about something I've always wanted to know here. You guys allowed him on January 4th to go to Japan and work the Hustle pay-per-view. What's up? What's up with that?
God, I have absolutely no idea. That's a JR and Johnny Ace situation.
Well, I'll ask JR
No
on
clue.
his new podcast. January 12th, he comes back to Raw on Uniondale, New York, in that edition of Raw. And Matt Hardy's out and demands more respect. Steve Austin comes out and threatens to beat him up. And Hardy said he wants to face someone he's never wrestled before. And here comes Goldberg. He pins Matt Hardy in about 2.5 minutes after a spear and a jackhammer. And then Goldberg declares himself eligible for the Royal Rumble. Scott Steiner runs into Goldberg backstage and tells him he's winning the Royal Rumble and challenges him to a match the next week in Green Bay, Wisconsin. There we would see Goldberg beat both Test and Scott Steiner in a 3-way when Goldberg hit Test with a spear and a jackhammer at 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Did you guys see maybe something you could do with Goldberg and Scott Steiner right away? Who was a proponent of that?
I don't think anybody was a proponent of that. It was just a one-off. And maybe make a little interest off of the, the old WCW. Maybe there's a little bit of a rivalry there, but it was nothing more than that.
Royal Rumble 04, Philadelphia. Terry is interviewing Goldberg backstage and she asks him how it feels to be number 30. Before he gets a chance to respond, Brock Lesnar interrupts and Goldberg doesn't even get to say a word. And Brock says, no one cares what number he is. So at this point, you guys have already sort of set in stone. We're definitely doing Brock and Goldberg at WrestleMania. Did you know at this point that Brock was done as well?
I don't think we knew Brock was done as well. I think Brock in February came to us with his, I want to go play football. So at this point, we were still looking at doing Brock and Goldberg at WrestleMania and Goldberg getting Brock over.
Goldberg says he's going to win the Rumble and then regain his title and adds, ain't that right, Hardcore? Looking over Brock's shoulder, and Brock jumps and turns to see if Hardcore Holly's behind him. He's not. It was a trick. And it was a nice subtle way to give Holly his heat back after the clean loss earlier, showing that even though Brock won, he still fears him. So Goldberg said, some people have the nerve to call Mick Foley a coward. I don't think so. I mean, it feels like at this point, if you guys needed some creative, Holly would have had an idea, right?
Damn right. I got an idea. How about I beat you both?
Goldberg comes in at number 30. He eliminates Nunzio, Charlie Haas, John Cena, and Billy Gunn. Lesnar comes in, gives him an F5, and when Goldberg's yelling at him, Angle comes in from behind and throws him out. So this is destined to be here. The fans were even yelling Goldberg at Brock back when his debut happened in 2002. Did you guys sort of have that as a dream WrestleMania match all along? Like when you first brought him in, did you have a Brock Goldberg WrestleMania moment sort of in the back of your mind when he first comes in?
Absolutely. You had the obvious ones. You had Goldberg Austin, you had Goldberg Rock, and then you had Goldberg versus Brock. And the two big bulls finally colliding. And that was something that we wanted to get to. So WrestleMania was the place for it.
The next night on Raw, Kane and Goldberg ends in a no contest when the lights go out and the smoke fills the ring. It's really just a tease for the Kane Undertaker match, though, for 20. Later in the show, Austin gives Goldberg a ticket to No Way Out. And Austin tells him that a buddy of his gave him a front row ticket, but he can't go because he's booked up. And Austin says he's not going to represent Raw. He's going to represent the good name of Stone Cold Steve Austin, and says, don't do anything I wouldn't do. So that pretty much guarantees that Goldberg's going to interfere in the Brock Lesnar Eddie Guerrero match at No Way Out. At this time, Goldberg starts to grow a beard out. Is that something that anyone in the company says anything about? It's a little thing, but once upon a time you had to have permission to grow facial hair or cut your hair or whatever. Was that the case here for Goldberg, or does he do what he wants?
No, he just did it, and he's a manly man that grows beard fast. But I'm pretty sure he cut it off shortly thereafter. And the reason being is you got marketing stuff out there. You got action figures and just other promotional material. And if you look different, nowadays you look different. They just make new shit, and you you get more action figures out there.
Right.
So
Around we're going to talk about that Eddie Guerrero Brock Lesnar match on another show, guys. Don't worry. Before we talk about it here briefly, I do want to ask about how far along you guys got in even discussing a new contract. Killer reported there's some discussion of re-signing Goldberg to a new contract, or at least offering him one. However, if the company does offer Goldberg a new deal, it will not even approach the money he's currently making. The company figures that Goldberg isn't going to accept less money for the same number of dates. So if they do make an offer, it'll probably be a special appearance contract that would require him to work a special number of pay-per-views and make occasional television appearances to build up those matches. The 1-year contract expires at WrestleMania 20. Here in January of 2004, what was the temperature of the company with the idea of entertaining a new contract for him?
from a creative standpoint, we weren't entertaining it, and we weren't thinking about it. However, if they could work something out with him and talent relations and Vince were happy with it, we would make something work. But we weren't putting a lot of thought into it on the creative side of things, because we felt we had pretty much hit a wall with Goldberg and what we were going to get out of it. And after WrestleMania, just figured, shit, what do you do? So it just didn't look good, and it didn't feel good. So until we heard the definitive, yes, we got him for another year or 2 years, we moved on, and we weren't really concentrating on Goldberg at that point, other than getting to WrestleMania.
On the February 9th edition of Raw in Portland, Goldberg comes to the ring and Vince McMahon interrupts. And then Steve Austin rides out on his ATV and Vince invites Paul Heyman out. Heyman tells Goldberg he better stay in his seat at the pay-per-view during the Lesnar match. And Goldberg says that Lesnar's next. And then Heyman gets a spear for his troubles. He attempts to give McMahon a spear, but McMahon moves and he spears Austin by mistake. This is the setup to get Austin as the referee for Lesnar. Why did you guys think that the Brock Lesnar, Bill Goldberg needed Steve Austin as a special guest referee?
Just for, star power and allure, and to make that match more of an attraction, because frankly, we didn't think it was going to be a masterpiece from bell to bell. And the thought process was, let's get Steve in there, let's color it up. And it gave Steve something to do of a marquee match and a marquee spot on WrestleMania.
Let's talk about No Way Out, San Francisco, February 15th. Can't wait to cover this. We are covering it on February of 2019. So set your calendars, folks. 11 months from now, we're doing it. The main event here, of course, is Brock Lesnar defending the world title against Eddie Guerrero. And during the match, the ref goes down after a Brock F5 attempt and Brock gets the title belt. Goldberg runs out and gives Brock a spear and then leaves. 2 minutes later, Brock comes back with an F5 attempt and Eddie escapes and DDTs Brock and hits a frog splash for the pin and wins the WWE title. It's one of the most memorable moments in WWE history. And I think a lot of people sort of forget the fact that Goldberg was involved in that. Biggest night of Eddie's career at that point, right?
Absolutely. I cried like a little baby. We had Eddie's entire family was there. He had brought his mom in, and it was an extremely emotional night. I remember, though, going back, and we'll talk about it at a later date, but the finish of that match, hating Goldberg being involved in it, but also understanding that you had to have Goldberg involved in it to get to WrestleMania. So it's the lesser of two evils, and you had to do it to get where we needed to go.
The next night, Vince makes it official. Austin is the ref for Goldberg and Lesnar, and then Lesnar attacks Austin from behind and gives him an F5. So now Austin is essentially square. He's got heat with both guys now. Is Austin nervous about taking any of these moves, whether the fear or the F5 with his neck injury?
The F5 would be easy for him to take because he can take that on his stomach and he's not really snapping his neck back. I don't know if there was any concern on the spear, but that would be kind of iffy. And as best I remember, Bill took really good care of Steve going down on that spear. So he was taken care of from a creative standpoint on our side. I know we were concerned about Steve taking the spear because of the neck issue and just not aggravating that anymore.
Goldberg wasn't on the March 1st or the March 8th Raw. I don't think he's back on Raw for like 12 years. What's the thinking here and not having Goldberg appear on either Raw as you're in your WrestleMania March? Like, it's WrestleMania season. Is he not there because he's already maxed out his dates? Has communication broke down? Why wasn't Goldberg there on March 1st or March 8th?
No, it wasn't any of that. It was because you got two guys that are going to be leaving in Brock and Goldberg, and to devote any more television time than promoting the match. We had done all we could do to build up that match. We had Steve there to do it and other people to talk about it and what have you. But the feeling was, do we really need to devote any more television time to this? And we can promote it and talk about it, but not have to have either one of them there. The next time you're going to see him is in the ring at Mania.
Let's get to WrestleMania 20. Goldberg's taking on Brock Lesnar here. Of course, we know Steve Austin is the special guest referee. A pretty memorable match, but maybe not for all the right reasons. Bruce, a lot of people think this is the worst match in WrestleMania history. What's your take on that?
It's not the worst match in WrestleMania history, for fuck's sake. Didn't we have a Hell in a Cell?
A candle in a cell?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. There've been worse matches, but this stunk. Everybody knew it. I watched it in the audience, and the air just came out of the garden. It was just horrible. And both guys were going through the motions as far as Brock and Goldberg. The crowd had turned on both. They didn't give a shit. And they knew both guys were leaving, and they were pissed off at both guys. You know what I mean? They were pissed off that Goldberg wasn't staying around, and they were pissed off that Brock wasn't staying around, and they just wanted Steve to kick both of their asses. So the only high spot in that whole match was the stunners at the end.
Sort of a weird deal here because the crowd's booing them all. There's Goldberg sucks chants. Really hard to get anything to go right for the crowd. After the match is over, I guess I should mention, Goldberg gets the win after a spin and a jackhammer. Did anybody give a shit what the finish was? Why was the decision made to have Goldberg win?
The decision made to have Goldberg win was babyface finish. There's no reason to have Brock go over at this point. Babyface finish, get him out of there, and then Steve stun him.
Brock give a shit?
No.
After the match is over, Lesnar gives the crowd and Austin 2 middle fingers, and Austin stuns him. And then Austin tosses Goldberg a beer, and Goldberg doesn't even try to grab it. So the crowd boos. Austin throws him another beer, and he catches it. They drink beer together for a minute, and then Austin gives him a stunner. And Austin is the guy who's sort of the star of the match, right? What's Vince's reaction backstage as this is happening?
Well, I watched it in the crowd, and I did go backstage afterwards. Vince's reaction was a non-reaction. He sat there, and the next match going in, and thank you guys. Next, didn't sit there and have a conversation with them. It was over, and he was moving on to the next match, and he got the match in the ring, and he got the match the fuck out of the ring.
Who was the agent for that match? Do you remember?
I do not. I think it was I don't even want to guess because I don't know.
Everybody knew going in this is their last for both. How are the boys receiving it? I mean, what's the talk in the locker room, the office? Give me the temperature.
Well, the feeling was it wasn't one guy leaving, one guy staying and wondering if somebody was going to do business. There wasn't that feeling at all. It just was more than anything a feeling of move on and let's have it be the least painful that it can possibly be. I think that people thought that they would have a better match than they did, but I think that when the crowd turned on both guys the way they did, that they kind of got lost out there. And Steve, try as he may, there wasn't a whole lot to do to save the damn thing. So for us, it was like, okay, it's a necessary evil. You got to have the match. You got to get through it, and just wanted it to be over. I was sad for Brock because I didn't want Brock to leave. I was sad that at that time it was his last match. I knew he would be coming back at some point. You just kind of knew it. But for me, it was sad because Brock from day one, you know, he was a stud, and I just would have rather him go out on a higher note at that time. But it wasn't meant to be.
Let's talk about the finish, because it made the dirt sheet that Brock was originally scheduled to win the match, but when he decided to leave, it was switched to Goldberg going over. And I know what you said made sense about babyface, but the dirt sheets, of course, say the reason was they're angrier with Brock. Any truth to that?
Weren't happy with Brock, but it was the decision ultimately came down to just get the babyface over and get him out of there.
He booed it.
Let's get to the November 4th SmackDown. This is where Daniel Puder makes a name for himself. Kurt Angle is challenging the finalists to do a easy for me to say, a squat thrust competition, which you begin in a standing position, then you move into a squat position with your hands on the ground, kick your feet down into a plank position, but you keep your arms extended, and then immediately return to your feet back into the squat position and then stand up. So, you know, they do these drills in wrestling and sometimes even in football. And the winner here is then going to get a shoot match with Kurt Angle. And unfortunately for Chris Naraki, he wins the competition, and Angle pretty much throws him around the ring for about 30 seconds. And I believe even broke one of his ribs in the process. And then he pins him. Before we go on, what are your memories of that? Any heat on Kurt? I mean, obviously accidents happen, but this is interfering with a television show.
No, you know, there was no heat on him. It was, he did what he was supposed to do. The issue was that they wanted to have interaction with the WWE talent. So Paul Heyman wanted to have, and we've talked about this on the Heyman show, but Paul wanted to have Nunzio, okay, who's legit shoot wrestler, very tough kid, but he's smaller. He trained with Billy Robinson, and he is a really tough guy. But he wanted Nunzio to stretch all the guys, and that's how it started out. So from there, it went from Nunzio to Big Show to Mark Henry to Kurt Angle to all these different people. So as we're doing this, I was sitting there and I said, well, what you have to do is, I went old school. This is where I did get involved, because I went back to the Gene Anderson and style of training guys. So one thing that Gene used to do was he would make guys run the steps for hours, and he would hit them with broom handles and shit like that. And then once they ran the steps, he would make them do 1,000 squats and go run the steps some more, and then hit the ropes back and forth, and then all this other shit before they ever locked up, before they ever did anything. And then once they were blown so sky high that their legs were spaghetti, then the guy would beat the shit out of them. Okay, so, okay, now let's wrestle. And the wrestler, of course, he would be fresh, ready to go, and he would stretch the guy. The people that came back from that were the ones that really wanted to be in the business. The ones that couldn't handle that, that's how they would weed them out. Not saying that's a good way to do it or not. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's a good way to do it in today's day and age. But for this competition, my idea was, I said, well, we need to run them. We got to blow them up first. So we took them back, and there was a ramp backstage, and we made them run sprints up and down the ramp. And then we made them do these squat thrusts and all this other shit. But we had them sprint forever until they were dragging. Then once they ran the sprints, we took them in and fed them fettuccine Alfredo. So the contest in there was, you got to eat so many bowls of this heavy, creamy fettuccine Alfredo. So now you're stuffing your face with fettuccine Alfredo. And the only thing that they had to drink, they had like 2, not gallons, but the next smaller size of milk that you had to wash it down with. So you had to eat what was in front of you. You had to eat the fettuccine Alfredo, and you had to wash it down with the milk. Now, and one of them may have been buttermilk as well. So now you've been running like crazy. You've eaten all this pasta, drank all this milk. Now let's go run again. You run them some more. We've made them do squats. Now it's time for them to go out and do the competition thing. So now they got to do the squat thrusts and all that other crap. And the idea was to blow them up. Well, watching all this shit, I noticed Daniel Puder, he wasn't sprinting. He was just kind of jogging, and he wasn't going hard at all. Plus, he didn't eat. He wasn't eating his pasta. And I told Johnny, I said, hey, this motherfucker over here, he's not eating and he's not sprinting. He's conserving his energy. So, they got on him and all this shit. And I don't know that he ate all of everything he was supposed to eat, because we had a time constraint too that we had to get through, and we had to get these guys done. So they get up there, and the one kid won, and Kurt stretched him. So that all happened before they ever even got to the air. But it wasn't done in a way old school. It was guys were cheating, and they were letting them slide.
Well, after this segment where Kurt's throwing Chris around, he gets on the mic and challenges everybody who's still in the competition on the outside of the ring, and says, hey, if anybody wants to challenge me, just step right in. And Puder quickly raises his hand and gets in the ring. You guys knew he had a wrestling background and an MMA background. Are you in the back? Are you in the gorilla position? Do you think, oh shit, this isn't a good idea?
It was a terrible idea. We told Kurt, you do the one guy, and that's it. Nobody else. Okay. And we even showed him, this guy hasn't been running. This guy hasn't been running. This guy didn't eat his pasta. I said, don't fuck with them. I said, leave them alone. I said, I said, if they win and you blow them up in the ring, and, I said, but you do the one guy and you get out. That's it. Well, Kurt kept going, and Kurt, challenged and made the challenge. And this guy sitting there, and Kurt was so mad that somebody would want to face him. And at this time, Kurt has just stretched this big 300-pound guy, which takes a lot out of you. And Kurt wasn't the Kurt Angle from 1996 at this point either. So yeah, it was Kurt wasn't supposed to ask anybody who else wants me, because then it makes him look like a dumbass if he doesn't take anybody. And then he took the guy, and the guy got him in an arm lock, and then Kurt had to pin him. But it was shitty all the way around. And the point is, we never should have put ourselves in that position.
So let's talk about the actual situation. Angle and Puder are wrestling for position. Angle takes Puder down. No surprise there. But in the process, Puder gets Angle in a Kimura. And while Puder is on his back holding Kurt's arm in the move, Angle's attempting a pin. And one of the 2 referees in the ring, Jimmy Corderas, quickly counts 3 to end the match, despite the fact that Puder's shoulders were not down on the mat, and he bridged up at 2. Now, Wade Keller would put in the torch. From backstage, Gerald Briscoe had the ref through his earpiece count a fast pin, recognizing the situation Angle was in. Angle leaped up, got in Puder's face, asked him what he was thinking, and then went into a trash-talking spiel that was meant to look like a veteran browbeating a greenhorn, but in reality, Angle was reeling from the realization that he almost got embarrassed in front of a full arena and his colleagues, and everyone sees him as, the creme de la creme. I mean, he's the guy with the real sports credentials. Chat me up here. Do you remember Briscoe giving the order to Corderas to count the pin, recognizing that Angle was in trouble?
Well, here's the whole idea behind it, though. You had an amateur wrestler, and it was amateur rules, and that was what Kurt was out there doing. But you had dumb fuck referees that didn't know what an amateur pin was. An amateur pin is not a 3 count.
Right.
An amateur pin is if if both shoulders touch the mat, you're out. That's the pin. It's that quick. So the fact that he bridged out on 3, who the fuck cares? He was pinned. He was down. So he was pinned. And the referee didn't know any better. And I don't think, but at the same time, and I'll defend the referees here, I don't think anybody thought it would get to that point ever. So it just was, it was ill-conceived. It was ill-executed. And Kurt put himself in that position. And the kid had his arm locked in. The kid wanted to break his arm. He could have broken his arm.
You know, I think that's what is sort of lost on everybody. If this was a real MMA fight, Kurt would have already tapped, but he's in this spot where he can't tap. Like that's not what this segment's supposed to be. So he's not going to tap. But as you said, I mean, if he really wanted to, he could have cranked that thing and it wouldn't have been a bad day for Mr. Angle.
Yeah, I think he could. I think he had it locked in pretty good. And again, you know, you would have had to break Kurt Angle's arm before he'd tap. He's just that tough and he's that good. But why? Why put one of your top guys in that position? And that was my argument, and that was my bitch, that I didn't like putting Kurt in that situation at all.
Angle told people backstage afterwards that his hand went numb after the scrimmage with Chris, and that's why he had a tougher time taking Puder down. And Keller would write that there wasn't any heat on Puder for doing what he did, saying that everybody knew he could have injured Angle, but he didn't. And there were a lot of guys in the back, according to Wade, who felt bad for Angle, considering that he was out there in bully mode, but got shown up, numbness or not. Quote, Kurt was working stiff with them, so Puder went into survival mode, says one WWE insider. That's what he is trained to do and what he should have done. He showed balls and guts, end quote. So chat me up. What's your read on the situation backstage? Puder comes through the curtain. Kurt comes through the curtain. What are people saying or thinking?
Well, Kurt was pissed off, and I was pissed off at Kurt. I was pissed off at Paul Heyman. I was pissed off at Paul Heyman for getting in Kurt's ear and pumping him up so much that that's what Kurt felt that he needed to do. And it just made it made the business look bad. It made Kurt look bad. And there was no need for it. It was my anger, I guess is the best way to put it. So I was pissed off at Kurt for letting it go that far. I was pissed off at Heyman for getting him riled up. I was pissed off at Puder for fucking getting in there. I had a lot of pissed off to go around, but at the end of the day, it was our fault. It was our fault for allowing it to happen. And we should have, going back to Laurinaitis and those guys, man, if you're going to blow them up, blow them up. Don't half-ass do it. And don't come in thinking, you forget, a shooter, a guy that is trained to beat you and to hurt you. Okay. And that's what Kurt Angle was for so many years. Then we took that away from him and we taught him how to dance and we taught him how to work with people and not hurt them. So he's not in that mode. He's not in that killer instinct mode. Now you've got a kid who's coming from the world of shoot and hurt and do what you have to do to win, who they have not taught how to dance yet. And you put those guys together. Yes, Kurt, in my opinion, for many, 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 many years was probably the baddest human being walking the face of the earth and the toughest son of a bitch I've ever seen. However, at this time, man, he was broken down. He had nagging injuries and he wasn't that same guy. And to put him in the ring with somebody that was hungry and someone that had been doing nothing but that, it's not fair to Kurt, and it's not fair to us. and it's just wrong, and it was a bad call. So I don't blame Puder for what he did. Fucking go out there and make a name for yourself, kid. Here's an opportunity. Go make a name for yourself. Why not? That's what he thought he was supposed to do.
Do you think this incident hurt Kurt's rep backstage at all?
No.
Kurt has said that, this is a very awkward situation. His neck is so bad he can't even do 5 push-ups. But one of the ideas was that Vince wanted him to wrestle all of the finalists, and he didn't think he was worried about Puder at all, but he was more concerned about the 2 big guys. He says at the time, he only weighed 207 pounds, and his body had started to deteriorate. His neck is just killing him. And he says when he wrestled Chris, that front headlock he got him in and pushed him over, he jammed his head into the canvas, so his hands go completely numb. And he's just trash talking and opened his mouth and says, who else wants some? And then there you go. That's how this whole Puder thing came to be. It is interesting because Kurt would write in his book, the whole thing was, it wasn't supposed to be an ultimate fighting contest. It was a wrestling match, but there was supposed to be a submission, but he was a moron. And he put his back on the mat, and it wasn't supposed to be a 3 count. It's supposed to be a 1 count, like in amateur wrestling.
And let me interrupt there. And that was the fail safe on everything, because when we talked to everybody beforehand, it's like, it is amateur rules, because there was no doubt, no matter who it was,
He can take him down.
that Kurt couldn't pin him. No, that Kurt could pin him.
Right.
So that was the fail safe on everything. So that's why, when the referee counted 3, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
It's a 1 slap and it's out. So we had talked about that, and that was the fail safe, that no matter what happened, everybody felt confident that Kurt could get him on their back and that Kurt could pin him.
I do think it's fun though, that you're fired up at the referees for doing a 3 count, but they're in a professional wrestling ring at a professional wrestling show wearing a professional wrestling outfit where they've been
doing amateur shit.
And you're like, you fucking dumbass, doing exactly what we've sold tickets for and you've done your whole life.
Doing a goddamn, hey, we're doing a reality show inside of goddamn entertainment show with an entertainer and a shooter who's real, who goddamn, we want real rules, motherfucker.
What's confusing for you, shooter boy? That's
shit.
That's what's fun to me though, is realistically, if he would have done a 1 count, the crowd's going to be like, well, he didn't pin him. That was only 1. Because we as wrestling fans, we're at a wrestling show. We've been trained to believe a pin is 3. He kicked out at 1 or whatever. So anyway, it's just
silly.
It's fun to hear you get, but my favorite part is you're fired up on it.
I am. I'm fucking hot.
That is so good.
Motherfucker.
I guess we should talk about the end here, but before we do, let's talk about Paul Heyman, because I had never heard the story when you were saying a little earlier about the whole Kurt Angle incident, that it was Paul who was in Kurt's ear getting him fired up. How much blame do you think Heyman had? I mean, had Heyman not gotten in his ear and really firing Kurt Angle up, would he have made the secondary challenge to Puder? Would any of this have even happened?
Had Kurt not got in,
had Heyman
had
not
Paul not got in Kurt's ear, Kurt wouldn't have even been out in the ring in the first place.
I see.
So in my opinion, it was Paul who got Kurt fired up to go to Vince to demand to be in that spot and convince Vince that he was the one to be in that spot.
Puder says some of his best memories of OVW are when Paul came down and they got to work together. He said he really likes Paul and he's super blessed to have Paul in his life, even all this time later. I'm glad you mentioned Stephanie, because Stephanie went on record as saying that Paul was the first writer that she ever had to suspend without pay. And she says it was because Paul was behaving like a child. What's the backstory on all this? What can you tell us about the suspension?
Well, I don't think he was suspended without pay. She may have said that, but I don't think he was suspended without pay. Okay. Paul had a habit of trying to get young disciples around him. Paul always liked to have a step and fetch. He liked to have young boys that would do his bidding, go get him his laundry and go get him his Kung Pao chicken, extra pow, easy on the peanuts, make them salted extra chicken, sir. And Paul would just recruit. So anytime that a new writer would come in or a writer's assistant would come in, Paul would take them under his wing. I will show you the way, my good man. And there was one in particular by the name of Dominic, that he was a nice young guy, but a little goofy. But Paul had chosen Dominic as his new disciple, and Paul had gotten up and kind of grandstanded in the writer's room about, this young man is trying hard and he wants to go out and he wants to prove himself. So I would like for everyone to listen to his ideas with a full heart and give him an opportunity to contribute to this team. So whatever Dominic does, I want everyone to give him his attention and listen. Now, Dominic, you had an idea. Please pitch it to the room. And this was at a time when everybody had kind of started seeing through some of Paul's stuff, and Paul wasn't the most popular guy in the room. And Dominic made a pitch for a women's match in which the women would be stripped down completely naked in the ring. And everybody's like, okay, Dom, then what? What do you do? Well, no, Dominic, what do you do? I mean, they're naked. What? You can't have naked women. No, man, they got nip covers. And when he said nip covers, that just, everybody in the room blew a gasket, especially Brian Gewirtz. Well, Heyman took this situation and, of course, blows up, starts cutting a promo on Brian for disrespecting Dominic and disrespecting these young writers who are trying to be a part of this team and trying to pitch ideas, but yet you make fun of them. And Brian fired back on Paul. And when they did, it was kind of like two umpires or an umpire and a ball player when they bump chests. And they come across the room at each other and kind of bump chests. And I wasn't really paying attention at this point to the argument because it was silly at best. But when they bumped chests, there was one of the writers in the room, a guy named Pete Doyle. And Pete jumps up and Pete gets in between them and is holding them back and like, hey, calm down, calm down. And I thought it was a pinch fight. It looked like two girls in a pinch fight. So they got separated and somehow Stephanie found out about it. And they get called into Stephanie's office and reprimanded. And the part that, and they were both suspended. Okay. But the part that pissed me off more than anything was I was supposed to go home that day. And I was supposed to go home on like a 3:00 flight. And I was told I couldn't go home until Stephanie met with the team. So I had to catch a later flight to have Stephanie come into the room to tell us that Paul and Brian were going to be sent home for 3 weeks and that we were to have no contact with them. And in the all-time classic Michael Hayes line, to this day, the best, and this is partly where we get the Duke from, Michael blurts out, but he didn't do it. He did it, pointing at Heyman. He started it, Stephanie. Do.
My goodness.
And the whole room was like, here, it was like you were in 3rd grade. And he started the fight. So, yeah, they got to go home and they still got paid. I'm sure they still got paid. They got paid and got to go home and didn't have to do shit.
Is this around the same time that the phone call story happens, the conference call story?
The conference call story happened during the suspension time, and Paul was the phone call story, folks. For those of you who don't know what the hell we're talking about, we would have conference calls over the weekend where you would dial into a number and then you had a code, you dial into the code and everybody gets on a conference call. So when you get on the call, you had to announce your name. So it would say Bruce has just joined the conference. Conrad has just joined the conference. Vince has just joined the conference. When you would drop off and you would hang up, it would tell you Bruce has left the conference. Conrad has left the conference. So we're having a conference call on this Saturday. This is during time that Paul was suspended from the company. And we used the same conference call number because it was only us that had that number. And we're in the middle of a creative meeting, and all of a sudden we hear a burp has left the conference. There was no name. So then it says roll call. Who's here? Who was that? Who dropped off? Roll call. Everybody, I'm here. Everyone was there. But someone had been on and had left the conference. The other thing about those conference calls is when you dial in, it logs your number, where you're calling from. The call came from a Scarsdale residence that was traced back to last name Heyman.
It was his mom and dad's house.
Correctamundo.
That's amazing.
And Paul denied it. Paul denied it for the longest time. And I just told recently that he was like, yeah, I was on.
What did that sound like when he was denying it?
I was not on the phone, sir. It was not me.
That's
Paul, it got traced back to your parents' house. It was not me, sir. But Paul, it went back to your parents' house. Not it.
Well, let's talk about why Paul was removed. Stephanie has said that Paul wasn't effective on the writing team for whatever reason. And I find that hard to believe. But Paul has said that, he wasn't maybe mature enough to be in that environment at the time. I guess, he could be pretty vocal and pretty opinionated and had a hard time. I guess the right word is assimilating. Can you speak to why you think he was removed and why Stephanie would go so far as to say he wasn't effective?
Yeah, because Paul had everybody else doing the work for him. Paul would shoot out ideas and talk about, the big picture and then kind of pawn it off to Dave Lagana or Pats or whoever else was working under him at the time and have them come back with a show. And he would push it off so late. He didn't meet deadlines. He would be late for Vince meetings. It was a combination of things that Paul was almost begging to get off of the team and begging to just be a talent and not have to worry about writing the show from week to week, because writing the show from week to week also came with heat. The boys, if they weren't being used, they're coming back to you and they're saying, hey, why aren't you using me? Why aren't you doing this? So he wasn't being heralded as the genius and the savior at this time. And it just wasn't working. And the rest of the team members were starting to complain and you could see through it. Stephanie saw through it.
You mentioned Lagana and Pants. Have you already talked about Paul's disciples?
Yes.
And would you list them all? I mean, as being Pants and Lagana and Dominic?
Yeah, those are the three main ones during his tenure that he really tried to bring into the Heyman fold.
Describe exactly what that means in your opinion. How did he get these guys on board? Was he just super complimentary to them? Is this kind of reliving the old ECW pre-pay-per-view speeches that we fans have heard about?
A lot of it like that, yes. but you also have to remember that these guys were coming in as writers' assistants when they first came in. So their job was to do whatever, the writers needed them to do. So Paul would bring them in and let's go to Chick-fil-A and come with me. I will buy you a chicken sandwich. They made them feel a part of it and would ask them, tell me give me your idea. That is excellent. I am going to use that. You will get full credit, sir. And he was Paul. So yeah, a lot of the speeches that you've seen on the different things, Paul could be very persuasive and a very charismatic guy.
What would you say was Paul's biggest harm to himself? I mean, did he have one big flaw as the head writer? Was there one single thing, or was it just trying to delegate too much?
Not knowing when to quit, not knowing when to tap out and be able to move on to the next thing. Accept a decision and move on. Like it or don't like it, just be able to accept it and move on and make it the best you can. If Paul didn't like an idea, he wouldn't work hard to make it successful.
Do you own your home? Go to geico.com. Do you rent your home? Go to geico.com. Do you have a car? Go to geico.com. Want to save some money? Go to geico.com. Edge was married at the time to a woman named Lisa. Did you know Lisa? Had you met her before?
Was that the first, second, or third one?
Okay. So,
well, no, I'm, and I don't mean that to be mean. I really and truly don't. Was that his first wife?
I don't know.
I knew his first wife. I was there when he asked her to marry him. That was Val Venus's sister. I don't remember, man. I think it was his second wife, though.
Okay. Let's, for the purposes of our story, I don't know that it matters. I don't know that.
Well, you asked the question.
Well, I asked if you knew her, and you kind of buried him and asked which one. So
that's not a burial. He knows. I love him to death.
He married Elena Morley in 2001. They divorced in 2004. Lisa Ortiz was his second wife. They married in October of 2004 and would divorce November the following year. I wonder why. He's with number 3 now, and I think you're kind of being a jerk with that, and that's Beth.
I'm not being a jerk with that.
Well, you said first.
He's had 2 successful divorces.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, didn't mean to get sidebarred. He's married at the time to Lisa Ortiz. They're married in October of 2004. Matt and Lita had been together at this point when all this is going down in 2005 for like 6 years. They started dating in early 1999. This is starting to feel very TMZ like, but this is what we're talking about. Matt is off the road here in 2005 with a reconstructive knee surgery. He torn his ACL and was set to be out for like 9 months. So right in the middle of his career here, he's sidetracked. Not too long after the split, Lita had started traveling alone. In the absence of Matt, of course, they were traveling together. And prior to this, he had been on SmackDown and doing really well. After a draft and a split, they separated them. And I want your kind of feedback as to why, if you know that Matt Hardy and Lita are together, and we saw this year with Del Rio and Paige, why does the company split couples like this, where Matt is now on SmackDown and Lita is on Raw?
Well, it had nothing to do with, their personal situation. It's just one of those things where it's time for a change and split it up on screen and do a little bit something different. But, that's one of those things that just kind of happens. Well, some people they'll keep together, some people they won't.
Why don't you think there would be consideration given to that?
There is some consideration. I don't know that there was necessarily consideration given to that, though.
Okay. So that's a non-answer. Let's move along.
No, I did answer. You didn't like my answer.
Well, it seems random that, well, sometimes they are and sometimes they're not, but why?
Yeah, sometimes they are and sometimes they aren't.
But you can't give me any reason as
because
to why
you want to do something different with them. and having them on the same thing, they're going to gravitate towards the same old, same old. When you get them separated, they get in new territory, and maybe they'll exceed and they'll do something different.
So what you're saying is you're trying to get the individual performer outside of a comfort zone, behind the scenes, not necessarily creatively in front of the camera.
All the above.
Okay. See, I don't think that was that hard. So anyway, Lita is traveling alone here because Matt's home. And Lita, this is worth mentioning, even though they're separated, Matt asked to come to Raw. So when he comes to Raw, he's not featured nearly as prominently. They were doing something with him on SmackDown, not so much on Raw. Do you have any comments about that?
No. I mean, it was simply a situation of, like you said, there was something for him there on SmackDown with the brand split, and they, had people for him to work and things for him to do there. And on Raw, there wasn't that fit there.
So here's my question.
It was a different environment.
Who were the writers on each show? Was it the same writing group?
No.
Or was it split? Okay.
No,
so
it was split writing group.
talk us through who would have been on the writing staffs of SmackDown and Raw at the time.
Brian and Ed
Or on Raw.
would have been probably on Raw, and Michael
Gewitz
and DJ would have been on SmackDown.
Michael Hayes
Around that time.
and DJ is who?
Krista Joseph.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying you're speaking in shorthand. Not everybody listening knows who these people
Well,
are.
I'm trying to remember.
And you're on meds.
Keep
I
up.
forgot.
You're telling people to stick stuff in their Google machine.
All right. Krista Joseph and Michael Hayes on SmackDown are taking good care of Matt Hardy. Ed Koskey and Brian Gewitz don't have anything for him.
Gewirtz.
Okay. Well, thank you. See, you said
Not
Brian.
Gerwitz.
You said Brian, and if you would pronounce it.
You know what? This is a small world. Brian Gewirtz just bought one of my shirts from ProWrestlingTees.com/Bruce Prichard. He bought I Wrote This Shit.
Did he really?
Yes, he really and truly did. I sent you a screen grab of it so that you can see it. And yes, he did. Thank you, Brian. Brian, I sent you a personal text. Livio Marino in Independence, Missouri just bought the I Love You shirt and the box of gimmicks as we've been on here recording this. So I thank Livio on air here for their purchase. I'm going to call them when we hang up. But yeah, Brian Gewirtz just bought while we're shooting this. Actually, we're recording that. You and I are shooting it. Just bought the I Wrote This Shit shirt.
So it's worth mentioning, if you go to Pro Wrestling Tees /Bruce Prichard and you pick up a shirt, as long as Bruce is not dying, he will call and thank you. That's a new thing that you've started doing. And it's pretty cool that you're doing that, Bruce.
Well, I even made calls today with my pneumonia. So,
well, either way, we'd love to see you in one of these shirts. You're going to love the shirt, and we want to be as fan friendly as we can. So how can you beat? You get a great shirt and you get a phone call from Brother Love himself. Hook it up. ProWrestlingTees.com /Bruce Prichard. You're going to love the way you look. It's an Old Men's Warehouse line, but I love my love shirt and you will too. So help me understand. You said a minute ago, they had something for him and people to work with on SmackDown and they didn't on Raw. If they know that going in, why do they let him move? Like, why don't they say, no, you can't move?
probably because he wanted to move. He was unhappy where he was. Didn't want unhappy people around.
Well, he didn't want to be split up to begin with, but you did it.
Okay.
So help me
So
understand.
you get split up. You have an opportunity to do something. You're unhappy with that. You want to go back somewhere else, and
So here's my
that's
question.
a chance you take.
I get that, but is there a little bit of you, and I want you to just be honest here and not just go right into defense mode. Is there a little bit of, God damn, we're pushing the kid and he's still not happy. He wants to be over here. We're going to fucking put him on the bottom for a little while.
No, it's simply a situation of when you're sitting there and you're writing TV, and from a frustration standpoint on the SmackDown side, I'm going to venture a guess. I'm not going to say this is what it was, but I'll venture a guess where it's like, damn, we've got something for him over here. We want to do something with him. He doesn't want that. He wants to go over there. Well, now Raw's sitting there going, well, we've already got, stuff going on with other people. Now we've got a new guy, and it's a different environment. different situation.
It feels a little bit to me like if I had to put myself in those shoes, which admittedly, obviously, I never have, I would feel some pressure to find something for everyone, but I might feel a little less pressure if this guy was already getting a push somewhere else and then came over and he was just kind of thrown in my lap. I might say, well, listen, if something awesome pops up, I'll give it to him, but I'm not going to go out of my way to try to make this work. I've got all these other guys I'm trying to cater to.
Try not to do that, though. I mean, you try to do something as best you can for everybody, but unfortunately, the reality of the situation is probably what you said. I can't speak for them.
Right. Okay. Well, good deal. Let's move along a little bit and let's talk about it. So let's set the stage again. Edge's married to a woman named Lisa. They've been married since October of 2004. We're now in February of 2005. So not that long into that marriage. Matt and Lita have been together, though, about 6 years at this point. And Matt's home. He's off the road. He's got a torn ACL. He's rehabbing to come back. He's supposed to be sidelined for like 9 months. Everybody knows a torn ACL is pretty legit. So Lita's traveling alone. Edge is traveling alone. Obviously, these guys were all big friends. He asks if they can travel together. She runs it past Matt. Matt says, hey, cool with me. You know, you guys are buds. They go from casual friends to being alone in these lone car rides every night, which the company still has them doing. It's routine for them to, drive 250, 300 miles a night after the show. So that lends itself to two people just talking. And when men and women do that over and over and over on this crazy schedule, things happen, and things certainly started to happen. Matt would say that Lita started to act weird around Valentine's Day in 2005. And then a week or so later, he goes through her voicemail in the middle of the night, which is never a good move for those of you listening. If you're a young person, don't do that. No good can come from that. And it didn't hear. He listened to the voicemail and he heard Edge professing his love for her. He immediately forwards those to himself and Hurricane Helms before confronting her with the voicemails on his own phone, and then promptly throws her out, leaves a nasty message for Edge, and then takes her pictures off his website, puts away all her pictures in the house. And a few days later wondered if it could be fixed. But of course, we all know that didn't work out. Well, then it gets out on the internet, supposedly when Matt Hardy's friend writes a blog, and then it goes viral, as they say, and Matt starts airing the dirty laundry everywhere. And I would imagine this happens from trying to save face standpoint, and maybe just trying to put the heat on them. But he's obviously in an emotional state when all this happens. When's the first time you remember hearing, Houston, we have a problem?
Well, I was in Houston at the time, and I actually wasn't there when it all first started happening. I had some personal issues going on at home, and, I was not going to TVs on a regular basis. I was, kind of maybe once a month at the time.
People online are going to hear what you just said and assume that you're saying you had drug issues. That's not the case.
No, not the case.
Okay. You had a family situation.
Yeah, family issues.
Okay.
And so my involvement was over the phone. I'm hearing pretty much rumor and innuendo like everyone else at the time. So I wasn't there in the pit for probably the very beginning of it. I didn't come back full time until right after Matt was let go.
Okay.
I don't know. It was like 6-8 weeks, maybe, in that time frame.
So let's go through it. On April 11th, 2005, Matt is released. He says that Johnny Ace called him while he was rehabbing for his comeback and told him he was going to be released because, quote, creative doesn't have anything for you. Matt says he pressed and wanted to know if this had anything to do with his personal situation, and Johnny Ace said no. Matt believes that Ace had a personal vendetta against him, And Johnny Ace would later say that he had multiple conversations around this time about being immature and making emotional decisions, and that he did not have a personal vendetta. He had just simply spoken to him several times about this. At the shows, fans start chanting, "You screwed Matt" at Edge, which really starts to get him over as a heel in a big way, whether they wanted it or not. They're alternating, I guess, between "You screwed Matt" and "We want Matt." I think everybody remembers at One Night Stand that year, Paul Heyman says something along the lines of "Hide your wives." Hide your wives. It's Edge. And then later says he has 2 words for him, but says 3, Matt freaking Hardy. And Edge does the fake spit take and just got a big pop catering to the fans for the cheap pop. Edge and Lita at this time would go on record in every interview since and say that they really felt like they had been alienated in the locker room and that the locker room had turned on them. Do you remember any sort of situation like that when you came back after he was gone?
Yeah. You know, let's go back to the whole Johnny Ace thing.
Okay.
I do believe Johnny's take on that. And I'm sure that there was probably a feeling that Matt airing his dirty laundry and Matt being emotional and going public with everything probably didn't help his cause. And I'm sure that Johnny probably had several conversations with him. I was not privy to the conversations between Matt and Johnny, but that wouldn't surprise me. Okay. And as far as Adam and Lita kind of being ostracized a little bit, yeah, there were, I think, guys that looked at it, you know, the bro code, and felt that not cool, you know, Matt's at home. But at the same time, look, I'm not going to take sides here. Life happens sometimes. And as you say, you know, they're on the road, they're in the car for many hours every single night in between towns. Shit happens. I'm saying right, not saying it's wrong. It's just life. Life happens sometimes. And I dare say in the end, as we all sit here today, everything worked out, you know, pretty good on all sides, you know, on all fronts, but it sucked at the time going through it on both sides of it. And so you fast forward a little bit, you know, Heyman does his stuff and the Matt freaking Hardy comment, and the audience, you know, the audience is intelligent, man. They know, you know, they read the crap, and so they're doing the chants. And it's one of those situations that I always would say to people, you know, talent can't be denied.
Right.
And if it's there, you know, it's there. So there was a groundswell of, man, we want Matt Hardy. The real life story that was going on behind the scenes was now taking place in front of the cameras. And we've only got, you know, 2/3 of this trilogy here. So you're sitting there going, okay, do you just ignore it? You know, when the crowd hijacks a live show with "We Want Matt" chants and bringing signs and everything else, do you just go, okay, well, they'll go away. After a while, they don't go away. They get louder. So I'd come back at that time, and as I've stated before, you know, kind of like with the Kurt Angle, Jeff Jarrett situation, whenever there is reality thrown into a storyline, a make-believe storyline, and people question whether that's real or not,
Right.
those are the best.
Absolutely.
When you can't tell if it's real or Memorex, those are the best. And, you know, I threw out the idea, what if Matt Hardy came back? Can they work together? Because what people forget is that these characters that are larger than life on TV and are in your living rooms every week, they're just real life people going through the same shit that you're going through. They just happen to work on TV
Right.
and happen to be known by millions of people by their stage names. But they still have emotions and feelings and real life problems just like everybody else. So you have to weigh that when you look at mixing real life. Art imitates life, life imitates art. And when you play with that fire, sometimes you get burned, but it's a touchy subject. So I'd kind of come back from not being there every week, and I'm like, do. What if, guys? They've been living it. The guys there, they've been living it every week, and I come in, I'm all fresh, I'm all happy to be back. Shit, I'm rested. I'm happy to be back at work. So I get in and I throw the idea out there. Well, I'm sure that the idea had been thrown out there many times before, but all of a sudden it's a new voice. So, God damn it, why the hell didn't anybody else think of this type deal? And it's we tried it on, and it's like, well, talk to them and see if they're game for it. So I took
Before you get to that,
go ahead.
on camera, they had already started to put them together. So Edge and
Lita and Edge. Yes.
yeah,
Go ahead.
they're on camera together, and it's a natural decision because they're taking over whenever Lita comes out to do a promo. They're taking over with these chants, and they can't do anything but address them. Kind of the similar situation with Edge. No matter what they're supposed to do based on the script or storyline, this thing has taken over a life of its own. So they put them together, make them heels, and Edge sort of starts to become the rated R superstar that he would eventually really level up with. And Lita started saying she was finally with a quote unquote real man. And so they're talking about it, but not really talking about it. And they're making out and talking about sex and lots of crazy stuff. And around this same time, Matt Hardy is really going off the deep end with crazy stuff online. And it looks like he's almost unhinged. He's calling himself the Angelic Diablo and doing crazy videos in a hot tub and such. The beginning of this broken character that has really gotten over. You can kind of see some of the seeds of this here. Before you pitched this, had they already done the wedding angle?
I don't remember. I don't remember the timing of it.
So real
I
quick,
do.
in June, they do a wedding angle with Edge and Lita, and they ask if it, the old speak now, forever, hold your peace. And they play Hardy's music. Of course, Hardy's not there, but it's just feeding into this more and more and more. I mean, almost like a wrestling's version of a Rickroll right there. And then of course we see that they have made on July 11th, 2005, Matt returns unannounced backstage and attacks Edge before being run off by the agents. There's something at the end of the match we'll talk about, or end of the night too, we'll talk about in a minute, but get back to how you finally kind of get everybody to at least consider this as an angle, and you pitch it. Vince doesn't hate it. He likes the idea. Where do we go from here?
Well, feelers were sent out. I think Michael talked to Matt, and it was my duty to sell it to Matt and Lita. And that was not an easy sell. And I remember taking them up into the stands in an arena, wherever the hell we were for TV, and pitching the idea. They were dead set against it. They had lived it. And it was a very difficult, it had been a difficult time for everybody involved. And, it was obviously a difficult time for Matt. It was obviously a difficult time for Lita. And it was obviously a difficult time for Adam. And not saying anybody's right or wrong. It just sucked. My feeling was, well, hell, might as well make some money with it. The audience is begging for it. It's real. The emotions are there, so you don't have to worry about getting into character. Can you do it? Can you work with them? Would you be willing to try this on with the proviso that if it doesn't work and it gets out of hand, we would end it? And they thought about it, they being Edge and Lita, and reluctantly agreed to do it. So I really don't remember who the hell talked to Matt. I think it was Michael, and then obviously probably Johnny Ace was involved. But we came up with the idea to have Matt jump the railing and come in and attack Edge. But the most fucked up thing that happened that night was that I had to get Edge and Matt Hardy together for the first time since all this shit blew up, and go over what we wanted to do, you know, physicality wise, and what we were going to do, because not everyone knew that Matt Hardy was going to be there and that what we were going to do with Matt. It wasn't widely known. We had snuck Matt in, and we had him at a separate hotel, and we had sent a car over to go pick him up, a stretch limousine. And when I knew the limousine was there, Edge and I went out, and I sat between them in a car and explained what we were going to do. And it was the first time they had seen each other. They shook hands. They were very professional, and laid everything out for him.
And so we see it on July 11th, 2005. As I said before, Matt returns unannounced and attacks Edge backstage. They shoot it like it's a shoot. The agents run him off. They don't get a clear camera angle. It just feels rushed. So it makes it feel authentic. And then towards the end of the show, he jumps from the crowd into the ring, and security tries to separate them as he attacks Edge. And eventually Hardy gets on the mic, and this is where you guys really started to make it feel real. He refers to Edge as Adam, which is the first time that had happened in this situation. And he even referred to Lita as a whore, which shocked me, even for WWE standards. But then he even yells Ring of Honor and ROH before saying that WWE can kiss his ass. Kind of carry me through whose idea it was to, and I know we just talked a minute ago about when you can blur the lines between reality, that's when it really makes it awesome. So you can kind of point to things on the show and say, okay, I know that's kind of, you know, winking or nod, tongue in cheek, but this was real. Whose idea is it? Obviously Vince greenlighted all the ideas, but whose idea is it to use his real name, to do the whore thing, and most of all, this is what shocks me the most, to say Ring of Honor on air?
It's a collaboration. I mean, it was all of us getting together and what can we do to give this a real feel to it? The realest thing that happened that night on top of everything was it was the first time that Amy had seen Matt in a long time. I didn't get Amy together with Matt.
So
she was not ready. She was not ready for that at that point. So when Matt comes out, and then later on backstage, I mean, Amy was emotional, and I felt horrible about that. You know, I second guessed that one and felt really bad about that, because again, I keep saying these poor guys were in really awkward positions, and we're asking them to do this for business sake, and it's real life emotions, man. You know, she was with Matt for a long time, and it just was very emotional, and it was real to a large extent. You know, both guys giving their body to the other, and not knowing, you know, somebody's going to take a cheap shot or what's going to happen. And, you know, I say to this day, everybody was extremely professional.
So you get Matt and Edge before the show. Is this the day of the show? when you get them together for the first time, or do they meet before this actual?
No, that was that night. It was probably the show, the live event had started.
So the show's already happening, and you just get them in a limo to talk.
Yes. Matt arrived in the limo, and I brought Edge out to him.
And at that point, you specifically wanted to keep her out of there, or did she request to stay out of there?
I didn't need her at that point, and I knew that she was emotional. I knew that she didn't, she wasn't ready for that.
Okay.
I didn't need her, and so rather than muddy the water and put the object above, everyone's desire in the middle of it, it wasn't necessary. There was an issue between two guys that used to be friends. And we're ready to, can we put the past behind us and move forward?
So I've had the privilege of being, kind of behind the scenes at these shows with Rick a few times. And it's interesting to see, just the social behaviors. You can kind of tell that there's groups of people who are super tight and then groups of people who aren't necessarily. It's not necessarily that anyone's cross, but it's just different, just like in real life or any work environment, anywhere in the world. Do you remember, were Edge and Lita kind of shunned, or is there a certain group of people who just didn't care and, hey, that's y'all's business? Or did people have a lot of sympathy for Matt? And did that change when Matt comes back that night and he's around all these people for the first time? Did some of these guys have to feel like they needed to babyface Matt, even if they really hadn't been prior?
Well, Matt wasn't around the guys in the back. Matt was thrown out. Matt was taken out. Matt went in a different way. Matt was taken out afterwards. He wasn't around the guys. But, I already said before, Matt and Lita had kind of been shunned a little bit, and from everything that had taken place. But once Matt came back, it kind of all was just one big happy family again. And
so what's the answer?
it wasn't a happy family. It was that family that says, okay, we got to work together and let's do what we need to do and be professional.
Everybody's talking about this. So, when one of the boys comes up that night and sees that Matt's there and says, Bruce, what's up? Matt's here. What's going on?
Well, Matt wasn't there.
Well, they see him when
I just told you, he came in a limo. He sat out in the back. When it was time for him to come in, we snuck him in. He hits the ring. He's thrown out. He's sneaking back in. He does his thing backstage and is thrown out again. So he wasn't hanging around in the back. He wasn't talking with guys.
But I guess what I'm asking is, the intent was to work the boys?
No, the intent wasn't to work anybody. It was the intent was for people not to be talking about it, for not to get out and to give the air of reality, because we were shooting backstage, and to give that air of this isn't supposed to happen. And if he's back there and they're all hanging out and bullshit and everybody sees it, and there's not that same intensity, there's not that same feeling. So we didn't want him back there. We didn't want some security guard with a camera snapping a picture and posting it online or anything like that. So the idea was to give it a real feel.
I follow all of that. I got that. I guess maybe I'm not asking the right way. After SummerSlam this year, when Brock hardwayed Randy Orton, rumors and innuendo would lead you to believe that Chris Jericho goes to Michael Hayes and says, what the fuck? And then there's maybe or maybe not an incident, depending on, which version of that story you believe. I guess my question is, does anyone come to you guys and say, hey, dude, what the fuck? After he's been out there?
Not that I remember. I mean, I'm busy, doing a live show and doing stuff. I'm busy. I don't have time to, I don't have time to wonder about what everybody else is doing and worrying about. And I don't have time to sit there and answer questions about everything else. I mean, that sounds
asshole-ish. Yeah.
Huh?
Sounds asshole.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I have a job to do. I've got a live television show that I'm trying to
After
run.
the show's over, nobody says, dude, what's up?
Not that I remember, no.
So, I guess
I'm sure they were talking amongst themselves, but I when you're producing a television show Well, having you responsible for all that stuff, I don't have time for that.
Yeah. We learned last week you don't even have time to keep them from wandering out when they're fucked up. Help me understand. You've told me in the past when I asked about working the boys and that you felt horrible about it. Now you're kind of working the boys and you're defending it hardcore.
I'm not working the boys. We just didn't tell them. You know, that there's a big difference. You're sitting there and you go, okay, hey, this is going to happen. Tell me this. Why do they need to know everything that's going to happen?
Well, I'm not saying they do.
Well, you are, because if they don't know every single thing that's happened, we're working them. So if we want to surprise everybody, we should get everybody together and say, okay, this is what we're going to do tonight, folks. We should have the run sheet. We should post the run sheet online so everybody can see that. And when we have our surprise, they should just see that. And there should be no shock or surprise or actual genuine emotion.
You done? I guess
No,
what? Okay. Let me fucking know when it's my turn to talk, and I'll talk
okay, your turn.
about the incident that I guess got everybody talking. In mid 2008, there's a show in Bakersville, California. Bob's hurting pretty good. His neck is hurting. He needs some pain meds. He's put off another elbow surgery, and he asked Ken Anderson if he can borrow some pills. And Ken says, sure, just go in my bag and get them. And he says that's normal. In the locker room, it's an unwritten rule. Everybody helps each other. The office knows it happens, but they turn a blind eye because they know the guys need it sometimes. And allegedly, Ken even says, hey, if you need anything else, just help yourself. So later that day, of course, he did need some more. So he goes back and helps himself from Ken's bag. And he says Ken comes in with Umaga a few minutes later, and I tell him I'd taken 4 pills and would replace them when I got my next prescription filled. He said that was fine, and then he started giving pills to Umaga. He thought that was the end of it, and a week or so later, this rumor comes up that now Bob Holly has went into Ken's bag without permission, and he confronts Ken about it and calls him at home and says, hey, here's what I heard. Ken says, no, everything's fine. But in the end, he gets a call from Johnny Ace asking what's going on. And he just relays what he'd heard. And he found out afterwards that through talking to John Cena and Shawn Michaels, the rumor had started when Umaga told a couple of people that he'd gone into Ken's bag to get pills. Ken never told Umaga that he had said he could, and then the rumor started spreading. He says Ken could have stopped it by saying, I told Bob it was okay, but he didn't. He'd been lying to me the whole time, claiming he didn't know what was going on and not admitting that he couldn't or he hadn't squashed the rumor. It was just self-preservation for Ken. Word had spread that I'd taken stuff from his bag, and when the rumor reached management, Ken could have got in trouble, so he stooged me out. Did you hear about this?
Yeah, everybody heard about it, but I didn't hear it to that detail of Bob. I think that the rumor, or at least the story that I had heard way back when, was something along the lines that Bob had gone in Ken's bag, and it wasn't in all that detail or anything like that. And Bob had said that no, Ken knew I was going in his bag and everything was fine. That's about as much as I really ever heard of it, and that it was all taken care of from that point forward. Once, I guess Johnny had confronted Bob about it, but I was always under the understanding that it had been squashed and that it was a misunderstanding.
Bob Holly and Cody lose the titles at Night of the Champions on June 29th, 2008. And that happens when Cody turns on him. And behind the scenes, a lot of people are sort of freestyling that the belts are coming off him and he's going to be fired because of this whole pill situation. And he says that's all bullshit. And he gets his surgery, and he wrote, it bothered me that Cody didn't call to thank me for my help or wish me well after my surgery. I taught that little bastard a lot, so his lack of gratitude bothered me. Man, who knew there was fucking heat with Bob Holly and Cody Rhodes?
Yeah, I really didn't. And it's funny when you go back and read things or listen to things that guys write at certain times in their career and certain times in their life. I would even dare to say that Bob may have a different viewpoint today. But no, I didn't know that. And like I said, especially when it comes to Dusty, having been there with him, I feel like I'm defending Dusty, but man, he was so on pins and needles. Not to be viewed that way is showing favoritism to his son.
Right.
That he would back out of shit, and he wouldn't have an opinion. He wouldn't do shit so that he wouldn't be accused of it.
Right.
That's the weird part to me.
Well, but this could just be sour grapes from Bob, right?
And it could be. Yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely could be.
It's unfortunate, that this happens this way. So Bob's out a few months because he's got this elbow surgery, and then he calls creative to sort of discuss new ideas. And on TV, Cody Rhodes and Ted DiBiase are getting a lot of heat, beating people in sort of chicken shit heel ways. And he's pitching the idea, what if I come in and bring Billy Gunn in and we do a program with Cody and Ted? So it's veterans against upstarts. They said they'd think about it, but then he didn't hear anything back. And then one day Johnny calls and says, we don't have anything lined up for you. So he pitches Johnny the idea, and Johnny says, I like it. I'll go back and talk to creative. And then he gets a call later saying, sorry, Bob, they just don't have anything for you. Quote, Johnny had been one of my main supporters over the years. He told me he'd gone to bat for me in meetings all the time, and so had lots of the other agents. They knew how long I'd been loyal, how hard I'd work, and I was always on time, and I stayed in great shape and did exactly what was asked of me. Yet it all came down to, quote, we don't have anything for you. That was it. I was done. I told Johnny that I deserved more than coming back to sit in the locker room doing absolutely nothing. So if creative had nothing for me, they should just go ahead and send me my release. So in January 2009, 15 years after I'd started with the company, we parted ways. Meltzer wrote in the January 20th 09 Observer, after all these years, WWE axed Bob Holly. He'd been with the company dating back to his debut in 94 as Thurman Sparky Plug, the race car driver, who quickly became Bob Sparkplug Holly. He won the tag titles 3 different times and the hardcore title 6 times, which resulted in his nickname changing to Hardcore Holly. In the last few years, particularly coming off Tough Enough, where he roughed up Matt Capitelli, he was portrayed as this angry, bitter guy that nobody liked. And in fact, he was fired, and most people on the indie scene were calling folks in WWE to get his number. And almost nobody in WWE had any idea what it was because nobody liked him because he had no friends. That's from the Observer. What say you?
Well, I wasn't there when he got fired. I'd
you-
already left like a month prior to that.
I love you said I'd already left because you had already been fired too.
I had already been fired. I'd already been fired too. So a month before that, they had nothing for me. It's obvious they had absolutely nothing for me.
Isn't it? Let's talk about that for a minute. Here's Bob Holly, who's been here for 15 years. And I'm thinking, I almost said this a minute ago when I went through that note, I was like, fuck man, 15 years. Like they didn't have anybody who'd been with the company that long. Why would they get rid of somebody who'd been there? And I was like, oh, well, fuck, you were there 21. So
22. Yeah.
Well, you took a year hiatus.
Yeah. Well, still we were talking during that time. At least we talked during that time.
So yeah, you hear that, creative has nothing for you. And he just says, hey, if you don't have anything for me, just go ahead and send me my release. Well, why would you sort of call their bluff?
Well, again, he's a proud guy, and if there's nothing there, then let me move on and let me go on and earn a living somewhere else. As far as nobody having his number, I think, look, Bob, if you take time to get to know Bob, Bob is one of the most personable, nicest guys you'll ever want to meet. And I happen to like Bob a whole hell of a lot. I think he's a great guy and a shitload of fun to be around. I think he got a bad rap. He got off of the Matt Capitelli thing, a television show, a reality TV show, folks. He got a bad reputation, and we capitalized on that. And we, fed that fire to make that reputation be so that people believed in what they saw. Bob could be a grumpy, miserable son of a bitch backstage sometimes, but you know what? If he's at a convention or he's somewhere where I am, I'd try to go out of my way to go find Bob Holly and give him a big hug and say hello, because he's one of my favorite people. Never had a problem, never had an issue with him doing business in any way, shape, or form. And he was just a great guy to be around, my opinion.
Was it, I mean, when you find out that he's gone, were you surprised to hear?
No, because he had been there 15 years. And I think that there was that point where what do you do with him right now? And maybe they just didn't have anything for him right now. And when he called their bluff, it's like, okay, here's your release. We'll let you go. And I think it was the perfect storm in that regard.
Were you surprised he lasted in the company as long as he did?
No, because he was a hell of a hand and he knew how to get guys over.
What do you think his legacy in the business is going to be?
Being a double tough son of a bitch and knowing how to put people over.
In your opinion, is Bob a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't bitch about Bob Holly being in the Hall of Fame at all.
SummerSlam 2005 is our topic today after a bunch of rambling mess at the top of the show. But we're going to start the build for SummerSlam on the July 4th episode. We got Cena and Chris Jericho brawling during a highlight reel, and that's going to start the WWE title program. We've also got Shawn Michaels and Hulk Hogan teaming up to defeat Kurt Angle and Carlito. But afterwards of the celebration, Shawn Michaels super kicks Hulk Hogan, and we're off to the races. We've got a new program. Talk to me a little bit about what was the work that went into putting together Shawn turning heel against Hogan and the whole program itself. Was there any hesitation from either guy on either side, or did these two trust each other from the beginning and then it deteriorated? How does this all come together? And I assume that part of the lesson that we learned at WrestleMania 18 was if you're going to put Hogan with somebody, fans are going to cheer him. So he can't be the heel like we tried to make him against The Rock. The fans wanted him babyface. So if somebody's going to turn heel in this scenario, can't be Hulk. Do I have that right?
Well, I think that in looking at it, there was an initial reaction that do you need to turn either guy? And the feeling being that in reality, I think there were just going to be, and there were Shawn fans and there were Hulk fans. The overall feeling of this was taking the guy from the 80s and the guy from the 90s and putting them against one another because each had their own legion of followers and fans and what have you. So it was kind of a natural, but I don't think that really you had to turn anybody. And Shawn could do heelish things. Hogan did do heelish things. And their fans forgave them, and the other person's fans despised them for that. So it was just kind of playing into both men's personalities and not making a full-fledged, oh my God, this guy's got to be a heel. Yeah, we got there. But even as we got there, I think it was still divided somewhat.
When this is first proposed, whose idea is this? And do you remember both Hogan and Shawn being receptive to it?
In the beginning, yeah, both were very receptive to it. And it was conglomeration of the writing team and getting to this match. And it might have been Michael Hayes even that first suggested the match, best of my recollection, but it was something that everybody was saying, if we could only get to this, shit, this could be good. Because again, you had the two heroes from two different eras.
What was the relationship like in '05 here? July, August '05 with Hogan and Vince. It feels like over the years they've sort of played hokey pokey. They've had their ups and downs. Were they on good terms here, or did it feel like Hogan in this era still had one foot out the door at all times?
I think, especially during the times that Hulk came back, that there was always that feeling of, what's the trigger going to be this time? And for Hulk and Vince, look, they had, like any relationship, they had good times and they had bad times. So throughout this, it was post WrestleMania. So you're looking at, okay, is somebody going to be upset at payoffs or anything else, or is it time to take the summer off? So you had to weigh in all of that shit. And overall, I think that in the middle of this, in the meat of this, I think that Vince and Hulk had a pretty good relationship.
It's just weird to know that, he was here before during the whole Rock thing that was 02, 03, but then he leaves. He winds up actually doing a show with New Japan, teases like he's going to do some stuff with TNA in 03 and did the whole attack with Jarrett at the press conference. But then when he goes into the Hall of Fame in April of 05, it feels like, hey man, we're back in it. And we had that big WrestleMania moment it just feels like we're trying it again, but we're not really here for the long haul. Was that sort of the vibe you got as well?
I think every time that you tried it, you were wishing you were. You're wishing that, man, this is it, and we can take it to the house. You know what I mean? It's like, finally, this is the one. Just things work out differently sometimes.
It's interesting too, because we've heard over the years, and certainly Shawn and Vince had their ups and downs, but it certainly feels like Shawn and Vince have had a much tighter relationship as a whole than Vince and Hogan. And it feels like, I don't know, this has got to be a special match even for Vince.
Yeah, I think so because again, you look at the creations and what they meant to the company, and overall the support of the different fan groups throughout the years. There were loyalists on every single side, which made it natural. And Hulk had that overreaching, just to everyone knew who the hell Hulk Hogan was. I think probably to this day most people still do. Um, so yeah, it was this was one of those that you needed to get. Well, you had both of them on the books.
We talked a little bit about Hogan turning or Shawn turning heel, and you said you weren't sure that you had to turn anybody heel. Why did you ultimately decide on somebody does have to be the bad guy for us to tell this story, and it's going to be Shawn? And is there ever any consideration for it being Hogan? And was Shawn, just glad to be the heel?
I think that again, just as I said before, as far as turning heel and what people would consider turning heel was to their audience and to their fans, they weren't turning heel. They were saying everything that was true and they were doing what they wanted them to do. So both sides, to me, both sides, both guys, in a traditional sense, turned heel.
Well, yeah, and to your point, and we've talked about this before, but the best like movie villains don't believe that they're bad guys. They believe in what they're doing. And yeah, they may have some interesting ways of getting the job done, but their motivation is their belief, which is something that like they're not waking up thinking, I'm going to go do bad things today. No, they say, hey, I'm going to rob a bank today and that sucks, but I'm not going to try to hurt anybody, but I'm doing that to take care of my wife or kids or whatever. But they believe that maybe they're doing bad things, but they're doing them for the right reason. If that makes sense.
Or they don't even necessarily believe that what they're doing is bad
Right.
as much as necessary.
Right. Raw the next week from Philadelphia has Shawn Michaels and Hulk Hogan make their SummerSlam match official. I mean, there was never any consideration for anything else headlining, right? This was always going to be the main event.
In our head, yes. I mean, that was, you look at that and that's a damn attractive headliner. So yes, in our head, it definitely was.
Do you think you started to have that in mind, like WrestleMania? We've heard way back in the day, early 90s, late 80s, you would try to look at like WrestleMania to WrestleMania. But as you start adding all these other pay-per-views, it feels like you start to think about your more major ones. Yes, we've got minor pay-per-views, sort of B shows, if there is such a thing along the way. But the big pillars of the company being, WrestleMania and Survivor Series, Royal Rumble and SummerSlam. When he comes back and you see the reception and how well he's received and seems like things are clicking along, do you sort of have Hogan, Shawn in your mind's eye as a main event for SummerSlam coming off of WrestleMania? Or do you think that's more of a May, June type thing?
No, it was more of a June, July type thing. It definitely wasn't immediate. I think that with Hulk coming back at WrestleMania at that time was a feeling out period and to see how Hulk would be, how the audience would be, and what we would have moving forward.
The July 25th Raw is pretty memorable. It's got a spoof of Hulk Hogan being on Larry King Live, except it's Shawn Michaels doing his own. Wade would clarify. He says, for the record, Shawn Michaels' comments on the July 25th Raw and the pre-taped Larry King Live spoof this week were all scripted and approved by Vince McMahon. There was no breaking from the agreed upon talking points. Michaels never planned to nor wanted to turn full-fledged heel as he entered the program with Hogan, culminating at SummerSlam. In early discussions about the match, Hogan suggested that Michaels super kick Nick either at SummerSlam or as part of an angle on Raw before the pay-per-view, but Michaels resisted the angle, in part because he didn't want to be that strong of a heel, and also because he felt the match between them didn't need the extra stuff to get over. His attitude is that bells and whistles aren't necessary given their statures in the industry, and it's their first time against each other. A lot to unpack here. Do you remember one of the ideas being kicked around that Nick could take a super kick?
I don't, but I'm sure it was. Look, there were a lot of things, but you didn't need it.
Right.
You really didn't need it. The match, the first time, was enough.
Right.
It was as simple of a build as you could possibly get. Two icons coming together for the first time, two different eras colliding for the first time. What's going to happen?
What do you remember about the Shawn Michaels spoof on Larry King Live? Would you have been producing that or would someone else have?
Maybe.
Oh God, help me, Bruce.
I had a hand in it. And I think that the best part to me was the ungodly layers of spray tan that we put on Shawn was just hilarious. And then I became jealous because he was just so dark and that fucking tan. God. But no, it was a lot of fun. And everything we did on it was 100% calculated and done for a reason.
Tremendous. We're going to play the audio from it because I think it's just one of my favorite parodies ever. Roddy Piper's hosting a Piper's Pit with Shawn Michaels discussing the Michaels super kick on Hogan, but it ends with Michaels hitting Piper with a super kick of his own. Was Roddy easy to put this promo together, or is it two guys that you knew didn't have to be scripted, or what can you tell us about, working with Piper and Hogan in this era?
Well, I don't think Roddy was ever easy to script. Roddy wasn't a script guy, but at the same time, he became one that would look at what you had and try to make it his own, and did a damn good job of doing that. So you had a balancing act with Roddy. You had to write something that you knew that he could tweak and that you knew that he could make his own, and pray that he didn't go too far off into the woods. Shawn, you give Shawn the points and Shawn's gonna get it all in for you. The biggest thing here is that the view that Roddy had of himself and his outlook is, okay, where's my program? What am I going to be doing then on the other side of this? And this was during a time that we were really trying to, for Roddy's own health, get Roddy out of the ring. And I just don't, there wasn't plans. Maybe you could have had something with Roddy and Shawn, but it definitely wasn't in the cards at that point.
On the August 8th edition of Raw, we've got a main event of Matt Hardy in his first WWE match back. He's going to defeat Gene Snitsky here, and Edge is going to attack him afterwards to keep their program building. And it also features Chris Jericho defeating referee Chad Patton because Patton counted a pin on Carlito the week before in a match against John Cena. That's good shit, man. I like it, the idea of a wrestler versus a referee. That's pretty creative here.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's probably Brian Gerwitz's idea.
Yeah, I didn't think you came up with anything that
Yeah,
good.
no.
Kurt Angle is going to attack Eugene after a match to get his gold medals back, and Eugene's saved, of course. And we set up a new match, the between Hogan and Angle. Why would Hogan and Angle be put on free TV? Just because it was you didn't see it as really a pay-per-view match, and it should just be a television attraction?
No, it's again, I think that during this time, you're kind of looking at television and providing the best television that you can too. And it wasn't a 20, 30 minute big television match. I think Hogan would have asked the questions like, why in the fuck am I ever in here with this guy? God damn, he hurts. Uh, but it just made sense. And it was, again, it wasn't a big, gigantic match. But
Let's
for the match, I mean, it was like, oh, hey, yes, it's a great attraction for one time. And we could have gotten to an angle and a story with them, but this was kind of a one-off, nice step in the story.
You want to talk about a promo, man, go out of your way to see the 20-minute all out heel promo in Montreal right before SummerSlam. Wade would say it's the best heel promo of Shawn's entire career. Nobody wants to boo him more than Montreal. And boy, he played into it in a big way. Uh, Wade would write, Michael played into that and seemed more comfortable in his skin behind the mic as a heel than at any time since becoming born again. Without being raunchy, Michaels was a cocky jerk again, unabashedly. And they even do a little tease where they tease Bret Hart's music in Montreal. This is just great stuff. What do you remember about this promo in Montreal?
Well, it was also the point where you looked at it and you said, okay, let's go stronger with this, because in traditional media, if you will, out there, say Larry King or whatever else, and anybody else that was doing publicity on this show, the guys are throwing jabs back and forth, and we had been pretty careful on the television show how we handled that. And then it came, well, fuck, we just need to go there. Go out and to me, I didn't look at it as a heel promo. I looked at it as the truth.
Well, and that's what's so great about it is the crowd hates him, right? So they're chanting the na 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 song at him when he's in the middle of a promo. I mean, they're basically saying, okay, we're done with you. Go away. So he just lays down in the ring and does nothing. And after about 30 seconds, when they stop singing and start booing, he jumps up and says, now that you understand who's running this show, I'll continue. It's just really great stuff. And he even says, Hulk Hogan, the same thing I despise about you is the same thing I despise about Bret Hart. But you know that's going to get some heat here. You stood for some moral fiber that in your real life did not exist, yet you stood in judgment of me. You, Hulk Hogan, will stand for just about anything. There isn't a realistic bone in your body. And Wade would say that comment was not only meant once again to point out the fact that Hogan may portray himself as pure and good, but he's a hypocrite in reality. That comment also harkened back to Michael's suggestive Sunny Days promo years prior at Bret Hart, which was getting under his skin, of course. He concluded, Hulk Hogan, you're the biggest star in WWE history, and at SummerSlam, I want you to bring your big star. I want you to wear your boa. I want you to have your sunglasses on, and I want you to have your chin high. You're one move from your star being snuffed out. Don't ask me, don't believe me, just ask Bret Hart. And of course, more heat here. Just really, really great stuff. At this point, how contentious is the real life Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Hulk Hogan? I mean, it feels like Shawn's firing off everywhere. Maybe some of this, since Bret is coming back into the fold for a DVD, is okay and approved, but it's adding a lot of fire to this Hogan Shawn thing now. What's their relationship like as we get closer and closer to SummerSlam?
Let's make money. You're in Montreal. You're in a market that still remembers a finish from years and years and years ago. I mean, it was over 10 years ago at that point. And you have a guy that came out after his WrestleMania with Rock in Montreal. They gave they gave the guy like a 12-minute standing ovation.
Right.
So why not use all of that in this market to bring it to the surface? It's what everybody wanted to hear. There's an audience there. They want to hear that shit. And it's exactly what the Hogan faithful didn't want to hear.
No, I'm with you on that. Let's talk about what we're really here for. This same show, we've got Hulk Hogan defeating Kurt Angle by DQ when Shawn Michaels interferes, but the bigger story is reported in The Torch. This is directly from Wade's writing here. A few weeks ago, the feud was limping along. Michaels was giving wishy-washy tweener promos. It felt as if Michaels was going to be a good trooper and play his role as the latest job to Hogan's leg drop. Then Hogan would move on to producing 6 more episodes of Hogan News Best for VH1, and Michaels would move on to another feud, able to redeem himself from the Hogan loss with a good match or promo and a strong opponent. Then something happened along the way. Hogan took some pot shots at Michaels during mainstream media interviews. Michaels got inspired and spoofed Hogan in a borderline heavy-handed way on Raw. It appeared things were going to be interesting come August 21st. They went face to face on Raw for a major segment that closed out the August 8th episode, and it appeared things were back to the usual routine with Michaels cutting a more traditional heel promo, Hogan cupping his ear and getting cheered, Michaels throwing a punch and Hogan blocking it and knocking him out of the ring. Michael showed signs of being the bump machine whose job was to make Hogan look good, do the job, and just be happy to be getting the minority share of the main event pot of gold that Hogan has so generously shared with his opponent over the years. But it turns out that may not have been a sign of what's to come. It may have been Michael showing Hogan what he can do for him, but at the same time, he can take it away. In a sense, he gave Hogan a sample of the drug that can make Hogan feel really good, but he doesn't have to give him any more. Michaels gets to negotiate whether Hogan gets any more of that addictive drug. He can either decide to bump for him and make him look great or not. It's dependent on how Hogan acts in the days leading up to SummerSlam as they negotiate the content of the match and the finish. Michaels and Hogan were well into the hype of this feud, and no finish had been agreed to. Nothing even close to a finish had been agreed to, in fact. It's not unusual for Vince McMahon to allow that, since whenever 2 top names are staring at each other down behind the scenes, it keeps them occupied and motivated. When push comes to shove, McMahon can insert himself into the situation and play peacemaker and reach a compromise that suits everyone, including himself, of course. That's fascinating to me. We'll take a break. There's lots more that he wrote here, but I'm really, I don't know, shocked. Maybe I shouldn't be, that there wasn't a finish, or maybe there was a finish. We just weren't telling anybody.
Yeah, we did have finish worth telling anybody, and we had ideas of it going on and on, but you also wanted to see how it played out. And why does everybody need to know the finish?
Right. I understand that. Meltzer would say, easy for me to say. Wade would say, sorry, force of habit, boys and girls. Hogan has done things along the way. What?
Just said stupid idiot.
Hogan has done enough things along the way to make Michaels feel anything but magnanimous about him. Hogan worked out with The Rock in a practice ring in Florida before their match. Hogan turned down Michaels' request for a similar dry run. Is that because Hogan is older and more broken down, or he has more confidence in Michaels' ability to wing it, or he feels this match with Michaels isn't worth the trouble? Hogan, after all, is entering this match as the designated babyface. He knows that formula well. No need for a dry run or practice. Michaels could simply pop in a Hogan versus Hercules match from '86 and memorize the pattern he's expected to follow. Michaels, though, is going to be around in 3 months and probably 3 years, but will Hogan? Probably not. Hogan's got his reality show to push and his daughter's career to fertilize and hoe. Meanwhile, Michaels is just getting rolling on his latest multi-year contract extension with WWE. Does he, whose only legacy is his wrestling track record, want to play by Hogan's rules and do what's best for Hogan? This is fascinating to me that he turned down the opportunity to sort of do a walkthrough of the match. Is that something Vince has a strong feeling about one way or another? How does this get out that Hogan wanted, or Hogan didn't want to do a run through with Shawn?
I have absolutely no idea how any of this shit gets out a lot of times. And a lot of it gets just compounded and convoluted and works off of rumor and innuendo, and that, maybe Shawn said, "Hey, can we get together and do a run through on the match?" and Hulk not being available to do it. I have absolutely no idea, but that turns into, ah, Hulk doesn't want to do it. Just have Shawn plug in his shit. And that's people, talking back and forth, and then one person hears it, and that old game of you whisper in one person's ear, they whisper in another person's ear. By the time it gets to the end, it's completely different than what the original phrase or saying, whatever was. So I think that was what was happening here a lot. And as far as, I don't think that anybody had, I don't think anyone didn't have confidence, is what I'm trying to say, in Shawn being able to pull out a great match with Hulk, even if Hulk couldn't do anything. So there's that too.
The next thing written here is, so insiders say Michaels began playing hardball regarding the finish of the match in recent days. He didn't want to be 0-1 against Hogan, and that's it. So now there's talk of Michaels actually beating Hogan at SummerSlam, and in exchange, Michaels does the leg drop job at Unforgiven in September. After all, if Ultimate Warrior got to score a 3 count against Hogan, why not Michaels? If anyone has earned a pinfall win over Hogan, it's Shawn Michaels, even more than The Rock, Steve Austin, or Triple H. Michaels is a worker and workhorse. He continues to work a near full schedule for WWE, and he plans to be around for years to come. Bret Hart, if healthy enough to work full time, also deserves a pinfall win over Hogan. It all makes business sense, and it would be the right thing to do out of principle. Michael's skills as a worker is what will make the match even possible. His promo skills are what make the match big money. What do you take of that when a guy like Wade Keller says so and so deserves it?
I don't think anybody deserves anything.
Right.
So it's business. You don't always get what you deserve. You don't always get what you want, but you get what you need. And who is he to say who deserves what? You do what's best for business, and you do what's best for the story.
Let's talk about what's written. Sources say Shawn has been anything but a pushover so far in dealing with Hogan behind the scenes. Every time Hogan says no to an idea, Michaels keeps it even by rejecting a Hogan idea. So every time Hogan says, "That's not right for me, brother," a few moments later, Michaels will fire back with, "That don't work for me either, brother." Hogan and Michaels
He's
don't,
getting this information from who?
I don't know, but you're saying they got along great and this is all make believe?
I'm not saying they got along great. I'm saying that portion of it is make believe, and that's just somebody.
Freestyling.
Yes,
But the point
you
is,
have to consider the source of my sources.
okay, I'm with you on all that, but is it fair to say they don't like or trust each other?
I don't think they liked each other.
Do you think they trusted each other?
Yeah, yeah. Anytime you've got to get in the ring with somebody, you've got to trust them.
Let's talk about the rumor and innuendo that Shawn is playing hardball about the finish because he doesn't want to be 0-1. I mean, do you remember Shawn pushing back on losing or saying, "I can't lose" to Hogan?
I think both guys were looking at trying to get 3 out of this thing, and I don't know that Vince was necessarily sold on 3. It was somebody's got to be 0-1 to start.
Right. Was there the idea of, you said 0-1 to start. Was there an idea of this being a 3 match series and this became so difficult we backed off of it?
There was an idea for it to be, yes, definitely for it to be a 3-match series, and I think we were going to get to Survivor Series with it, if I'm not mistaken. But as you got into it, and it just became, what do you want to do? And then I think Vince looking at it, going, God, do I really want to do this 3? And is it going too far with all the real shots that were
taking back and forth. And that's when he started questioning it.
Let's talk about a line that was crossed and it happened on Larry King Live, believe it or not. And this is going to yield one of my favorite parodies ever. Hulk Hogan is on the show and he's joined by his wife at the time, Linda, and their two at the time teenage kids, Brooke and Nick. This is a pretty high profile interview because CNN's Larry King Live was a big deal for that program, or that station rather. It airs on July 28th. He's promoting his VH1 reality series, Hogan Knows Best, trying to get their ratings to stop their slide. After 3 weeks, they were down nearly 50% compared to their record setting premiere. Let me take a time out right there. This is all coming to us from the Torch, this recap, by the way. How much of Hogan wanting to be on WWE programming did he think would sort of work hand in hand with Hogan Knows Best? Because it does feel like, one can help the other. If you can get the wrestling fans re-engaged with him, maybe they'll seek out Hogan Knows Best, and that could become a whole new thing. Of course, we know in hindsight, it wound up being a disaster for the family, but at that time, it probably made sense as a way to sort of promote the new show, right?
Yeah, it made sense for Hulk, definitely, because he was on this series and it had done very well in the beginning, but it also was a different audience than what the WWE audience was. Believe it or not, it was family. It was a lot of new viewers that kind of knew who Hulk Hogan was, but they were more into, the kids and the family drama of it all. So the synergy was there, and it helped Hulk a lot more probably than it helped us.
Let's talk about what else he says in this interview with Larry King. He's talking about his feud with Shawn Michaels, and he's demeaning Shawn, saying, "Oh, he's just jealous for never reaching true main event stature." And he did a series of interviews during these couple of weeks. Like there was a radio interview where he says, quote, "There are a lot of things he'll never do at places I went that he's never been." This is like his one shot to even the score up, his one shot to say Shawn Michaels is really the showstopper or whatever he thinks he is. And that it's kind of a jealousy thing. So at the end of the day, he can do all his personal stuff he wants and tell everyone how great of a person he is. But as far as the wrestling business goes, it was a straight up cheap shot. And that's where he's coming from, the lower tier, a bottom feeder position. So at the end of the day, I have a feeling he's bit off more than he's ready for. So part of this feels like, a pro wrestling angle, but Sean, I mean, anybody who's achieved as much as he has, I can see how he could take some of this as, how much does Terry really believe of that? Did you guys, I mean, certainly you knew that Hogan's going to promote SummerSlam on there, but is there some sort of conversation about what we will or won't say like this heading into it? And I know that may sound silly, but I'm trying to add context while I'm asking the question. Once upon a time, him and Bret tried this and it did not go well.
Well, yeah, because I think sometimes guys are like, "Hey, yeah, 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 let's do all these things that people are thinking and make them believe that we're shooting and all this stuff." It's the same thing here. Yes, this was designed to say all of the things that the audience and fans on both sides were saying and feeling. There was that sentiment. Shawn Michaels couldn't walk in Hulk Hogan's footsteps. There was the feeling Hulk Hogan couldn't work a Shawn Michaels match on his best day. Um, all both sides had valid points that they felt needed to be expressed. So yeah, it all was orchestrated. It all was put out there to cause controversy and to have people go, "Oh, what's going to happen?"
So much to unpack here as we start to wind this show down, but we've got to talk about the main event. And Wade Keller would write, Shawn Michaels took a bad situation and made the best of it. With less than a week to go before the pay-per-view, sources say he was so frustrated with good faith negotiations with Hulk Hogan behind the scenes that he was considering insisting on a DQ finish to the match. He'd reached the point that he didn't want a job to Hogan under any circumstances. Hogan, though, apparently had creative control written into his deal, so he got to call the shots. He wanted to win with a leg drop clean, and that's the way it was going to be.
Let's address that. That's not true.
Okay. When Michaels accepted the match in the first place, he had never worked with Hogan before. Friends had warned him, saying Hogan was going to get what he wanted, and it was a mistake to not work out a finish ahead of time before agreeing to the match. Michaels figured he could play hardball too. In the end, he couldn't. The details aren't known, but ultimately Michaels was convinced by Vince McMahon that he had to do the match Hogan's way. Michaels had proposed a second match the next month, and it was considered. It would allow both men to get two big paydays. Michaels also figured that he would go away 1-1 against each other. However, when Hogan talked about a second match, he talked about winning that one too. The second match discussed was a cage match, the one with the big blue bars, and it was the first one to escape. Hogan proposed he beat Shawn Michaels at SummerSlam and then beat him at the follow-up cage match by crawling out of the ring before Shawn could climb over the top, and it would be a bloodbath. Of course, Michaels wouldn't go for that, so they went back to the original plan of just one match. Do you remember that being the case?
Well, originally we talked about just we talked about doing 3 matches, and a lot of things were discussed back and forth, and it got to Vince feeling, God, can we get 3? Should we just do 2, or just do the one big one and move on? So there was just a lot of uncertainty going into it, and that uncertainty then breeds the rumor mill and people to start buzzing about shit.
Here's what's unique about it. The match lasted more than 20 minutes, which is almost unheard of for a Hogan match, and Hogan bled heavily during it. Quote, those may have been the 2 negotiating points Michaels won. If he was going to do the job, he wanted the match to be special, and he wanted to quote unquote beat Hogan into a bloody oblivion for losing. After the match, Michaels shoved Hogan from behind, then offered a handshake. He told Hogan he just needed to find out for himself. Wasn't clear what he meant, but in reality, it probably meant a lot of things. He wanted to find out what it was like to work with Hogan in the ring, what it was like to work with Hogan behind the scenes, and what it was like to lay down for the leg drop. The public may never know the extent to which these 2 butted heads behind the scenes during negotiations unless Michaels includes it in his upcoming biography. Michaels, though, got his revenge the next night. He came out with a smile on his face and accepted the cheers from the fans. And he says, as much as it hurt to admit it, Hogan was the better man the night before. Then the promo took a strange turn. He began to mock Hogan, sarcastically saying Hogan was cat-like and nimble, and he could never figure out his catch-as-catch-can style. Quote, I mean, his ring prowess was in so many ways and on so many levels superior to mine that I could not compete. When it was over, even I, the evil Shawn Michaels, found myself victim like so many before me to that vicious leg drop 1, 2, 3. And the crowd didn't know how to react. Some booed and some cheered, but most sat in silence. The crowd began a small chant of Hogan, Hogan, and Michaels continued, now back to our regularly scheduled programming and back to reality. The reality is this: Hogan is now on a jet back to Florida until you, the WWE fans, can give him what he wants. And then he signed a money signal by rubbing his thumb and finger together. I, Shawn Michaels, am here tonight to give you exactly what you want, the showstopper. My goodness. What can you tell us about the negotiation, the finish, and this promo the next night?
Well, first of all, the negotiation, I actually hit my mute button because I was laughing so hard. I probably shouldn't have, because it's just so fucking ridiculous and speaks to the naivete of someone writing this crap that have never laid out a match, never sat in when someone has laid out a match and gone over things. Well, I'll agree to your things, but I've got to beat Hogan into a bloody oblivion before I lose.
Right. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it kills the credibility of anything else that they say, which they have no credibility. The match, look, the match, the finish, everything about it was debated 9 ways from Sunday before they ever got into the ring, and for weeks ahead of time, trying to get 2 out of it, trying to get 3 out of it. What do we do? What's the first finish? What's the second finish? And in the end, through all of the machinations of And I truly believe that deep down inside, both guys wanted to do business. I just think that both guys wanted to do business in a little bit different way. The end result, you look at the match was highly entertaining. It was highly entertaining because of Shawn overselling shit and going fucking nuts and almost doing a parody of a Hulk match from 20 years ago. So to that, the entertainment value of it, it was incredibly entertaining. That may have been Shawn's nod to, hey, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to do this and I'm going to make you remember it because of my antics. Could it have been different? Absolutely, it could have been different. Was it the best thing? I don't know if it was the best thing or not. I think when Shawn first started overselling thing, the reaction was one of, what the fuck is he doing? Then the more that he did it, the more that you saw the story Shawn was telling. Shawn was going to tell his own fucking story, which speaks to how good Shawn is. I mean, people may look at it as, oh, that's an expose, that's disrespectful, that's this, that's that.
You disagree?
I do.
Oh my gosh, he's like selling like a pinball, that one like
Yes.
turnbuckle shot where he just slammed.
Yeah.
And how about
fucking kicks in the corner and all that shit?
the leg drop? He jumps up, runs around, and falls.
Yeah. Which was it. That was a parody of Hulk matches from 20 years before. And that's Shawn's story. And that was Shawn telling you that story. I mean, just to get deeper into it. Some people look at it one way, others look at it another way. I think Shawn fans would see it as Shawn doing what he had to do. Hogan fans would say, oh my God, how could they disrespect him and not just sell all of his shit the way that they thought it should have been sold? Hogan still did do all of his shit. Hogan still fucking got over in the end. And for me, from a creative standpoint, I would have liked to have gotten more than one out of it. I would have liked to, even if I just got to 2 and we had 1 and 1 and leave it at that.
Yeah, that would have been good.
The argument still stands. There was that pitch.
What about the
I still
promo?
wanted to go for 3 and blow it out somehow. But through all the machinations, all the bullshit, that's where it ended up. And I think once again, it was a situation where people go, okay, hey, we're going to quote work shoot, and the work turns into a shoot, and then feelings get hurt and people misunderstand because they feed into all the other bullshit.
Let's talk about the
was
promo
what
the
it
next
was.
day. The promo the next day. God damn.
Oh, the promo the next day. But again, to Shawn's fans, that was dead nuts on. And it was dead nuts on. It took Shawn to the next place, and motherfucker was right back being a baby face again. To Shawn's fans, that was the right thing and the right thing to say and do.
Let me ask though, when he's out here sort of, oh, I couldn't keep up with his catch can style, and he's on a plane, but I'm right here, and this is what he wants from you. I mean, as an old school guy, are you not a little low key offended when we're really just saying, this is all bullshit and you know it?
It was during a time that we were trying to be a little edgier and throw some of that real life rumor innuendo bullshit into it.
You know what though?
Feed into it.
In fairness to your point, you know, we talked about it earlier. Why would you publicize the negotiations with Lesnar? And then they even publicized the negotiations and discussions that Stephanie had with Dusty. This is probably the era where you guys were like, you know what? Fuck the quote unquote dirt sheets. Let's control the narrative. We'll just report our inside shit and they'll have to come to us first.
And the fact of the matter is that, you know, both guys, Hulk and Shawn, I think could have handled the situation better early on.
Let's talk about that. I've got some quotes here. I know we're short on time, so I'm going to try to run through this. By the way, I want to give a shout out. We had hundreds of questions There's no way we'll get to do it today. We're going to try to do some on ad-free shows later. But I'm already keeping Bruce way later. He's missing a meeting to do this, so we got to hustle. But Michaels addressed this whole fiasco during a Q&A in England a few years ago. He says, quote, "We were going to do a best of 3, and in the last minute, he backed out. So that day, I'll admit this, I poked the bear all day. I already knew what I was going to do. I was going to go out there and do business, but I was going to make him earn it and just be a pain in his butt all day. And that was something I did for my own enjoyment. It wasn't right. It wasn't professional." The next year, Hogan had this to say about the match. "If you really go behind the scenes on the Shawn Michaels thing, I just sat back. I mean, this is Vince's show, Vince's thing. When we went to the dressing room, Vince came in and said, 'Okay, I want Hogan to go over.' No big deal. Those were Vince's wishes. If he had told me to take the super kick and do the 1, 2, 3, even though nobody says I've ever done a job. If you go back and look at my career, I've pretty much lost more matches than I've won trying to get guys over, from Triple H to the Undertaker to The Rock, you name it. I don't win too many matches, but it's business. I'm trying to help these guys. So when Vince wanted Shawn to do the job, we went out there and had a match, and everybody said, 'Oh, Shawn oversold. He was making fun of you.' If Shawn was really doing that, you have to ask him, because I'd have to go take the turnbuckle. He jumps on the bottom rope and does a triple flip, which, okay, whatever. But he's done it several times, not just with me. And the reason that we didn't go longer was because I shut it down. The next day, I was expecting to, return the favor. And then, okay, now you beat me up and I beat you. Let's build to a third match and keep the cage match and keep it going. But he was such a great worker. I thought we were going to have a great run. Could be my fault. It could be my feelings were too much involved. But I thought the interview was going to be, I got to give a Hogan. He was better than me on that one night, but it'll never happen again. I was quicker and faster than him, but he just had that moment. He had the crowd with him. He had the momentum, but it'll never happen again. I'm asking you, Hogan, for another match." And I thought that's how we were going to do the business in this interview. But when he came out and said, "Oh, he was too fast. He was too young," I went, "I'm out." I just told Vince, "Your boy, it's not business." So I pulled the plug on that deal, and that's where we ended up. It wasn't a creative control thing. I said, "I don't want to go on if this is going to be a clown show from this point on." I thought if this guy really wanted to dig in and draw some money. And on the Shawn Michaels DVD, he says, "In my mind, I present it to him as just good guy versus good guy." And the thing where HBK was just like, "Man, I got to know if I can beat the immortal Hulk Hogan." And then the next week, we find out it's classic babyface, heel versus Hogan, quote, "like you're in 1998. And I was like, "You got to be kidding me. I'd tear him up. I'd go out there on that mic and I would tear him to shreds. Give us that then. That's what we want." So I just thought, you got to be kidding me. Are you sure he's okay with that? And Vince told me Terry's business. And I asked him beforehand, "Are you sure he's okay with it?" And Vince reiterated, "Terry's business." So when I see Hogan the next week, I asked him, "Are you okay with all this?" And he says, "No problem, brother. And I got news for you. If he denies it, I'll tell it to his face. I asked you before. I asked you every time. And work with me, brother." And I'm like, wow, some of the most successful people in this business are insecure. So there's two sides here. And I guess that's the old famous thing we break down on this podcast. The he said, she said, the my side, your side, and the truth somewhere in the middle, or whatever. Where do you land on this? Do you remember Hogan being the one that pulled the plug after the Shawn promo the night after on Raw? Or is it more of what Shawn is saying here, that Hogan's just insecure?
They're both right. They're both right. As far as Hulk pulling the plug, Vince pulled the plug, and Vince was unsure even before the match if he wanted any more matches. It was Vince's call, and Shawn did run everything by Hulk, and Shawn was very concerned about the shoot stuff with Hulk and did ask every fucking time he did it, make sure that it's okay. Are we good? And goddamn, you really want me to go that far? And the answer always was, yes, yes. And everybody did agree to it. And then I just think that it got into feelings were hurt. And he said, she said, and it turned into what it turned into. But yeah, they're both right. And it's a combination of all of the above. But they basically worked themselves into a shoot. I would have loved to have gotten 3 out of it. And I don't know what I would have done in the third match. I probably would have somehow thrown it out or ended up with them as a team. Who the hell knows? But regardless of that, the lead up to everything and where we got to, it just, yeah, it could have been different. Could have been different.
Man, I got to tell you, I was disappointed in the match only because I felt like the bar had been set so high by Hogan Rock at WrestleMania 18. And no disrespect to The Rock, we know one of the greatest sports entertainers of all time. But when it came time for the bell to ring, as you like to say, I don't know that there were many ever better than Shawn Michaels. So when I see that and I see what Rock and Hogan were able to accomplish, it just feels so much bigger and better than what Shawn and Hogan did. And Shawn and Hogan certainly was a memorable match, and I'm not arguing that, but it doesn't feel like it had near the magic. And I can't help but wonder how much of that is just ego, you know?
I think a lot of it is on everybody's part. So it just, it boils down to you dealing with human beings and feelings get hurt. That's hard to stop sometimes. It's hard to turn it on and off.
From the territories to Titan Towers to TNN and all points in between, he's seen and done it all. And now he's here to share the real story behind wrestling's biggest moments, controversies, and characters. The MLW Radio Network presents Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with.
You're fired.
Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Well, I've heard that a few.
Well, here we are. It's the bonus show we never thought we would do. Here's the payoff. What really happened? What happened when? Bruce got released from the WWE in 2008. So, Bruce, there's lots of rumor and innuendo out there. Normally, I try to do some prep for the topic. I didn't do any of that this week. I thought we would just pop a couple of tops here, shoot the shit. So, Bruce, what happened when you got fired, buddy?
Well, you got to go back, though. In order to get to 2008, you have to start in 1987. Then you have to fast forward to 1991. When I got fired the first time, the very first time that I got fired by Vince McMahon. And he actually had me fire myself, lack of a better term. In the middle of the meeting, I came back from vacation, and he asked me to come into the office while I was still technically on vacation, that he wanted to talk to me. I showed up in pink shorts, flip-flops, and a pink striped workout shirt. And we sat down, and Vince said, "Pal, in the immortal words of the big cat Ernie Ladd," and I finished the sentence. I said, "The man's a genius. He fired my ass." And he said, "Yep, pal, we're going to let you go." And that was it. And I look back on that time, and this is not, probably what people want to hear, because, they want the juicy details of gossip and bullshit. And rarely, I think, do people come forward and say, "You know what? I fucked up. I was a kid. I was 28 years old at that time. I thought I had the world by the balls. I could do no wrong. And there was no way they could fire me because I was invincible. They needed me. They had to have me. The entire company would collapse without me. I made myself very difficult to deal with, and I was hard to work with. I didn't want to work with the people that he put over me. He brought in an executive producer and had me answer to him. And I essentially said, "Fuck you." And I didn't want to do it because I was a spoiled brat. And I lost my job and lost my dream because of it. So that was the first time. And he brought me back in 1992. The deal when he brought me back was simply that I would work with him and Pat. I didn't have to deal with anybody else. Because I didn't play well with others, I guess you could say, at times. But that lasted for a long time. So 92 to 2008 was a pretty good run. I thought, anyway.
So, how does the hiring of you? Let's go. We get this question fucking all the time. When were you fired the first time? When did you come back? Because we get questions about when are you going to talk about this? When are you going to talk about that? Well, if we just tell people very plainly here where the gap was, maybe we'll stop getting those questions.
I was fired in May of 1991, and I was rehired in August of 1992.
After SummerSlam 92, you were not at SummerSlam 92.
Correct. Well, you know what? Labor Day weekend of 1992. So with the very first TV back from SummerSlam in 1992 was my first date back in Hershey Coliseum in Hershey, Pennsylvania. So that's the gap from May 1991 to September 1992. I was gone. Hiatus, as Vince used to say. I always used to joke. I said, oh, no, that was during the time I was fired. God damn it, pal, you were just on hiatus. So I had about a year and 2 month hiatus from the company.
And what did you do during that year and 2 months?
I didn't do much of anything for a long time. I moved back to Texas, and I did smoked a lot of pot, drank a lot of beer, and went to Heartbreakers Gentlemen's Club in Dickinson, Texas, damn near every night. So I had a good time. I damn near killed myself on a boat, hit the jetties doing about 45 miles an hour on a boat, came to an abrupt halt, about chopped my head off, got life flighted out of the Galveston Bay, went to Hong Kong for a month, and then I was going to go back to work for WCW, when Vince called. Said, what are you doing, pal? Want to come back? And I wanted to come back, and I wanted to right my wrong. So I came back that September 1992.
So I don't think that a lot of people know that whole story. Kind of share that story with everybody about your conversations with WCW, how you almost went to WCW and then ultimately wound up coming back home.
Well, I really wanted to go back to the WWF. That's what I knew. That's where I'd left. And that was my dream. I just wanted to go back there. I had an idea. We told this before about coming back as Bobby Heenan Jr., bleaching my hair and coming back as Bobby Heenan's son. That fell through. When I thought,
now let's talk about that in detail for a minute. Why did it fall through?
Yeah, Vince said to me one day, he went from loving the idea to, God damn, that's just a shitty idea. That's why it fell through. I mean, he just turned sour on it. And I don't know if he just turned sour on me or if he turned sour on the idea. I never really got a full explanation other than one day it was great. Bleach your hair. We got a start date. We're bringing you in, to, God damn, that's really a shitty idea. So I figured I wasn't going to go back to the WWF. I made a few calls to folks I knew in WCW. Mainly Jim Ross, Dusty Rhodes, and got to talking. Dusty had an idea, wanted to bring me in as a manager and a spokesperson for, believe it or not, of all people, this guy named Stunning Steve Austin. Baby, I got an idea. You come on in, Stunning Steve, a kid from Texas. I want you to come in and be a mouthpiece. I think we can do something with him, but he needs a mouthpiece. And that's funny when you think about it now. But the original idea was for me to come in and to be a mouthpiece for the Barbarian and to go to Halloween Havoc with the Barbarian versus Sting, with me managing the Barbarian at Halloween Havoc that year. It ended up, when I didn't come in, that they used Cactus Jack in that role.
So that falls through. And, why does that fall through exactly? After, Vince finds out about it, he brings you back, or is that the motivation and the catalyst to get you back, is him hearing that you're about to do something there?
No, Vince didn't know that I was going to do something there. Vince had made the offer. Well, he didn't make an offer. Vince calls me at home, asked me what I was doing, and then told me to call him after SummerSlam in England. And he says, give me a call. Let's talk. But I'm going overseas. I'm going to be gone for about 4 days, but I'd like to talk to you when I get back. And we hang up the phone. And I'm sitting there thinking about it. I didn't tell him I was going to WCW. I didn't say any of that. I hung up the phone and I got to thinking about it. And I said, you know, this is crazy. If he's offering me a job, I want to go back there, but he didn't offer me a job. So I dialed the house because it sounded like I was on the speakerphone out by the pool, and he picked up the phone and I said, hey, I got to know something. Did you just offer me a job? Well, pal, I want to talk to you when we get back. I don't have time to discuss it right now. So, well, here's the thing. I start for WCW at whatever Clash of Champions or whatever special that they had. And I need to know. I need to know if I've got another offer here. So he started talking to me. He says, well, I might have something. I'd like for you to do this. I'd like for you to do that. You know, if I brought you back, here's what I see for you. I see you just working with me and Pat, helping out with writing TV and the booking. And you wouldn't have to deal with the folks at the studio. You wouldn't have to deal with office people. But you would deal with talent. I'd use you to produce, and I'd use you to write TV. And I think those are your strong points, but you wouldn't have anybody working for you and you wouldn't be over at the studio. Well, that was intriguing to me.
Why was the emphasis on you won't be at the studio? You won't be at the studio. You won't be at the studio. There was clearly an issue at the fucking studio.
Yeah, because the executive producer, the reason I got fired the first time, the guy I couldn't work with was still there. John Filippelli.
Why couldn't you just kiss ass to John Filippelli?
Well, I didn't know it at the time, but Filippelli was on his way out.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that at the time, but it was also Vince's way of insulating me and protecting me. So I had heat with everybody at the studio, allegedly too. Everybody hated me there.
Because you were a dick.
Yeah, I was a dick.
Okay.
And so he was going to insulate that and protect me from myself, if you will.
Right.
So the idea was come in, just work with him and Pat, who accepted the fact that I was a dick. So the idea was to keep me away from all of the bullshit and the drama and whatnot, and use me for what I was good at. And that was creative, and that was writing television and producing talent.
So how does the conversation end when you said, I got to know if I've got a job, and he keeps pushing you off? I'll talk to you when I get back. How do you end it?
I told him that I had to give WCW a decision. And if all that I had promised was a discussion, then I was going to go with WCW. But if I had a real job and a real offer, then I needed to know that so that I could make an informed decision on my part. And he actually kind of got pissed that I put him on the spot, and finally ended up saying, yes, you've got a job. I want you to come back, and you've got a job. You don't belong in WCW, pal. You'll get lost there. What do you want to be a talent for? Your strengths are behind the camera, and blah, 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 blah. Pumping up my ego. I called Dusty, left messages for him. This was before cell phones. Called him at the office. I called him at home. I left messages with his wife, left messages on his answering machine, left messages with his assistant. I called Jim Ross. I called Bill Watts, who was in charge there. No one would return my calls. So I had put Vince on the spot, but I didn't give Vince a yes or no answer. I told them I had to talk to WCW out of respect, because they had offered me a job, a real job, before Vince did, when he had told me no before. The Bobby Heenan idea was a shitty idea. And I kept trying. And I got no call back. Nobody. And I left, I bet you I left at least 5-6 messages for each guy.
And nobody would return the call.
Nobody would return my call. Now, in my head, I'm thinking to myself, well, here's Dusty telling me how important I am.
Right.
That he's got all this shit written around me and all these big ideas, grandiose ideas and whatnot, that I'm going to be in a main event spot and I'm coming in and I'm going to be the mouthpiece for all these guys that are going to work with Sting as champion and what have you.
And you can't even get a call back.
And I can't even get a call back. So I did the only thing I knew to do. And I wrote a letter, stuck it in a Federal Express envelope so that it would be there the next morning by 10 o'clock. And I put Vince off. And I said, Vince, I've got to give him the courtesy of a phone call. Because he called me later saying, okay, what's your decision? Did you talk to him? What are you going to do? I said, I haven't talked to him yet. They haven't got back to me, and I made excuses. I said, but I said, please at least give him the respect. I'd give you the same respect. And, of course, he threw back in my face, well, I would have called you back, pal.
Sure.
So I send the FedEx, and nothing. And Vince calls me about 11 o'clock in the morning and says, well, Bruce, I'm leaving. I need to know. It's okay. I guess I'm coming back. So, all right, I'll talk to you. Was going to have his assistant call me and get my travel for TV. And he said, I'll see you in Hershey TV when I get back. Okay, great. So come about, I don't know, maybe 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon that day, I finally get a call from Jim Ross. And JR is a little perturbed. The goddamn Cowboy's pissed off. Dusty's pissed off. Well, what the fuck's this letter? I said, well, shit, Jim. I've been talking to Dusty, and he's telling me about all these plans. I said, I got another offer, and I wanted to discuss it. I wanted to discuss it with you guys to see the whole scope of the plans, what the money was, what kind of long-term deal that we were going to work out, because everything was vague with Dusty. All I had from Dusty was a starting date, and you're going to manage the Barbarian at Halloween Havoc, and we're going to put you with Steve Austin. That's all I had. It was better than nothing, but now I had something to weigh it against. And I said I wanted to give everybody the benefit of the doubt and weigh it. He said, well, goddamn, kid, you know Dusty and Bill likes you, and we're going to had all these big plans, but now the Cowboys pissed. Well, I got more for you to be pissed off about. I'm going to work for WWF. I'm going back there. Well, goddamn. And he was pissed off. The Cowboy was pissed off. And then the Cowboy called and told me about all the great plans that they had for me. And my feeling was just simply that if they
would have called you back.
They would have called me back. And they didn't.
Yeah. They thought you were, well, fuck him. He don't have any options. We'll call him back when we get around to it.
Right.
And so, yeah,
just stuck in my craw. And then here was Vince offering me a job and did make a commitment and did give me the idea of exactly what he expected out of me and the long-term plans of what he saw. So I went with my heart and I went back.
So you come back, the TV after SummerSlam 92. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
Along the way, there's rumor and innuendo that, as our mutual friend, Nature Boy likes to say, you had a couple of stints in the joint, and he don't mean jail. When did that happen, if it ever happened? Because that's out there like that's just fact.
That I went to rehab?
Yeah.
I've never been to rehab in my life.
Why is that such a common thing when people talk about your name? They say, oh, he went to rehab for this and he had a problem with that and blah, blah, blah.
I like to party. I did my fair share of drugs in the day. I did my fair share of drinking. If there was a party to be had, I was usually there.
But
however, go ahead.
Inpatient, outpatient, none of that, all rumor and innuendo.
100% rumor and innuendo. I have never been to an inpatient rehab facility. I've never been to an outpatient rehab facility in any way, shape, or form. I've never been treated for drug addiction in any way, shape, or form.
So there you go, kids. How about that?
But because I partied, and if you went away, then that had to be the reason that, oh, well, he's going away, taking a vacation.
In fairness, that is pretty common that's the situation with everyone else.
Yep. Sure. Definitely.
So were there stints besides that one hiatus where Vince said, go home for a little while, pal?
There were stints later on in, let me think here, Kids 1999, and then in 2001, the summer of 2001, my wife was diagnosed with mixed follicular lymphoma and was given a few years to live. And she's still with us today. But there was a lot of heavy shit going on in my life. And we were told by doctors in the Northeast to get our affairs in order. That, she had maybe 4 years to live. I refused to accept that. And with Vince's blessing, I traveled around the country talking to doctors and hospitals around the country, the best in the world, and finally ended up meeting Dr. Fred Hagemeister here in Houston, who told me that he couldn't cure it, couldn't remove it, but he could sure as hell stop it and slow it down, and she would live a normal life. So we relocated to Houston with Vince's blessing on September 11th of 2001 when we were being attacked at the World Trade Center in the Pentagon. I was at MD Anderson in Houston meeting with doctors. Came back, met with Vince, and as I'm telling him all of this, I made a comment, just incoherently kind of made a comment like, God damn, I don't know what to do. And I think if he could have hit me, he probably would have. They're like, God damn, pal, what do you mean you don't know what to do? You fucking put your house up for sale, you pack your family up, and you move to Houston and take care of your family. All I need is your head. You got a computer, you got a phone, that's all I need. So Vince endorsed, me moving back to Houston. I moved to Houston, got everything situated. I took time away from the business with his blessing to move everybody, get everyone settled. My wife was going through chemo and some heavy treatments at the time. So I was a stay-at-home dad for a couple months until I could get help established in my house. And we had to hire an au pair from, I forget where Czechoslovakia, from the Czech Republic, to come in and live in my home to take care of my wife and kids while I went back on the road.
Let's run through that. You can't hide money if you know what an au pair is and you had one.
Well, an au pair is a lot more affordable than a nanny, pal. But yeah, we had an au pair. So that was one stint but again, I didn't want to share what was going on in my life.
You kept all that close to the vest. And early episodes of this show, we would always kind of just talk around this and we would never just say it because you just didn't want it out there. And some of that, whenever you're kind of coy with what's really going on, people just assume that you're trying to save face and skirt, saying, oh, well, I had a pill problem, or I was a cocaine addict, or blah, blah, blah. They don't just automatically assume, oh, dude's got a situation with his wife.
Right. And I didn't want to deal with everybody coming up to me and go, hey, sorry about your wife.
Right.
I didn't want to hear that. I dealt with it every fucking day.
Yeah. So why not come to work and not have to hear about it?
Exactly. I would have rather had people think that I was a pillhead and a fuck up and in rehab than everybody coming up to me and telling me they were sorry about it.
Yeah.
So that was my choice. That's how I chose to handle it. And look back on it, I don't regret it. As the years went on, there were a few more times that I don't want to say take a turn for the worse, because she's absolutely healthy and cancer free right now.
Times were there were more challenges.
There were more challenges, and I would go away, and I didn't offer any explanation. I don't feel that I owed anybody any explanation. I'd done my time, and I was still doing my time, and I still did my job. I did it from Houston. I did it long distance, and I wasn't as accessible, and I wasn't as forthcoming with people. I didn't share my life with everybody, as I said, because I didn't feel I had to, and I didn't want to. I dealt with a lot of it internally, and for me to do what I'm doing right now,
It's a big deal.
huge fucking deal. And there's absolutely no way that 16 years ago that you would have ever gotten any of this shit out of me. So it was the way that I dealt with things, and that's how I chose to deal with them. Hindsight being 2020, I look back, I don't know that I would have done anything different.
So let's fast forward now to 2008. Is that where we need to be, or does it kind of start in 2005, 6, 7?
I would have to say that it probably started really, again, going back maybe even 2000, because that was when I left talent relations and went back to creative and went back on the writing team. And Vince was making the transition to putting Stephanie in charge of creative and putting Stephanie in charge of the writing team. And Vince really wanted me to try and help Steph, teach her the ins and outs of writing television, to teach her the nuances of producing talent, and bring her up to speed. Again, I had done a lot of the same with Shane through the years, and this was my opportunity to do it with Steph. So I was brought on to the writing team, kind of to help out there. I was brought on as another writer for the team, but also as an advisor for Steph. And Vince had asked me to please just kind of help her and guide her. And I think that she used me, she used Michael Hayes for advice and just kind of help her along the way in guiding the writing team and helping her in her new position. So as time went on, I was the old horse. You know, I had been there since 1987 next to Vince. And for the years leading up to that, many years, it was just me, Pat, and Vince. And Stephanie was that kid that used to go get us Tylenol and go to the Little Red Store and bring us lunch when we would sit out by the pool hungover from the night before. Now she's a grown up, graduated from college with a degree, and she's
Your boss.
she's my boss and an important cog in the wheel. So that was, for me, people would always ask me, hey, how is that? How's the transition? It wasn't that difficult. It really wasn't, until much later when the lines kind of got blurred. And what I mean by the lines kind of getting blurred, when Stephanie went away and had her first child, there was a time that either Vince or Stephanie had to improve everything that we did, whether it be pre-tapes in the back, or if you wrote something, or if you produced something, they would approve it. As time went on and Stephanie went and had her first child, that became Bruce. And Bruce was the guy that would approve things. And Bruce is the guy that would look at it. I hated approving scripts because that's just not my bag. But for pre-tapes and interviews and working with talent, that was my forte. And guys would come to me to get it approved. And Vince kind of gave me carte blanche. When Stephanie came back after her first child, she took over those duties again. And then when she had her second child, she went away once again. It was Bruce. So the writers, the producers, the talent, I think everyone got comfortable with Bruce because I wasn't a McMahon. I didn't have the same boisterous, God damn, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. How about one more time? I didn't do that. I like to, kind of like Clint Eastwood. Here I am comparing myself to Clint Eastwood. You ready for this?
Yep.
I like to get a natural read from guys. I like to get their natural feel. And I felt if talent had to do things more than once or twice, that you lost the feeling of it. So it was just a basic philosophical difference. When Steph came back from her second child, I think people had a comfort with me there. And I think Vince had a comfort with me there. But that was Stephanie's role. And instead of people going to Steph for approval and people going to Steph to have things done, they came to me because that's what they had done for the last 3 months, including her father. So when she came back and people were kind of bypassing her, that became an issue. And I was asked by Steph to not approve things and to bring everything to her. And that resulted in a bottleneck. It kind of resulted in one of the situations where we were given a mandate to get pre-tapes done by 5:30 in the afternoon. Well, if you got to get pre-tapes done by 5:30 in the afternoon, you have to get talent ready, you have to get your crews ready, get everything shot and approved by 5:30. But if the people that are doing the approving are not available until after 5:30, then it's impossible to get it done before 5:30. You follow me?
Yep.
So Steph was on the road and she had both of her children with her, and she was a mom, man. And she was on her bus. A lot of times she wouldn't be available till after 5:30. I would catch the wrath for things not getting done before 5:30, but if I approved anything before 5:30, I would catch the wrath for not bringing it to the person that was supposed to approve it. So it was just a tough place to be. It was a tough, I was between a rock and a hard place because it wasn't just the other writers and other producers. It was also her dad. And Vince would lean on me and ask me questions and ask for input from me that I would give him because that's what I had done for 22 plus years. But there was a feeling that by giving my input directly to Vince that I was going over her head. So it just was an awkward situation. And I don't know that I did anything to try and help and improve that. And all of this, I do want to make clear, and it's just because I believe at the end of the day, all of your decisions, the shit that happens to you in life, you can go look yourself in the mirror and see the person to blame usually. So could I have made the situation better? Yes, I could have, but I didn't. And I fell into a trap, man. I fell into a trap where it put Stephanie in a bad position, put me in a bad position to where, guess what? One of us had to go because we were both doing the same thing. I was unhappy. I was miserable on the road. I was miserable on these marathon phone calls. I let it be known that I was miserable. I had started a business with John Layfield that I thought was going to be the answer to my prayers, or that I could get out of the wrestling business and be a millionaire, live a happy life. So I didn't give a fuck anymore. So I have to say that I just kind of stopped trying. And I didn't work at the relationship. I didn't work at it. And just found I got fired.
Did you ever have a specific pre-firing? Did you have a conversation with Vince about the Stephanie relationship?
I asked Vince for help in Orlando at the pay-per-view in Orlando that year. We sat.
That's WrestleMania 24, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We sat in his office at the hotel, and I told him that I felt there was a big communication issue there with Steph. I didn't. Tell me if this doesn't just sound childish as shit. It's like, again, you look back and I take the blame. And I said, you know what? I just don't think Steph likes me very much. So that was my excuse. But I sat down with him and I said, man, I'm having a hard time communicating with her and I don't know what to do. I need some help. I wanted to get out of the television writing. I wanted to do stuff with WWE studios and the movies. I wanted to learn how to make movies. I wanted to produce a movie. I wanted to direct a movie. I just wanted to do anything where I could grow and do something else and kind of get away from the wrestling business for a little while. Vince said he felt me, he understood, and that he would try and help me. Asked me to come up with a business plan to do something else that I came up with. I sent him a plan to make the switch over to the WWF studios and try my hand there. I wanted to learn the movie business, and I felt that I could be of value working with talent on that side, but also learning how to work with talent in movies and watching a movie director direct talent and bring that back to the wrestling side, if that makes any sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to be the wrestling guy to go learn the movie business to bring some of those techniques back to the television and wrestling business. And nothing really developed because during that summer, during that time, that was when Steph was gone during her maternity leave with her second child. I think maybe Vince thought, and this is just me speculating, that with Steph away on maternity, that things would just work themselves out. She comes back, everything will be fine, and there's no need to make a move. There's no need to make a change. It'll all work itself out and be fine. But I dare say that it was probably worse when she got back because people had gotten more embedded and just a little more used to
Talking to you.
Yeah.
Was there a specific situation that you can think back to where that had happened? So, there's a directive from someone, and rather than go to Stephanie, they come to you, and that being kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, at least in your mind.
I can remember a couple of specific instances where Vince point blank asked me questions. I point blank gave him an answer that got back to Stephanie, and she said, well, who told you that? And he said, Bruce. When she came to me and said, well, why did you tell Vince this? I said, because he asked me. And the response was that I should have gone to her and had her deal with Vince. That's just not realistic when you're dealing with Vince McMahon in a live environment and you're under the gun. So I said, what am I supposed to do when he asks me a question? She says, just tell him that you've got to run it by me and that I need to answer that for him and come and get me. So in the middle of a live show, Vince asked me something, and I said just that. I said, Vince, I need to get Seth. And that didn't go over real well with Vince.
What did he say?
So, fuck that. To quote him. And I answered his question, but I also got Steph and I informed her what happened. Well, it double backfired because then Vince chewed her out, and then chewed me out, and then I get chewed out by both of them at the same time. And I don't know if I could have handled it in a different way. I was just put in some really shitty situations.
I think that because of my relationship with Vince over the years, that I would speak to him in a way, let's see how I phrase this right, that I could get away with, that other people couldn't speak to him like.
Yeah.
I could say, fuck that. Anybody else to say that would be very disrespectful.
Right.
However, I do feel that Steph looked at that I was disrespecting not only her father, but the chairman of the company.
It's important to mention in all of this, you're doing that as someone who's worked with him for more than 20 years.
Correct.
And when we say work with, we mean once upon a time, you know, there wasn't a Titan Towers, and there wasn't a shareholder meeting, and there wasn't 12 pay-per-views a year, and this wasn't $1 billion company, and there weren't 2 writing staffs. It was 3 dudes sitting around a pool in Connecticut. Hey, what about this?
Exactly. So I had that relationship with Vince. I don't think Vince ever took it as disrespectful. But I also, again, hey, devil's advocate, hindsight being 2020, being able to step back and look at it. I can see where Stephanie was right saying, hey, when you say that in front of other people, they don't know your relationship with Vince of 22 plus years.
That's a fair criticism.
So when they hear you say it, then that makes right.
Yeah, they feel justified in saying it.
Right. So she's right in that regard. I just was set in my ways, an old timer, crotchety old man that was set in my ways. And here's this young whippersnapper coming in, and she thinks she knows everything 'cause she's the boss's daughter. And I never really viewed her that way. I viewed her as Steph. I viewed her as very bright. We had differences of opinion all the time. The fact that I had differences of opinion with Vince, to me, worked. To Vince, it worked because I didn't share his ideas. I didn't share his point of view on a lot of things. So we argued about a lot and could work things out. With Steph, if you disagreed with her, I think sometimes she took it as being insubordinate, and trying to, I don't know.
Well, let's run through that because I know a lot of people are going to say that, oh, we're kissing ass or whatever. But also, too, she's kind of in a lose-lose situation, too. I've never been in this situation. I do work with my parents, but I started my company. So in a weird way, my parents work for me, which is an interesting dynamic. But I can imagine in a situation like this, everybody feels like they can just bypass her and that whatever she's thinking about or whatever is important to her, doesn't matter because in the end, we can just go over you. You're only here because of your daddy. And so she needs to exert some control every now and again, I'm sure. And she needs to be cognizant of how things look. And so that matters. How things look matter more maybe to her than they do to Vince, who is without question. I mean, he is the unquestioned rather, alpha and omega of the company. And what he says goes, and there's no negotiation in that. And there's no worry about how things look or are perceived. But in her case, she's got to be more mindful of that.
Very true. And that's fair because people look at her as
she's only here because of this or that, and we don't have to really, and you better watch out for her and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure she had to deal with some of that, but where people were just dismissive of her talents and just assume that she can contribute nothing simply because her last name was McMahon. So instead of her being smarter and better at this because her last name is McMahon, on some level, she's viewed as being more inept and inadequate because she's only here because she's a McMahon. Not saying that she is. I'm just saying that's certainly a line of thinking.
And the flip side of that too, Shane and I used to look at each other sometimes after some of the ass chewings we used to get. And he would just laugh because we would get the ass chewing 10 times what anybody else would because
he knew you.
Yeah, he knew me. Shane was his kid. Stephanie was his kid. So those ass chewings were 1,000 times worse than anybody else's.
Right.
Because of that comfort level with us. So yeah, and I was on that same plane, so I felt for the kids. I felt for both Shane and Stephanie in that regard. It sucked. So it was a no-win, kind of rock and hard place, and I understood the decision, man. I wasn't the most cooperative, and hindsight being 2020 on dealing with Vince, I don't know how I could have done that differently. I really and truly don't, and I've tried. But maybe I could have dealt with Steph differently, and I think I could have dealt with her a little bit differently, been able to massage that situation better.
So here's where it's not cutting time. There's rumor and innuendo out there, and I heard this for the first time 2 years ago. But people who are listening, not all of them, many of them have heard this. There's rumor and innuendo that the real reason you're not there is you pulled a gun on some writers. And I don't know how that got out there. And I don't know exactly the context of which this is reported and span. It wasn't in any major news releases. The news websites said that they felt like you weren't necessary because Stephanie had kind of stepped into your role. But then there's this groundswell of, well, Bruce pulled a gun on that guy. And some of that comes from a Nova shoot interview with RF Video. Set the record straight. You pull a gun on some dudes?
Yeah, Bruce had a gun. It was Hurricane Ike. We left our home in League City, Texas, and I had a gun in the house, and we were told to evacuate, so I took the gun with me. Went up to Athens, Texas, to John Layfield's house with my family. But I had to get to TV, which was in Nashville. I didn't want to leave my wife and kids with a gun in Layfield's house, and I was driving, so I took the gun with me. While there, I was going to fly back. I was told, well, turn in your rental car. I had planned on driving back to Athens, pick up my family, and then go home. But while there, I was told, hey, you got a rental car. Just turn the rental car in. We'll fly you home. So I got Bruno Lauer. We were in Nashville, and I got Bruno to get me he had a gun box with a lock on it. And I asked the head of security, I said, hey, I've got a gun. I got to get it back on a plane. What do I do? And he says, well, here's what you do. You got to get a box. It's got to be locked. You got to have a key, and then you've got to check it. You've got to claim it at baggage, but you have to check it, and you have to fill out all this paperwork. So Bruno knew I had a gun. Security guy knew I had a gun. In addition to that, the last night of the TV.
Did you say the security guy's name?
It was Jim Kelly.
Okay.
Great guy. Real nice guy.
Super nice guy. I've had the pleasure of meeting him a few times. Really, really cool guy. Former NFL background. Couldn't be a nicer guy.
Yeah, he's cool as shit. So I went, and some guys asked me to go out that night, and I told them that I had to put my gun up in the safe. People knew I had the gun, and stories kind of go from there. So the story gets back that Bruce pulled the gun, and that was one thing Stephanie asked me. I told her the story, and we talked about other things, and we disagreed. And she says, well, I'm going to ask you to leave. And if you don't, like that, I mean, basically you can leave now. We were in Boston.
Well, you're skipping around.
Well, we talked about a lot of things. We talked about the issue with the stuff with Vince that I just went over. And then she said, then there's this gun issue.
She calls a meeting.
She calls a meeting in Boston before the Survivor Series.
So this is November of 2008.
Yes.
And when she calls a meeting, and this is During the show, right before the show, right after the show?
No, she asked me to come in early.
Okay.
Early before the show. So I came in before anybody got there. And then she asked me about the gun. She asked me if I'd pulled a gun on someone. I said no. And she said, we went on and I'm going to ask you to leave. And I said, okay. I got up and left. And it was that cut and dry. From there, and I'm thinking about this and I just thought, God damn, man, this is fucking crazy. And I told her the whole story. I told her the Ike story and going, and she said, I can't believe you brought a gun to work. I said, okay. I did. Sorry. Fucked up. But a week later was the next time we talked. She asked me not to speak to anybody.
Hang on. Let me ask this though. She says, you brought a gun to work, so you're fired.
No, she didn't say I'm fired.
Okay. But
no, she didn't.
Did she accuse you of pulling the gun on someone?
She asked me if I did.
And you said no.
Yes.
And did she say other people said you did?
No, she said she would look into it.
Okay.
She said, but she asked me to leave. So I left, and she asked me not to speak to anybody and asked everyone not to speak to me.
Who else was in the room when this happens?
No one. Just me and Seth.
Who's outside? Somebody. It's not just you two guys off in the corner. There's somebody nearby.
No, it's me and Stephanie in the room by ourselves, and Hunter was outside.
Okay. Where's Vince?
He wasn't there.
Did you see Vince at all that day?
Nope.
When had you most recently talked to Vince before this meeting?
Probably the week before.
Had you been on vacation for the 2 weeks leading up to this?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think I have.
The only reason I know that is because it comes out on WrestlingInc.com. As reported earlier, WWE released Bruce Prichard on Monday. He had been with the company for 22 years, with the exception of a brief time period. His firing was a Stephanie McMahon call. As noted last night, Prichard was not at TV the past 2 weeks, and people were told he was on vacation. Stephanie had been negative on Prichard in recent years, as she saw him as Vince McMahon's biggest yes man. She's buried him in the past, sometimes in front of others at creative meetings, believing he was not paying attention and or giving non-committal answers. She made the official call to cut him loose. With Prichard being a senior member in WWE, he had a large contract that Stephanie could justify cutting, although he often complained about taking a pay cut when he moved from head of talent relations to creative. In the past, he was an important member of the creative team, but not so much in recent months. He had largely lost contact with Vince. He was supposed to attend meetings at WWE's headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut 2 weeks every month, but more recently it was more like 2 days every 8 to 10 weeks. The creative team was not giving a reason regarding his dismissal from the company. Bruce Prichard is the brother of Tom Prichard, who currently works with WWE's developmental talents in Tampa, Florida. Bruce Prichard has had numerous drug problems in the past, which caused him to miss job promotions in the company as a result. He was supposed to land the head of television role. Producer Kevin Dunn ended up taking. Since 2004, WWE required Prichard to take urine tests once per week. Regarding his future, it wouldn't be surprising to see Prichard wind up in TNA. He is close to TNA wrestler Jeff Jarrett, since both of their wives have battled cancer. Prichard was quite upset when Jarrett's wife Jill passed away last year as a result of the disease, to the point that some people were worried about him. Prichard was a major supporter of Undertaker and John Bradshaw Layfield. In fact, Prichard is listed as one of the VPs of JBL's company. So let's poke that up right fast. Were you taking drug tests once a week?
No, but I did take random drug tests. Yeah.
What prompted that?
The rumor and innuendo that I took a lot of drugs.
Did anybody?
So, and just to be clear on that, that was actually a suggestion of mine. I said, okay, hang on, guys. If you're going to accuse me of doing drugs and having a drug issue, test me. Fucking test me.
So is somebody ratting you out? Is somebody saying they saw you passed out at a hotel, or you're, asleep at the wheel, or you're...
Hey man, I had my fair share of partying. I had my fair share of times where I was fucked up, but I wasn't fucked up when I was at work. And again, rumor and innuendo. So when they go, Bruce, you're partying too much. Hey, if you think I'm partying too much, if you think I'm doing drugs, test me. And show me one test ever that I've ever failed, because you can't. I never have, ever. I've never been to rehab for drugs, alcohol, anything else, and I've never failed a drug test, ever.
And you've never been arrested for drugs?
Never been arrested for drugs.
Brother Love liked to smoke weed and drink. True?
Oh yeah, Bruce loved to smoke dope and fuck yeah.
Anything else? Did you do too many somas once upon a time, like so many other wrestlers we've heard in the past?
I used to take somas too. Yeah, used to take somas. Used to take painkillers. Used to take Valium. But I like to come down because I'm always up here all the time, so I like to take something to relax.
But in your perspective, you never had an issue with any of those prescriptions.
Anybody who takes recreational drugs will tell you, no, they never had a problem with any of that. In my mind, no, I never did. And no, I never went to rehab. And no, again, I never failed a drug test either.
Did you feel like you were ever...
And they were all observed too.
Who would look at that willy for you?
Oh, they would have someone come into the room with you.
Who was the hog? Who's the hog watcher?
Oh, you had to go in, and they had like a someone from the drug testing.
Oh, okay.
You had to drop your pants to your knees and then pee. Pull your shirt up. I kid you not, man. You had to pull your shirt up to your chest, drop your pants, and pee.
It says in here that you were supposed to go 2 weeks every month to Stanford, but you kind of slacked on that. Is that a fair criticism?
Well, especially, no, that's not a fair criticism. The funny part about that, and especially at this time, like you talk about my 2 weeks before I came back there, I would save up my vacation time, and I would save up my vacation time to take it around the holidays so that I could kind of skip when we would do those long TVs, and we would do 3 and 4 TVs in a row. I would time my vacation so that I would miss the multiple days on the road. So during that vacation time, it would be, you don't need to come in during that. Come into the office. So I would lose that extra week in the office where I would be, instead of 2 weeks, I would only do 1 week in November, and then I would do 1 week in December. That's all. And that was the only time of the year. And Vince, I remember, caught on to it and said, God damn, pal, you and this Christmas vacation, it's getting fucking ridiculous. You ever think about taking vacation during the summer like everybody else? I said, no, because everybody else takes it during the summer. But I want to be home with my family during the holidays.
Let me ask you this. As you're kind of talking about shuffling and vacation and stuff like that, people on this very podcast network in the past have said that you were lazy. Was that a perception that comes from your creative vacationing aspect here?
No, it was probably perceived that I was lazy because I was in Houston and they were all in Stanford. So, well, they're all in a room having to work in an office. I'm at home waiting for them to call me.
That's a pretty good gig. What do you make of the assertion here that you could have been in Kevin Dunn's spot, but you were?
That is absolutely hilarious because when I came back in 92, that was when John Filippelli was on his way out, and Kevin Dunn had put together the business plan and proposal to move him into that spot with 2 other guys. So I was never in consideration to be the executive producer, and that was always Kevin Dunn post John Filippelli. So I don't know where the hell that one comes from.
Nova, in his shoot interview and this report here, both attributed to Stephanie, both have a narrative that you were a Vince McMahon yes man. Is that a fair criticism?
Absolutely not. And I think if you were asked Vince McMahon that question, he would agree with me and tell me that I was probably the furthest thing from a yes man. I disagree with him more than anybody.
This says in here, She's buried him in the past, sometimes in front of others at creative team meetings for not paying attention and or giving non-committal answers. Do you remember her trying to embarrass you in a meeting like that?
No, I really don't.
So that's just somebody freestyling some bullshit.
Yeah, I think so.
So when you get, oh, this is worth mentioning. It says that you had kind of fallen out of favor with Vince. Did you go through a period where you and Vince weren't getting along and weren't speaking regular?
In the 90s, yes.
But not here.
No, not at this point, no.
So in 2008, we're in November, Survivor Series in Boston. Triple H is outside the door. When you walk out the door after she said, I'm going to ask you to leave, this is before the pay-per-view starts. Do you speak to Triple H as you exit the room?
I said goodbye, yeah.
Is there any sort of thank you or take care? Or
Absolutely no, nothing.
you don't speak to anyone else and you just leave?
I just left, yep. Walked out the door, got a taxi, went to the airport.
I've heard, I don't know this to be true, but I've heard that when somebody leaves there that was kind of on the inside like this, they routinely instruct everyone else, now don't call anybody, don't call him, don't call them. Do you know if they put that edict out there for you, and who broke it?
I was told they put that edict out there for me. And
who called? Now, if you don't feel comfortable outing someone, let's go the other way. Who didn't call? Who obeyed?
Let's go the other way. Kevin Dunn called.
Wow. What's
Brian
this?
Work called. And a lot of talent called. John Cena reached out. But that's all I feel comfortable mentioning. Yeah.
Well, because Kevin Dunn's above reproach. Somebody's going to fuck with Kevin. Well, when Kevin calls, what's that conversation sound like?
Asked me how I was doing and just told me how sorry he was and I was gone. And that was about it. But it was a very cordial, very nice conversation. It was nice to hear from him.
What about Brian?
Brian, again, was just very, very simple, very, very cordial, wished me the best, and said he was sorry. Cena was like, what the fuck? Love you. You need anything, give me a call. Taker, I talked to Taker. Obviously Bradshaw, but and a few other talent. I don't really remember off the top of my head. But I wasn't fired till the next week, and the next week was on a Monday, and I got a phone call, and it was about 5 seconds. Hey Bruce, this is Stephanie. I'm very sorry to let you know, but we're going to let you go. Here's Danielle with Human Resources, and she started to talk, and I said, hey Danielle, I'm just gonna have you talk to my attorney, and I'll let you guys work everything out. And that was the extent of it. It's funny. It was almost like a huge weight coming off your shoulders. I was sad, I was mad, I was angry, I was pissed off, but I was relieved. And looking forward as to this being the rest of my life. So that was a pivotal moment. And I don't know, I was very bitter at first. I didn't watch wrestling for a good solid year, at least, like at all. I went to WrestleMania 25 that year in Houston, but other than that, I didn't watch wrestling at all.
Did you go in the back?
What's that?
Did you go in the back?
No.
So you just bought a ticket and sat in the crowd?
Well, I had tickets with my good friend Rob Taylor, and he insisted that I go because my son really wanted to go. And Rob talked me into it and said, you know, you need to go. You need to be bigger than that. I didn't want to go, but he knew how much that my son really wanted to go, and we went. And I sat in the third row and enjoyed the show. But I didn't go in the back, didn't talk to anybody. I talked to a couple of the referees that walked by, but that was about it. So that's the story, man. That's all there is. Not as interesting as, you know, rumor and innuendo would have you.
What was the official reason you were given?
Frankly, there was no official reason other than I was just terminated, and I let my attorney deal with them. There was never any official reason given other than I was terminated. I had my severance package laid out.
How would you rate?
off.
How would you rate your severance package?
I would rate my severance package good and fair. Well, fair in that it was fair, and good in that they took care of me, and I thought they were very generous and very nice about it. But again, I didn't negotiate it. I didn't speak to anybody there after that. Roughly 30 seconds on the phone call. That's about it.
When did Shane McMahon leave the company?
Shane left maybe 6 months later, if even that.
Did y'all have a conversation?
We had a conversation 6 months after Shane left. Whatever that time frame is, 6 months to the day, Shane called me.
And?
Called to say hello, tell me he loved me, and said, well, you know, said, well, I'm gone. And that was about it. But we've talked over the years, and I've got a good relationship with Shane. I've talked to Stephanie since then. I've got, you know, everything's fine now. Not going back there anytime soon, but
Certainly not. I feel like you're not telling us everything.
like what?
I feel like there's more to this gun situation. The rumor and innuendo is that you pulled it on riders, and you're not going to say that the official reason that you left is that you pulled the gun on riders, and you didn't tell us a story where you pulled a gun on riders.
No, I told you what happened. Now you're talking about a story, what people say, and rumor and innuendo and bullshit. So, you know, that's fine.
So tell us the whole rumor
But
and innuendo.
I'm telling you exactly what happened. I'm telling you exactly the extent of what was said when I was terminated and exactly how that was handled. And that was the end of it.
If you had to try to connect the dots, if we were playing conspiracy theorist, do you believe that Stephanie created a narrative where she wanted to get rid of Bruce Prichard? She wanted your lazy, yes man, undermining ass out of her hair and out of her way. So she tried to craft a narrative that had some element of truth to it, which is Bruce had a gun there, and then spin some yarn into he pulled it on some underlings. He can't be in a position of power. And in fact, because it involves a gun, he's a dangerous threat. And the company, which is publicly traded, would be liable. So this is a justifiable reason to just cut bait. But we can feel better about it if we give him a really good severance package. I'm just freestyling.
Well, I believe that narrative exists. But again, I'm not big on narrative and bullshit. So to me, that's what it is bullshit. And at this point in my life, I don't give a fuck. And I don't care whatever anybody else's narrative is, whatever anybody else wants to think or what they want to say, because I've moved on with my life and I just have the attitude of next. So yeah, I'm sure that narrative exists. I'm sure that narrative is out there.
You don't believe that to be the case personally?
I don't care. I really don't care anymore. I don't give a fuck.
Right after it happened, did you believe you had been quote unquote set up or framed?
Right after it happened, I was unhappy and didn't like it at all. I'm not even going to get into that shit.
That's a yes.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, I agree. It doesn't matter. You're not there. You hadn't been there for a long time. They're doing great. And it's worth mentioning, you said a minute ago, you've talked to Stephanie since, and y'all are somehow on good terms.
We are.
What did that conversation sound like when you had a subsequent conversation with Stephanie?
Hey, how you doing? How's everything going? It was just normal as shit. Moved on. It was.
What are the circumstances by which that happens? Where are you? When is this?
Oh God, this was probably during a time. I mean, I had conversations with Vince while I worked with TNA. I talked to Vince after my first heart attacks. Talked to Stephanie after that. I was looking for a job after I left TNA, and I talked to Stephanie then. But it was all friendly. It was all fine.
But you got kind of the cold. I mean, you didn't tell me this, but why wouldn't the WWF be interested in bringing you back after you left TNA? Did she give you the cold shoulder?
No, she spoke to me. But you'd have to ask them that question.
Well, what did she say though, Bruce?
We don't have anything for you.
Okay. What was your first conversation with Vince like post firing?
Emotional.
Did you talk to him in person or on the phone, or how does that happen?
I spoke to him in person in Houston when they had a show in Houston, and I went down and met with Vince, and we had a good talk.
At the building?
No, met him at the hotel. But it was, I would have to say it was just very, I don't want to say superficial, but it was, hey, I love you, and move on with our life and next. And I just felt, because I hadn't spoken to Vince.
You felt like you needed some closure.
I needed closure. Yeah.
And ultimately, I'm freestyling. You haven't said this. Vince is probably in a really shitty position here too, because even if he didn't get whatever your beef was with Stephanie, or maybe it didn't make sense, or he didn't give a shit, he can't undermine his daughter and go against his daughter, right?
No, he can't.
And you kind of shouldered some of that at the beginning of this by saying you could have handled it better, because you probably just, as many people would, assume, well, fuck, I've been here 20 something years. If I haven't proved my worth by now, then fuck it. But on the other hand, well, that doesn't mean you can undermine the daughter, because she ain't going nowhere, right?
Exactly.
So if you had it to do over again, in your opinion, what was the bigger mistake? Taking a gun on the road, or not handling the political climate with Stephanie a little better?
All the above. It's kind of like when I give the speech to guys who may have a problem with alcohol or drugs. Okay. And if you got a guy that has a problem with alcohol, don't go to the bar. Don't be seen in the bar. Don't give them an opportunity to talk about you. Don't put yourself in a situation that allows anybody to say anything. If they have a nugget of truth or a nugget of anything that puts you in a bad situation. I put myself in a bad situation by having a gun. I put myself in a bad situation by the way that I told Vince the directive that I had from Stephanie. And I look at myself, 100% of the blame comes on me. At the end of the day, I put it all on me. Blame absolutely no one but myself. So to that's what it is. What would I do different again? I don't know. Really don't. I probably would have made the reviews and the subscriptions about 15,000.
Yeah, that's your biggest mistake for sure. We covered some stuff, but I didn't think we would
it's uncomfortable to talk about, and it's uncomfortable, but at the same time, it's just a weight off your shoulders. So you can just go next, man. Fucking next. Done with it. I don't give a fuck what other people's narratives are. I don't give a fuck what other people think. I'm happy if all that shit hadn't happened, who knows what else would have happened. Hell, you and I never would have met. We wouldn't have the fucking hottest goddamn podcast in the world right now, would we?
Roll Tide. Hey, listen, I'm all about it. The listeners have greatly benefited from this, as have you and I. And it's worth mentioning, you know, I know that there's going to be a whole bunch of people who try to villainize this. I cannot state this clearly enough. Stephanie McMahon is not this evil bitch that I don't know where this concept comes from, but I've met her many times. She could not be nicer to me or my lady friend or my daughter, and they do so much for charity. And I've seen her with these children from Make-A-Wish, and she's so generous with her time, and it's not a put on. And she said something a few years ago that people who wanted to find a reason to hate her villainized her for, where she said that, you know, brands would win when they would, you know, do good through charity, something like that. That's not, I've seen her do it. It's genuine. She really cares and wants to help people and is to that place in her life. And I've seen the way she interacts with her kids and yada, yada, yada. She's a good person. But there will be things that, you know, oh, Conrad said this and Bruce said that. No, let's not take any away or discount anything here. This was business. Bruce admitted at the top he fucked up. Bruce also admitted he made a bad decision. Bruce is no longer there. It's not her fault that her dad runs wrestling. It's not her fault that she was born on third base. She's worked hard to stay there, damn it. I mean, that's reality.
And you know, you look at it, I put her in a shitty position.
Absolutely.
Position. So there's nobody else to blame but me. And again, I love her. I love this. Next. Like I said, I don't give a fuck.
It's worth mentioning, some people are going to ask, you still, I mean, I don't know, you don't all the time, but you've spoken to Pat since then. You guys are fine. Y'all are cool.
Yeah.
And you even trade texts occasionally with Vince. You guys are on speaking terms and everything's fine.
Yes.
You get criticized on the Wrestling Observer message board a lot for what they call blowing Hunter, because they feel like you are just deathly afraid to say anything bad about Hunter. Why do you have?
Why?
Well, maybe because you haven't ever criticized him on the show. I'm just freestyling, I guess.
I like the guy. I think he's a hell of a talent, and I like him. And I think that people unjustly criticize him.
Yes.
Because I know him and I know the guy, and I've seen how hard he works. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. If he wasn't married to the boss's daughter, he'd probably still be in the position that he's in today.
Well, even if he wasn't in that exact position, he'd be in the Michael P.S. Hayes position. I mean, Hayes is a top executive with the company, and it's because of his knowledge. It's not because
and his work ethic.
Yes, absolutely. It's not because of, you know, who he shares a household with. That's just not the case. And Hayes has proven that. If Hayes isn't the example that work ethic and talent overcomes all, then I don't know who is, because, you know, people have been trying to shoot him with arrows for a long time, and he's still there and still very well respected because he's good and he works hard. And I feel the same way about Hunter. I mean, that dude is first one in, last one out. And again, just like Stephanie, could not be nicer or more gracious. But it is what it is, man. It's a family business. And Bruce, you're out of the fucking family. How does it feel?
Hey, it feels great. I'm in your family now. You can't get rid of me, so fuck you. I'm part of the first family now. So
there you go. Anything else you want to kind of address or put a bow on here? Because it feels like we're kind of this is like your wrestling confessional right now.
Yeah, you know, it kind of is. It's funny to be painted with the with the drug brush, and I probably am as much to blame. You know, Roddy Piper and I used to say, because we were painted with the same brush. We hung out, we ran hard, and I spoke to his children after the fact, and they kind of laughed about it. They knew about it and what have you. But once I had kids, I started taking a lot of that into consideration, and I pulled way back. I deserve the reputation. I earned it. Not necessarily proud of it, but I'm not going to run away from it either. Shit happens, okay? I'm still here, able to talk about it. But it's funny, you know, you talk about drug rehab and shit. I had a conversation with my brother Tom not long ago, who actually asked me, says, "Well, you went to rehab, didn't you?" Jesus Christ, even you? No, Tom, I've never been to rehab. I never got to that point. I never, and knock on wood, thank God I was able to pull myself back. Conrad, you and I have known each other as long as we've known each other. And since May of last year, how much have you seen me drink and party?
I've seen you have one drink since May of last year.
There you go. So I've changed my ways a lot.
And
Okay.
Now, I did see Puff That Chiva a couple times, but
a couple times, like twice, right? See, in the old days, it would have been, you know, half pound, and I'd still be going, got any more? But yeah, that's completely, it's a different world. It's a different time. I'm a different person in a different place. So I don't regret all the shit I did. I had fun doing it. And to the haters, fuck you. Don't care. And to Stephanie, thank you for firing me. And it made me be where I am today and be in control of my life, probably for the first time that I have ever been in complete control of shit. So to that, I say thank you, and I'm happier than I've ever been. When people call me from John Layfield to Eric Bischoff to people that have known me for a long time and say, "Goddamn, Bruce, you're the happiest I've ever fucking seen you."
you're welcome.
Thank you. Exactly. But folks, when I said that, thank you, I'm looking at Conrad and I said, thank you. Because this motherfucker has helped me and helped me get to that place. So, you know, fuck him. I'm happy. Next.
I'm Dick. That's what I do. Hypothetically,
Fuck you.
who were the writers you pulled the gun on?
Oh, I don't, dude. Seriously, I don't even fucking remember. I don't even remember the fucking names because it was so. I don't even fucking remember.
Who was on the writing staff at
couldn't-
that time?
There were so many fucking kids. I didn't know their names. I kid you not.
Is the big guy, was he one of them? Who like jerked off the thing with Sam? Krista Joseph, was he one of them?
DJ was on the team. But
What about that movie actor who did some shit with y'all? What was his name?
Freddie Prinze.
Yeah, was he there then?
Freddie was there then. He had a friend of his who was on the team. Dude, I couldn't tell you their fucking names. There were new guys every week.
Was Lagana there?
No, I don't think he was. I think he had already left at that time.
You had already pulled the gun on him and ran him out of
Oh
town.
yeah, I done ran him off. I like Dave.
If you had
You're a fucking dick.
if you had it to do over again, would you have pulled the gun on Court Bauer? Tell the truth.
Oh fuck! Shove it right up his ass.
Who else used to fuck with you on this network and say that you were lazy? Was that Greenfield? Or was that just
No, I think it was just Court.
just Court personally fucking you?
Yeah, just Court. Just Court personally fucking me. Fuck Court.
Okay. Well, yeah, fuck you, Court.
Hey,
Yeah.
fuck you, Court.
It's worth mentioning. We're just kidding.
We're just kidding with Court. Okay, we love Court. Me and Court made up. Me and Court are good, man.
Everybody's good.
No hard feelings.
Nobody pulled a gun on Lagana or Krista Joseph or Freddie Prinze.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're the motherfucker stoned. You're over there. Pop another fucking top. Have
Dude.
another drink.
Dude, this was fun for me. I mean, I got to sit here and just watch you pour your guts out. I didn't have to do any research. I just, told you how lazy you were and you're a yes man.
Well, you know what, man? Hey,
Tons of people.
and again, shit's out there, errors out there, bullshit's out there. Yeah, fuck it, address it, move on next. Hopefully we can just go to the next fucking thing, to the next time I fuck up and do something stupid, because it's probably not that far away. I'll do something stupid eventually. Fuck.
Well, I mean,
Who knows? Who knows what the fuck I could do? I mean, hell could freeze over. You never know.
how much shit are we going to get for doing this show?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably a lot.
Oh
You'll
my
get
God.
more shit than I will.
I know I'm going to. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're getting it.
I have friends there and they're not going to fucking speak to me for a little while after this.
Probably.
Well, any other rumored innuendo?
Bonus show. God damn it. It's an hour and 26 fucking minutes. It's time to go.
I'm with you on that. I want to put a bow on this so we don't ever have to bring this up again and we can just let it just live here. Is there anything else you need to just purge yourself of?
No, I'm feeling pretty purged.
People are going to say I let you off the hook on this conspiracy theory.
Okay, fuck them. I don't care. I don't care. It's a bonus show. You got what you got. You're lucky I talked about anything at all because, frankly, I don't think that it's anybody else's business. But I addressed your rumors and innuendos, and that's it. I'm done.
Be sure to send your hate tweets to @BrucePrichard, and we'll be back this Friday right here on Something to Wrestle With.
I'm fired.
Bruce Prichard. Brother love, I knew you'd come.
I just hated that attitude. I hated being told by somebody that builds power plants that wrestlers are just like plumbers. You can replace them with another plumber. And that analogy used to drive me absolutely nuts because a plumber can't paint a picture and tell a story.
You're talking about Dallas. You're talking about shit screwed up in the mail.
No, one screwed up in the mail, wasn't done.
Well, you know what I mean. Here's what I mean. There's lots of rumors and innuendo about guys not getting paid, the checks in the mail, so to speak. Can you give me any other stories about guys not getting paid?
Yeah, I mean there was a famous one, and I'll only speak about it when I was there. But there was a period where guys weren't getting paid for weeks, and unfortunately,
What's typical? So you go do a taping in Orlando, and if things are the way they're supposed to be, at the end of the night, everybody gets an envelope, or they get a check in the mail that week.
no, you get a check in the mail, and if you're under contract and you're supposed to be paid weekly, you get a check weekly. I mean,
yeah,
I get a check every 2 weeks deposited into my account.
Yeah.
So again, if you're on a deal where you're getting a weekly pay, you should be getting that pay weekly.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, talent sometimes can let things go for a while, and they will not say anything until it's too late or it's a bigger problem than it needs to be. And so guys, after, 3-4 weeks, call and say, hey, I haven't got my check. Well, my first call is, because I do payroll and I turn it in every week, I've got to have the, I had to have that son of a bitch in earlier. I was like, oh, you get it in late, we can't make checks. So I always made sure it was in early. And I'm being told by folks in accounting in Dallas that this check number for this amount went out on this date. So send that to me. Send me your proof. Show me where, that went out. And they're sending me emails documenting exactly, what check number, the amount for that check, and the date that check was put in the mail. So I'm telling the talent this.
Sounds pretty legit.
I'm relaying the information back to the talent. I said, well, I haven't got it. Now that's cool. And the excuse in Dallas was one of, well, it must be their mailbox or their post office. And that works if it's one particular post office. Like, let's say if it was Tampa, Florida, and all the guys in Tampa weren't getting their checks. But when you've got a guy in Tampa and you've got a guy in Atlanta and you've got two guys in LA, but in different parts of LA, you got another guy in San Francisco, and they're all not getting their checks, you begin to question, well, it can't be all the post offices. It's got to be something else. Like, no, it was sent out on such and such dates. Now, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks goes to 5 weeks, 6 weeks. And finally, in every week, have a beer for the working man. So it gets to the point where guys are like saying, I can't afford to go to TV. I haven't been paid in all these weeks. I'm getting upset with accounting. They're sending me documentation where they're telling me these have all gone. I don't know what else we can do. I said, I know what we can do. Stop it down. Put a stop payment on all those checks
Cut new one.
that you set out. No, cut one new one. Cut one new one for the total amount because they haven't got them. You're telling me they haven't been cashed yet.
Right.
Okay, you got that record right. Well, yeah. So stop payment on them. Issue me one check, and I want you to put that in an overnight Federal Express and send it out to all these guys that haven't got their money. It's 5 guys. Well, we can't do overnight.
Why not?
Fuck you. You can do over. No, we got to do 2-day air,
Is that a Janus directive?
I guess. Came from Dallas. So, like, look, get the guys their money. Because guys they couldn't afford to go park their car at the airport to go to work.
Yeah.
Because they're not getting paid.
All right.
I show up at TV, and everybody got overnights, thank God, even though I had to call them and say, hey, it's going to be 2-day air. They're pissed off about. They get their overnight, and I've got 3 guys waiting on me when I arrive at TV. And they've got Federal Express envelopes in their hand. And they say, look at this shit. And they hand me the envelopes. I'm going, you got paid. Okay, you finally got it. Everything good? No, I want you to look at what they sent us. I open up the Federal Express, and there are sealed checks. Well, they weren't sealed anymore, but there were checks with postmarks on them for the dates that match up with the same emails that I sent them that I got from accounting.
Oh.
That they didn't cancel, stop payment any checks. They had been making out the checks. They had been running them through the postal machine.
Pitney Bows.
But
they never mailed
never sent them. Never
so
mailed them.
They had postage on them.
They had postage on them.
Look legit.
Yeah.
But they just let them stack.
It looks legit, but when you tell someone they've already gone in the mail and then you put them in a FedEx and send it to them.
It looks stupid as shit.
Well, yeah.
Oh my God.
And they're telling me that they sent them. And they're telling me we're going to do a stop payment and we're going to issue the one check just like you asked.
You look like such an idiot.
Ooh, the biggest idiot.
Yeah.
And I'm furious.
Who are the 3 guys?
I'm not going to mention their name.
Are they there now?
No.
Okay.
None of them. And
Surprise, surprise.
one of them was an old friend of mine that I'd been with in another company that was in a state. I was like, you know what? You come with me. He goes, I can't get a hotel room. I can't. I said, you come, you stay with me. You stay in my room. You ride to the show with me, whole 9 yards. Took him in, made sure that he was taken care of. And it was horrible because here were guys that hadn't been paid.
But you weren't being paid.
I was getting paid. Yeah.
Hogan was getting paid.
I'm sure he was. Actually, you know what? I don't even know that. I don't know. I know Hogan had some pay issues during the time there. Yeah, he did.
I'm just saying, it seems like certain guys got paid But they thought they could get
Well, I
away
was an
with it.
employee, so I was in the loop. But yes, but some did, and some didn't. And that's what just infuriated the hell out of me. But I brought it to Dixie's attention that day. And instead of going,
Shocked.
well, damn it, I'm gonna go
fix
back
this.
to Dallas and show my mom and fix this thing. It was like, well, they got paid.
Mm.
And that was kind of that was the beginning of the end in a lot.
She looked at it like it was a vendor, and there's a lot of businesses who will push an invoice on a vendor, because they just assume there's some big company.
It's your talent. It's your lifeblood. It's your product.
Absolutely. It's a totally different deal. It's not like they're screwing their production.
But I'm the guy that has to deliver the message, and now my message has zero credibility.
Right.
Because they're looking at me going, you knew. No, I didn't know.
Were you in the office?
I'm forwarding. No, I was in Houston. But it wouldn't have mattered if I was in the office. It was coming out of Dallas, out of accounting.
I'm not arguing that. I just find it curious that you weren't in the office, but you were getting paid. And some of these guys
I was an employee. I wasn't a contract.
And they viewed that differently.
I don't know how the hell they viewed it. I can't rationalize or tell you how the hell they viewed anything. They were people that didn't give a shit about other human beings. They sure as hell didn't care about talent. And they viewed the business as a power plant. And a plumber's a plumber is a plumber is a plumber that can be replaced by another plumber. And I never looked at talent as plumbers or electricians.
So is it any
And
surprise?
I'm not taking anything away from a plumber or electrician because that's a skill.
Sure.
And a good one is worth his weight in gold.
Absolutely.
But a
I
talent.
get what you mean. One's a trade and one's like, artistic.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. Run me through this. Is there any surprise that they lose their lease at Cummins Station for non-payment? Is there any surprise that they have a state tax lien in Tennessee? Is there any surprise that American Express is suing them for travel? Is there any surprise that a production company is owed $250,000 and they were, promised multiple payments and then only made one? And
Surprise is the wrong word. I'm absolutely shocked. That it didn't happen a lot sooner.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah. Everybody wants to know this, whether we want to talk about it or not. We probably ought to. And then we'll run through the rest of this behind the scenes names list and we'll get out of here. Victory Road 2011, the Jeff Hardy story. Kind of curious through what happens. Did you see Jeff earlier in the day?
I did. I saw Jeff earlier in the day. I saw Jeff about 7:00 that night.
So about the time the pay-per-view started.
Yeah.
So where are you sitting for this pay-per-view?
I was all over. I mean, I wasn't sitting anywhere. I kind of was all over.
So you're not just
backstage
working
stuff.
the gorilla position?
No. For that one, I was producing backstage stuff and interviews and kind of all over.
Does everybody in the wrestling business call the gorilla position the gorilla position?
No, in TNA, they called it the go position. You can get Cock-a-Doodle-Doo on your other show that you do, and you can ask him all these questions.
He named it the go position?
I guess.
Okay.
I think it was a holdover from...
So you're all over here in 2011 for Victory Road. Bischoff's a part of the show.
Correct.
Vince Russo is here for the show.
Correct.
The main event is Sting. He's going to be challenging for the world title with Jeff Hardy in the main event. And you see him 2.5 hours prior to, and he's fine. Matt Hardy's on this show. He works a couple matches before Jeff. When do you first realize, Houston, we have a problem?
When Jeff's music started and they're yelling for Jeff and Jeff wasn't there. And I left the area of the gorilla position there where I'd been standing to go try and find Jeff. And when I went outside...
Nobody had smartened you up at that point.
Smartened me up to what?
That Jeff's fucked up.
Nobody knew Jeff was fucked up at that point.
Okay.
So I go outside and I see two guys carrying Jeff. His feet are literally dragging the ground.
Who are the guys?
Bruno and Tilly, two guys that work there.
Okay.
And
so they're just
Bruno
trying
and
to...
Tilly, underrated. Great guys, busted their ass. I got to give them a shout out because they're two good guys. And Jeff was out of it. Jeff was under the influence of something.
Yeah.
And he was out of it. And they got Jeff to the gorilla position. And while we're sitting there talking about he's in no shape to go out there, he just walked out.
He just walks right past you?
Well, he didn't walk, not like right in front of us, but we were standing there, and next thing you know, I'm looking on the monitor and go, "Oh my God, he's out."
How does that happen?
Okay, you and I are talking.
Yeah.
Okay, and he walks right by and just goes. You don't think he's going to go out, but he did.
So nobody thought it was necessary to like take him by the hand and sit him down. They just thought, hey, he knows.
We didn't think he was capable of getting up the stairs.
He's weekend to Bernie's almost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now he's meandering down the ramp.
Yeah.
You have to be shitting bricks.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing the monitor. You're standing with Bischoff and who else?
Eric was there. Sting was there. We got Dixie there, just saying, hey, you know,
Where's she normally watch the show?
I don't know. She likes to watch out in the crowd.
But she's back for this.
Well, yeah, we got her back there for that. I said, hey, he can't. Well, you know, he'll be all right.
What's Russo saying?
Well, Russo was in the truck. So I ran out to the truck to tell Russo what was going on because I didn't want to talk about it over the headsets. So I went out and I said, man,
even though it was a parent, but you still wanted to respect a little bit of privacy. Or just, not just hear the dirty laundry.
Right. Not, you know, go get on a podcast and talk about all this shit. So we came back and Eric and I discussed. We said, well, he can't work a match. And it was unprofessional. It was uncalled for. And we talked to Sting and said, need you to go out there and just beat him. Just go out.
Scale of 1 to 10, how pissed off is Sting?
Sting was pissed. Sting was about 108 on a scale of 1 to 10 at that point. And
is he screaming and cussing mad?
No, he doesn't scream and cuss. He was seething. He was mad inside where it counts.
It was apparent.
Yeah. And I said, you know, you just need to go out there and get him down, pin him, tell the ref count 3. We had Eric go out and actually try to tell Jeff, hey, we're going to beat you. Just lay down and let's get
Bischoff goes out.
Yeah, Bischoff went out.
And says, hey.
He had a promo and then he put the microphone down and went over and told Jeff, told Sting, and that's what we're going to do.
And it was like a minute and he pins him.
And he pinned him. And
was there any thought to, hey, we really screwed the fans here on the main event. We need to send somebody else out there and have another match after. I realized you still had to deliver that, but it was horseshit. So was there any thought like, man, let's send Matt Hardy out or let's send Van Dam out or something?
At that point, it was more of a shock and let's get the fuck out of it. Cut our losses. There wasn't anybody right there to send out.
Yeah.
And
a lot of guys may not realize this, but it's not like people imagine. When your match is over, you go get your shit and you leave the building.
Yeah. And, you know, it was unfortunate. And Jeff left right after that. And
wait, hang on. What did you say to him after the match?
I didn't say anything to him.
What did Bischoff say?
Bischoff did. He left. Jeff kind of like just disappeared. I don't know if he went off the side or whatever, but no one saw him when he came back and he disappeared. But Terry Taylor was in charge of talent relations at that time. And then,
well, this isn't his fault.
Hang on.
Okay.
Can I finish my story?
Yeah.
So when I came in and took over talent relations and Terry unceremonially had left, they asked me, so what are you going to do about Jeff Hardy? I said, well, first of all, tell me what was done about Jeff Hardy.
Yeah, that's a fair question.
They said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, is he suspended? Is he, you know, what was the fine? When's he coming back? What are we doing here? I said, well, I don't know.
They did nothing?
No one ever talked to him. He left that night, and allegedly no one ever talked to him.
How long ago? I mean, how much time passes?
At this point, probably about 4 weeks.
So they've been sending him checks every week for a month.
Oh, I'm sure they didn't miss his.
But nobody talked to him.
Nobody talked to him.
This is the ostrich analogy you started talking about at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
So
I had to be the shit heel and call him and say, hey, man, you know, it's unprofessional and put us in a shitty position, put you in a shitty position, and we're going to have to suspend you until you can get some help. So the idea was for him to get some counseling, get some help, and when he was right, bring him back. And he did that. You know, he was going through some tough shit at the time. He did that. He got it cleaned up, and I never saw him even remotely to where you could think, Well, I wonder if he's had a drink or something like that. Not once. And got his shit straight. Came back, apologized to the locker room. Everybody accepted it. And was a model citizen. And now has reinvented himself, and he and his brother both are reinvented and relevant again.
Yeah, and it's important to say here, we're not burying Jeff Hardy. It's really a positive story. He had a lot of challenges.
It's a success story.
Absolutely. He had a lot of challenges in his life. In 2011, he has an arrest, and he, worked through that, worked through this, and now seemingly on the other side and doing real well. So, it's a success story. And he got he's still very beloved by all the guys. I don't know anybody who dislikes Jeff Hardy.
Nope.
He is here in TNA.
Jeff Hardy's here?
Well, we're not in TNA.
Oh. Yeah, thank God.
We don't have a tax lane either. He's here in TNA.
And I've got insurance. So.
Roll Tide. Let's just call it like it is. He was one of the most over talents in WWE. And he winds up in TNA for a reason similar to the one that Kurt Angle's here for. You're head of talent relations. Y'all just don't drug test shit down there. Am I right?
They drug test people. No, they did drug test people.
How does that work? How do these guys who are super over and stars and needle movers in both places, and specifically we're saying Kurt Angle and Jeff Hardy, can't make it work in WWE, no problem in TNA?
Well, the drug tests were for the athletic commissions in the different states, like I want to say Washington State or Oregon, and the states that had them. So they had to do a drug test, and at the first of the year, they would come in, do physicals, do drug tests, and send them out.
That's it.
That's it.
How'd you feel?
If there was reason to suspect someone was on drugs, and we'd do a drug test.
How many times do you remember doing that? Freestyle that.
I know I did it at least 3 times.
Same guy?
No.
3 different guys?
2 different guys.
Okay. And the idea was you didn't feel like they were safe. You felt like they were a hazard to other people. What was the motivation? What gets you to say, oh, we got to drug test that guy? Just to catch him?
Oh, God, no. Well, no. I mean, that's
silly.
That's a horrible reason to.
No, I agree.
If someone is impaired, you don't want them out there potentially to hurt some.
So rather than
hurt themselves.
So rather than just look at them and do the eye test and say, hey, you're fucked up, you can't go. Instead, you just say, hey, I need you to do me a favor.
I did both.
Okay.
I gave them an opportunity to tell me.
And if they said no, then you followed up with, here it
Okay,
is.
great. Cool, man.
Then you got no problem doing this.
Because there's a feeling here, and I'm one of them that feel that you're not right. So I'm going to need you to put this in here so that I can then take it away from everybody that thinks you might be a little fucked up right now.
Wow. That's a real way to pitch it.
But then if they balk at having a piss in the bottle, then you have your doubts, or they take it right then and go do their business and hand it back to you, and it's clean, and you go, okay, man, something's not right. We got to fix it. But if they, come back and they're dirty, so you had your chance. You could have told me.
So this is like one of those GNC tests that you just do right then?
No, it was with the facility. I believe it was Aegis or something like
How'd you turn it so fast?
in Orlando. You didn't. You had to give it to them. You didn't get the result back for like a day or 2.
Okay.
But I wouldn't let them work if there was suspicion.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. But you still paid them. I mean, they're innocent until proven guilty.
They are.
Is there,
For the record, they were all guilty, but
sure, I have no doubt. Do you own your home? Go to geico.com. Do you rent your home? Go to geico.com. Do you have a car? Go to geico.com. Want to save some money? Go to geico.com.